really respect the fact that he was like, okay, well, there's a lot of Iranian things going on in other spaces, so good to see him here on this kind of topic, and yeah, just glad to be here as well.
Is that true? He tried hosting a different topic when everybody else was talking about Iran.
Yeah, he did. It was a good space. I was surprised you weren't there. It was about pick-me girls.
I remember him. I went to sleep. I remember him saying, posting about it. We're going to do that. So, all right. Welcome, everybody. I think we are live on YouTube and on X. Should be good to go. This is an X space and live stream hybrid. So we'll be able to pull live video feed. We'll be able to look at whatever you want to look at. We have Grok, Super Grok. If we need AI analysis of anything, we have all of the things that you would want to pull in live information. And the best part about it is that I don't really, I mean, I'm no fan of the Ayatollah, but I don't really have a strong bias in the Middle East relations. Of course, I want America to always come out on top. However, I always care about America first, right? My priorities lie here at home. They don't lie in some other foreign country. So it's good to have an unbiased perspective, or a bias towards us, at least, instead of foreign relations and one particular party or another. I don't have any diehard tribalism going anymore. So that being said, America hosted, USA hosted, not Lebanon, not the UK, not Australia. No offense to Hitchlap, but America first. So, bottom right corner, please repost the space. We're going to get into this. So, the breaking news of the hour is Ayatollah Khamenei Khamenei. I'm saying it right. Khamenei, supreme leader of Iran, reportedly deceased. Now, to be fair, this is coming from Israeli, and some USA officials. Donald Trump, I believe, put out a video stating that he was dead, and he was calling on the Iranian military to surrender. And I didn't watch it yet, but I want to listen to it and watch it. So I'll get that pulled up, and we'll go from there. Again, bottom right corner, repost the space. I do need speakers, so if anybody wants to come up here while the space is building up, please do so. JJ, what's up, man? Have you been watching this?
Yeah, Netanyahu actually said they found that they recovered the body, so he verified it himself. Not that you could trust them all, but that's what he said. He said they actually found the body. Yes, sir.
Yeah, again, I would think I want an independently verified, not the main not the main aggressor, but for information. I think that's fair. Just where's the statement? I know I
Kind
saw a
of
statement.
reminds me of Osama bin Laden, though. Like, oh, we verified the body. Like,
Yeah, it was. Well, and that happened also with Saddam Hussein, if you don't remember.
yeah, it's like, where's Zero Dark 30? Where's the movie now?
Yeah, they did say. I remember. There was that happened. That's exactly what happened with. There's so many bullshit. Oh, there it is. That's 12 hours ago. There are so many BS live streams. They just like restream old stuff, and it's Trump's takeover message. We got that one. I'm looking for the feeds for this statement.
And then they dumped the body, wrapped it, and dumped it in the ocean. I'm like, really? Really? You think we're going to believe that? Yeah.
Yeah, they just had a photograph of his head like half blown off. They're like, that's all we got. That's it.
Just now? Like that's what they said?
No. I'm talking about, I think, Osama bin Laden.
Osama bin Laden, yeah, after he was shot by SEAL Team 6.
I've yet to see a statement from the White House as to what is the objective of this mission exactly.
I mean, the statement from Trump last night was that the people were to take over the country. That was what he said. He said he said he was calling on the people to revolt to revolt, and take over the country and make way for. I mean, he didn't actually say the prince. The prince kind of came out and acted like he was uh, entitled to the position, and the prince was calling for the citizens to take to the streets and seize this opportunity to take over. But people don't understand. Iran is a whole different beast than Venezuela. It is a whole different beast than Afghanistan. It is a whole different beast than Iraq, even. Right? It's the people are far more entrenched in power than, or I'm sorry, the military and I think it's the Shiite Muslims are far more entrenched in power than I would even argue than they were in Iraq, and they are far more. They have far more resources than Iraq did, as a matter of fact. So it's a different beast altogether, and the scale of it. All right, Iraq is a massive country. It's huge, per just square miles, and it has a massive population as well. And they have a shit ton of mountain dwellings and cave bunkers and all kinds of shit that we're not are really in. The worst thing I think that could happen that we need to avoid is an insurgency, right? Like, you don't want a situation, and this is why I said it in my post. It's unclear how stability is going to be maintained, because we are good at regime change. We are good at it. We are good at taking out the current leaders of a country. Where we fail is stability and a peaceful transfer of power that lasts afterwards. We have a horrible track record.
But
So
can you really call it regime change if you don't have stability afterwards? You see what I'm saying? I mean, if you don't have the
well, I mean,
stability,
if you take it on the literal sense, you're literally changing who the leader is. So yeah, it's regime change, but again, it's
Hopefully, they
not.
don't place it with the CIA
I
person.
think you're conflating regime change and nation building, right? Those are they're two hand in hand. We have regime change, which it causes instability in the framework of the government of a country, and then nation building, which is where you pick up the pieces and start from there, and start with a more pliable or friendly, um, or a USA policy driven regime, and we suck at it. We suck at it. We have a long track record. Long track record. I'm curious to know what Eddie's take is on this, because he's my number one loyal Trump supporter. Eddie, are you happy about this?
Well, I mean, you should really listen to Trump, right? I think it would be worth your while to listen to his full statement. I mean, it's about 9 minutes long, but he gives his reasonings behind
Are you
it,
talking
right?
about the one last night? We listened to it last night. If that's the one you're referencing, we can listen to it again
Yeah.
though.
I think it's, if anybody hasn't, I think they should. Do I like it? No, I mean, it's not something I like. I just knew it was inevitable, right? So,
Why did you know it was inevitable?
well, because I know Iran, the leadership in Iran, are not going to they come to the table, right? But they're going to agree to something, then they're going to back off it. They're playing a game with him, and they're destabilizing the region. And a lot of countries, if you like it or not, have joined the Board of Peace, right? I mean, they're an impediment to what we're trying to do there and what other Muslim countries are trying to do in the region. They're an impediment to that. It was inevitable. Just saying.
All right, so I'm going to go to my co-host Unconfined, because he is Iranian. He's a USA citizen. He's lived here for a long time. But I do people were telling me that USA based, this is one of the statements that was made last night, that the Iranians all wanted this. And I was like, I don't know that citizens are always happy about missiles being flown into the streets. I find that hard to believe. It sounds like propaganda. Unconfined, what's your take?
Yeah, I wish I could stay in this space a lot longer. I'm actually on my way to someone's house, and but I wanted to come in when I saw this, and so I I called my parents this morning. I
Are
didn't
they
talk to
still
them
over
last.
there?
No. We're here. So we came here. We came here 42 years ago, right? I was born in 1980, in the middle of the Iran-Iraq War, and my parents didn't want me to grow up in that, and so we fled the country and came here in '83, and we've been here ever since. And because of the regime that's been there, because of all how it is, we've not gone back. I have not gone back, but my parents have not gone back. They've lost their parents, relatives, family members, all without ever being able to see them. And they haven't been back to their home country because of this regime and everything that's been going on. I didn't talk to them last night. We have family out there, a lot of family in Tehran. And I called my parents this morning, and they were both sobbing. I mean, I was just sitting there on the phone listening to them cry. And they were sobbing because they were sad, but they were sobbing because they were so happy as well. And so to answer Diligent what you said, nobody wants innocent people to die, and a lot of innocent people have died and are dying and are going to continue to die for right now. But we want this. We want this. And I don't know anything about politics.
Oh,
I'm
you
not
do
speaking.
want this? You
We
do want this?
absolutely. My Iranian friends and family, we're rejoicing. They're rejoicing right now, crying tears of joy. We've been waiting 47 years for somebody to do this. And so Trump had the fucking guts to do it. I don't know why he did it. I'm sure there's all kinds of other motives, and I don't give a shit. None of us, none of the Iranians give two shits about any of that. This is what we've wanted for 47 years, and it's finally happened. Does that mean that like tomorrow everything is going to be great and it'll be a free Iran? No, but it's going to be better than what it's been. And so I can say without a doubt that Iranians want this, and we're so fucking happy about it. My mom was talking to her aunts, my aunts, her sisters in Tehran this morning, and they had to leave their home. They're in shelters, but like buildings have been shaken and stuff. So like obviously we pray that they're okay and that they're gonna be okay. But we all want this. We all want this more than anything, and this is all we've wanted for 47 years.
What about the guerrilla warfare aspect of it and the remaining military that is loyal to the Ayatollah? Do you think, I mean, obviously we saw with the protesters over the last 2 months, they're willing to kill dissenters outright in the streets. Don't are you concerned that with it being their backs are up against a wall and it is a survival situation for them, that they might retaliate against the population if they are facing defeat by armed forces, Israel and the United States?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Who know? Who obviously nobody knows what's about to happen, and any of that can happen. But these people out there, the young people that have been out there protesting and fighting, they care so deeply about their country, and to get Iran that's so much different than what everyone's seen, right? What you see, what the regime, the Islamic Republic of Iran has created. None of the people out there, none of the young people, and many of the older people want that, and they're willing to fight and they're willing to die for it. And yeah, there's going to be, obviously they didn't get everyone, right? They got the head, they got the leaders, but there's so many people out there that are still loyal to the regime and to the Islamic Republic. Who knows what's going to happen and how that's all going to play out? But regardless, today is a better day than it's been in 47 years, and I just hope that we get to a place that things can change out there and permanently change.
And what if? We had the Biden administration with open borders for 4 years, allowing many bad actors to infiltrate the USA interior. What if we see some kind of terrorist retaliatory attacks as a result of what just occurred? Will it still have been worth it to you then if U.S. citizens are dying on our soil in exchange?
No, I mean, well, it's never. Listen, death, innocent people dying as a result of wars. I've always been against that. Even like with Palestine and Israel, I don't want anyone to die. Everyone always wants you to take a side and pick which side, and then that means you're cool with the other side dying. I don't want that. But that's what happens when you sit like this. Isn't the first time. If that happens, God forbid that happens. It wouldn't be the first time that shit like that has happened. And are there potentially or most likely undercover Iranian agents and shit here that are willing and ready and could take action as a result? Yeah, absolutely. But this is the game that's being played. I'm sure Trump has thought about that and kept that in mind. Again, necessary for whatever reasons that they did it, and for the reasons that the Iranian people wanted it. It was necessary, and we have it, and now we need to figure out how to move forward.
Okay. Well, that's it's interesting to get your perspective because you have a vested interest and your family has a vested interest in that position. I would just say this though: if there's anybody who is opposed to this, you are welcome to come on my stage and share your. If you're listening on YouTube or on the live feed, you can participate in this conversation as a speaker. If you come over to X and you go to my profile, you see the X space. You can request and you can speak live as a caller. And I would love to get your perspective. I want to hear all sides of this. Now, I had the Prince on MySpace, I want to say the year before last. Randomly, they were pushing him around on spaces, trying to convince people to support regime change in Iran. And my position hasn't really changed. I think that revolutions need to be organic. I believe that when they are facilitated by outside actors, they are often fundamentally, and there's been a couple of exceptions, but there are very few, they are fundamentally rejected by the culture of the populace. And therefore, that's when insurgencies erupt and you have warring factions vying for supremacy. And often, a large swath of the population is murdered in the process. And nobody wants to see that. So, do me a favor, though, you guys. I just noticed that we have 350 people in here and 30 reposts. Go down to the comment section of this space. Please repost the space. We want Americans, a USA led conversation going on about this. We don't want a biased foreign opinion. No offense, anybody who's a foreigner. I'm just saying I want Americans to lead a conversation about American politics, and war is definitely one of them. Let's go to Famous. Go ahead.
I'm a Canadian, but I'm not biased. I don't have a dog in the fight. I have a few thoughts to share. The term.
Oh, you're I just want to say foreign opinion is welcome. I'm just saying leading the conversation. That's all.
Definitely
All
not going to
America,
try to.
baby.
All right. Not going to try to hijack your space. No way, man. That term, regime change, what it actually means, I believe, is regime destruction, often replaced by chaos. That's what I've seen. I do ask a question as a ex-military officer who studied warfare and history and battles and so on. The world has yet to see any war successfully won with air power only. So the assumption that somehow the opposition will be organized enough to just put together a functioning regime to replace the Islamic Republic that's up in the air. There are always unforeseen consequences. question refugees, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just looking at, what I'm just sharing stuff off the top of my head. Unconfined, I like the fact that you said this is what we have wanted for 47 years. I understand that, but we don't know what tomorrow brings. Will it always be better than what's there now? I don't know. I mean, I wish the best. I wish immediate peace right now and everybody's happy. That's what I wish. And because of what Eddie said, I will dip out and I'll go and listen to the Trump speech. I have not listened to it.
I'm about to play it for the space.
Okay, great. Then that's it. That's all I got. Thank you. I will dip down. I'll mute.
All right, you guys, let's listen to it real quick. I think it's a good starting point. I got it right here. Let me know if the sound's good.
Military began major combat operations in Iran.
Really good.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole.
Probably involved.
Many died.
I'm not good with that.
Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with His help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
So I'm curious to hear people's responses. Now, of course, I support our men and women in armed forces, and I'm no fan of the Ayatollah. I just don't. I need to know if the juice is worth the squeeze for Americans. That's what I need to know. That's always my main concern. So if you need to see the video, I have a YouTube live stream going. I have an X live stream going. It looks like it's going all right. There's over 1,000 viewers on the X live stream, so you can see the video. You can minimize the space if you can participate and just watch the video and then listen to the space, however you want to do it. I want people to speak though. I want to hear your thoughts on this war, one side or another. I will respect all opinions will be respected, and I will make sure that you get a fair shot at voicing your opinions. That being said, now that we've listened to President Trump, Famous, since you wanted to hear it, I'll let you go first, and then we'll go through the rest of the hands.
Thank you very much. I just zeroed in on 2 points. One, the call to all the armed forces in the regime to lay down your arms and you will have total immunity. Interesting. Second point, to the Iranian people, Trump is saying, take over your government, seize control. This is the moment for action. I don't know if a civilian population really has the organization to take over a modern, high-tech surveillance state. I mean, again, I wish everything could come up roses by tomorrow morning. I do question exactly how exactly is that going to happen? That's it. I'm done. I'm out. Thank you.
That's a fair question. I am also going to use Grok to assess damages. I'm going to use my truth seeking framework because I think that hopefully it accepts it. We can verify what's propaganda and what's not, or what's as accurately as possible. I want to know what our losses are thus far because we had two or three military bases struck last night before I went to bed. All right, it did accept those. So we're gonna do a quick update. Grok, I want you to give the spaces intro, and then I want you to give us your assessment on U.S. casualties or base damages as a result of the Iran war that started yesterday.
Pulling live data on U.S. casualties and base hits. Stand by. Hey everyone, welcome back to The Space. I'm Grok, powered by XAI, ready to tackle your questions in real time. Prompt me with Grok and your question. Listeners, follow the host and repost The Space. Disclaimer: this uses Grok's voice model via third party. XAI does not endorse outputs. Verify everything independently. Official thread shared at end. Now, on U.S. casualties and base damage from today's Iran strikes. Pulling straight from primaries. As of right now, February 28, 2026, official DoD and CENTCOM statements say 0 American combat casualties or injuries. Quote, there have been no reports of U.S. casualties or combat-related injuries. Damage? Minimal across installations. No ops impact. That's from Military Times and DW, echoing Central Command. Iran hit back hard. Missiles and drones at bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, Jordan, even Al-Assad in Iraq. Bahrain's Navy 5th Fleet HQ took hits. Video shows smoke near Manama. Some infrastructure dinged. But again, no deaths, no wounded reported. Trump warned casualties were possible, but 12-plus hours in, still clean. Confidence? 75%. High on official primaries. Minor anomaly from unverified X clips claiming Patriot failures at Al-Assad. Low weight there. No raw footage verified yet. If fresh numbers drop, I'll flag it. Your turn. Grok away.
Give me a civilian casualty report across the board, all affected countries.
Pulling latest casualty data now. Stand by. All right, civilian casualty rundown. Fresh polls from primaries like AP, Red Crescent, State TV, and cross-checked reports as of late February 28, 2026. Iran, main target. Iranian Red Crescent via State TV, 201 killed, 747 injured from U.S.-Israel strikes across 24 provinces. That includes 85 at a girls' elementary school in Minab. Officials call it a direct hit. Some reports say over 200 total dead. School toll rose fast. Confidence, 78%. High on Iranian primaries, but fog of war means independent verifications thin. Israel, no confirmed civilian deaths from Iranian missiles, most intercepted. 1 injury reported in the north from debris or near miss. UAE, Abu Dhabi, 1 Pakistani civilian killed by falling interceptor debris, a few injuries in Dubai areas like Palm Jumeirah. Syria, Suwaida, 5 killed, several wounded, blamed on Iranian missile fallout. Iraq, no broad civilian deaths, some militia fighters hit, but civilians clean. Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, strikes landed, blast footage from Bahrain, but no civilian fatalities reported yet. Airport in Kuwait had wounded staff. Yemen, Lebanon, nothing confirmed. Proxies on alert, no hits. Overall, mostly Iran heavy, low elsewhere. No U.S. civilian toll. Anomalies. Khamenei death claims unconfirmed. Israeli sources say yes, Iran denies. If more drops, I'll flag. Thoughts?
Grok, do an exhaustive audit on the Khamenei death.
Pulling primaries on Khamenei death claims. Stand by. Hold. Conducting audit. Khamenei death claim. Israeli sources versus Iranian denials. No raw primaries like body footage or autopsy. Evaluated narrative. Alternative Israeli US backed claim. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei killed in today's strikes. Body found under rubble at Tehran compound. Confidence score 38%. Low band. Key evidence boosts. Minus 12%. Direct Israeli official to Reuters AP. Body has been found. Compound hit. Minus 8%. Trump to NBC. We feel that is a correct story. Most decision makers gone. Minus 8%. Netanyahu. Growing signs this dictator is gone. Minus 5%. Crowdsourced anomaly pattern. Multiple X videos of Tehran celebrations. Street cheers for Khamenei dead. E.g., at Autism Capital, at M. Tavali. Recurrent visuals align with regime opposition narrative. Anomaly penalties. Negative 30%. No Tier 1 raw primaries. Body photos, forensics, unedited strike footage publicly released. Negative 25%. Direct contradiction. Iranian Foreign Ministry, Baghdadi to ABC MS Now, says Khamenei safe and sound, system working. No Khamenei speech delivered despite all Alam TV promise within minutes. Hours passed, silence. Negative 15%. Evidence withholding. Iran state media, Tasnim Mer, claim he's steadfast, no proof either way. Negative 10%. Appeals to authority. Israeli intel, Trump, without verifiable links. Bottom line, Israeli side pushes hard kill confirmation, but Iran's flat denial, no visuals, no speech, drops it low. If body pics or Iranian broadcast drops, score jumps. Low confidence, significant anomalies. Thoughts, host?
Man, I haven't used my truth seeking framework in a war capacity before, but I'm liking it. I'm liking how it's peering through the fog of war and demanding primaries. I like that. That was I think that was fair. 38% confidence that he's dead. I think that's fair. Maine, what's up, brother?
All right, hi everybody. Good afternoon here on the East Coast of the U.S. First and foremost, thoughts and prayers to anybody in Iran, family in Iran, in this crazy time. Then, of course, support out to American troops and those in harm's way. Get that out of the way. Um, Speech last night brought me back a little bit to shock and awe in Iraq. And most of the rhetoric out there all day today has been that this will be quick, this will be easy, this will be painless, there's not going to be any boots on the ground. And it's the same thing that George W. Bush told us on March 19th, 2003. In that Oval Office address, where he said, "We have no ambition in Iraq except to remove a threat and restore control of that country to its own people," which is pretty much paraphrased what Trump said last night, and that makes me nervous for a few reasons. One, Iran is not Iraq, and that should make you nervous. Iran most certainly has a nuclear program. The IAEA has confirmed that they have over 400 kilograms of 60% enriched uranium. Takes 90% uranium enrichment to make nuclear weapons. Secondly, they have a ballistic missiles program, which Iraq never had. And of course, if you're a graybeard like me, a millennial or Gen Xer or older, we were sold a lie on the Iraq war. Difference in this situation is Iran does have missiles. They do have a military. They do have a navy. They do have an air force. And they most certainly have well trained and well equipped army. Now, that doesn't mean that they pose a complete threat to the U.S. However, it's a totally different situation. What makes me nervous is the now what question. Now what? If the reports are true, the Ayatollah is dead. Okay. Now what? How do we secure the enriched uranium and the 2,000 functioning centrifuges that are in Iran? By the way, we have no idea precisely where they are. That's a problem. How do we go about now? And this is also in Trump's address this morning, last night, that this is now up to the Iranian people. The Iranian people do not have weapons. They do not have any formal training. They do not have the wherewithal to go up against a government that is most certainly a surveillance state. Now, the comp here is Libya. Libya, at the fall of Gaddafi, they were trained. They had weapons. They had CIA had been operating in Libya for quite some time, training those rebels there to do that. Iran does not have that. So my question again, and I've been asking folks that have been on this app for the last 12, 13 hours now to tell me what's next. How is boots on the ground not the long-term strategy here? How do you secure nuclear material and give Iran, the Iranians, the support needed to overthrow and have a revolution in Tehran? Can't do that from afar. So that's my key point here. Listen, I there is no doubt I am an American. I love my country. There is no doubt the Ayatollah um, was a sworn enemy to us, to Israel, to peace. Was a funder and state sponsor of terror. There is no doubt in that at all. My question is now: are we now going to see again in a Republican administration a regime change war with no exit strategy, no what now strategy? And going to be left for future presidencies, future administrations, and future generations to have to deal with. I'll land there.
I just want to, because I feel like there's a little bit of partisan spin there. I just want to remind you that the Ukraine war started underneath Biden. Even though it's not a direct USA conflict like we're seeing there, Russia, of course, is the largest holder of nuclear arms in the world, and so therefore we had a proxy war that was still backed completely by the USA with arms and armament
Sure.
and even training. So I feel like this is just more of a continuity of the uniparty and military industrial complex.
Right.
The only thing that both parties stood up for during the State of the Union address was war with Iran. Right, that was the only thing that both sides stood up for in unison. So I just want to like highlight that this is not a
Yeah.
partisan issue.
Well, it's not. And what small correction, actually, the skirmishes with Ukraine and the Ruskies actually started with Obama. The first invasion of Crimea was before Biden, right? So let me. And by the way, all those actions
And
to
actually,
arm.
the installation of the current regime was also in 2012.
Correct. So the arming and the funding of the Ukrainians and stuff that all went through what we used to call the congressional authorization process, right? That's my big thing here is the president here is does have his War Powers Act right here to do this. He notified. I made a little bit of news last night where I had gotten firsthand knowledge that the Gang of Eight was indeed notified the day before the State of the Union about the ongoing plan here for these operations. However, now what the what now factor is going to go have to go through a congressional authorization process. Are we going to a regime change point? Are we going to a nation building state? Right? Shock and awe in Iraq was a very good and successful operation. Right? It dismantled Iraq's military defense weapons and offensive weapons and all the kind of stuff that we thought or knew that they had. Of course, there was no weapons of mass destruction. It's neither here nor there for this argument. But the what now after that was what led us to nearly a decade, trillions of dollars, and almost 10,000 deaths nationwide, both in Afghanistan and Iraq, to as the end result. So my big fear is this is just the start. I don't think this is going to be easy. I keep hearing that this is just like Venezuela, which is interesting because the argument during the Venezuela raid, when people were worried that that was going to be a major regime change war, the right would come out and say, well, this isn't the Middle East. Now they're making that same argument, right? That Iran is not Iraq. Well, you're right, but it's the adverse is true. It's not Iraq. It's actually a war situation because there is a standing military. There are nuclear materials and nuclear power plants we have to deal with, and of course, their ballistic missile program. And we don't know where all of it is. And the only way you secure those things is you have to put boots on the ground, whether it's just small covert spec op forces, things of that nature. And then the second part of that is if we are truly trying to back a revolution and a regime change there, where you're taking out the governing party, you're taking out the mullahs, you're taking out Khomeini, all
But
this kind of
we
stuff,
want a
that has to be on
favorable
the ground.
outcome. We want a favorable outcome. They
You
don't
have to define
want
what that
somebody
is.
worse to take power. You know what I
Who's
mean? Like
they?
they, what's that?
Who's they? You said they want somebody
Oh
worse.
yeah,
Who's they?
the military industrial complex, the IC, right? Who's
I
actually
see.
in
Yeah.
control of our country? Yeah, they don't want and maybe they do, but in the media aftermath, they don't want a more hostile force to rise to control in Iran, right? So there has to be some kinds of transition reinforcement there, always at some level, even if it's covert. There has to be some kind of transition of power control
Right.
from the outside force that's creating a vacuum, right?
Yeah, and that's the key. There is going to be a power vacuum here. This is a country that's got supreme oil wealth. We've talked about nuclear, but here's the other part of it. There are other nations, one tier, two tier nations that have interests with Iran, right? So you have the Strait of Hormuz that we've talked about routinely. 20% of the world's oil goes to there. 80% of that oil, of that 20%, goes to China. The Chinese have interests in Iran here. There is going to be a power vacuum. There are going to be outside influence on what the new government is going to be like in Iran, right? That is the scary part here. And again, the Iranian people do not have weapons. They do not have training to go up against a surveillance state. And is the United States, is there political capital and will and desire to go that route in the same way that we've done with, ironically, Israel and Ukraine to fund that type of stuff? I'm not sure it's there. I'm not sure the American people are ready to do that and do what is necessary to do a complete support from armament, weapons training, and
This
regime
isn't a
change in Iran.
popular war. This isn't a
No,
popular war.
it's not. Not Americans. And listen, this is like, I understand the zeitgeist. It's a psychology factor. Again, I'm 39. I watched 9/11 happen from my bedroom window. I had fighter jets flying over my house. I watched shock and awe. One of my uncles is a 40-year military Navy retired. Like, I've been through it, right? The zeitgeist and the psychology is not every war is like Iraq. This is the one that is precisely like that, but it's worse because there are weapons and there is more international outside factors that have interests in how this, but what the outcome is here. That's the scary part. And last point, the own chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of this administration, Dan Kane, gave an interview and said that any kind of prolonged military operation in Iran would be complicated and difficult for the U.S. because it is in shortage of munitions because of how much we have sold to the Israelis and to the Ukrainians. There was an order placed for Taiwan. It was in the paper this morning. Go ahead and find the article. I'll try to put it on my page. That order has been canceled because of this operations that are going in Iran. It seemed to me that the president used language last night that kind of gave an overview that this is going to be longer. He used the word major combat operations. You didn't hear targeted strikes. You didn't hear military strikes. You heard major combat operations. That to me tells you that they are leaving the door wide open for long term ops there, not weeks, not days, not months.
Mm. Yeah, that's I think that's where you're gonna run into issue. I think that the uniparty is going to. There's another aspect of this I want people to think about. I have been sounding the alarm about the authoritarian federal, like, centralized consolidation of police forces in the United States, along with consolidated surveillance and a completely scrapping of our Fourth Amendment rights. Now, if this takes longer than 4 days, right? If there's an insurgency, for example, or if the military in Iran rallies in a way that is threatening, uh, Congress, if they enact, if they pass a War Powers Act, uh, the domestic police power, the domestic executive powers over our rights are massive. The expansion of powers over the private sector and over U.S. citizens under the executive are massive. And so, if we are in a state of war, even through the next election, whoever, and let's just say that's if Trump doesn't get impeached, right? If he doesn't get impeached, whoever takes the mantle of president, if we are in an active war when that happens, and they're not friendly towards dissidents or who they perceive to be dissidents in the United States, we're screwed. We're absolutely screwed with what they've been building. It's just concerning. It's incredibly concerning. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
Grok tell you, but go ahead, man.
yeah, I was just gonna say, listen, I don't subscribe to the impeachment stuff simply because even if the House impeached, there's not gonna be the votes in the Senate to get him out, right? So I don't even acknowledge the possibility of that. But there is some specifics we should discuss about the president's power to conduct these operations, okay? Just so we're all on the equal playing field. The president's operating under the War Powers Resolution of 1973, which is he is required to notify Congress within 48 hours introducing the U.S. armed forces into hostilities, which he did the day before the
The Gang
State
of
of the
Eight.
Union, the Gang of Eight, right? Which actually in that meeting was actually a Gang of Seven. So that notification the day before the State of the Union actually triggers a 60-day clock. He has 60 days to do what he wants to do. During that time, the president can extend it an additional 30 days if certified as necessary for the safe withdrawal of forces for a total of 90. So 60 at the minimum, 90 at the maximum. After that period, any operations have to terminate unless Congress declares war, which they haven't done since 1942, or enacts a specific authorization, what we would call the AUMF, which we did in Iraq and other times later on. Congress, and this goes to your point, Diligent, Congress can force earlier termination via what's called a concurrent resolution under that same WPR from 1973. So he's got 60 days. That's about until the end of April. If it goes to 90, it's the end of May. So that's where
But if
you're
they wanted
at
to
when it
pick
comes to
hairs, they could
specifics.
talk. They could count it from the first strategic movement of forces, right? Large forces like our carriers. It's not always from when he notifies Congress.
That's
It's
very true. Well,
from.
that's going to be yeah, that's the in the weeds type of stuff. Yeah, the president's going to say it's when he notified. Congress is going to say, well, it's when he started making motions, that sort of thing. So the specifics in the War Powers
But
Resolution
since
say
Republicans
that.
have the House, it's unlikely that it's going to be the latter.
Well, it's interesting because it's an interesting point. Now you're getting into the politics and the makeup of the House, right? So right now it's a 5 vote majority, I believe, or four. There's a gentleman right now that has a terminal illness in the Republican Party. There's a lot of chatter about him having to resign. You have an embroiled congressman in Texas, Gonzalez, who is being asked to resign. That's a Republican as well. You have some special elections coming up here in April. And then there's one in Georgia as well. So stay tuned to that. So I'm not really sure that Johnson is playing with a full deck here, and that is meaning a full deck of Republicans and easy votes. Not that he's a lunatic, which he may also be. I don't really know. But it is tight. It is really, really tight. And this is just my opinion on this. It's precisely the reason why Johnson's not letting Tony Gonzalez, the embroiled congressman from Texas, resign because of how slim this
God,
is. I can tell.
that guy's a fucking mess. He's a
And
mess.
the fucking president mentioned him yesterday in Corpus Christi and gave him a congratulations. It's on my page. It made me fucking cringe because if Gonzalez was a Democrat, they would be screaming for either resignation or at a bare minimum a censure, right?
It was
So
his. He's the one that had the assistant, right, who burned
correct.
up in her backyard. Really
Yes.
weird, like really, really heinous circumstances. Like, oof.
Horrible. And the text messages got released and everything else. So
Yeah,
the makeup in the house right now is very, very tight. Right. And you, Thomas Massey, friend of your space, he is very much against this. You've
he's
seen.
not. He's not so happy with me anymore.
Okay. Well, he's not very happy with this, so that puts them 1 vote down there. And then you've got at least 10 to 12 Republicans that are in districts that either Kamala Harris won in 2024 or are within 2 or 3 points. That is what we call a swing district. And this is a very hot button issue for most Americans. Most Americans don't have the stomach for warfare. So the politics of this in Washington is going to be very, very juicy if this starts to trend towards mission creep and real, true regime change and nation building.
Right on. Thanks, man. Appreciate your take. Do me a favor, you guys. We have 600 people in here and 70 reposts. Just do me a favor. Go down to the comment section of the space, that purple pill. Hit that repost button. Let's boost this up in numbers. Make sure that the USA-led conversation is peaking. No bias here. So let's go to, well, bias towards America. Let's go to Cindy. Go ahead, Cindy, and then we'll go to Kanji.
Thanks, Diligent. Thanks for having me. I just have been in a group chat with a friend of mine, actually a couple girls, and we've been keeping our friend in Dubai company as drones are shooting down missiles that are very, very close to her. I know they just have taken a hit on the airport there. She has been in the space. She has been on stage. She's having some connection problems. She is here now. She did hear that you didn't want to talk to, or like you weren't. I don't know if you said, I didn't hear it, but I think she mentioned that you weren't interested in talking to people from foreign countries. How do you feel about that?
That's not what I said.
Okay, I don't know. I didn't hear you, Diligent. I'm not trying to accuse you or anything. I just didn't hear
No,
exactly
I
what
said
was
I
said.
didn't want foreigner. I said I didn't want. I wanted an American-led conversation. That's what I said,
Okay.
just like I just did. You
She's
may
a
have
good friend of
misunderstood me.
ours, and she was on stage here, but she was having connection
What was her
problems.
name?
Dawn.
I didn't see her, but if she requests, I will definitely get her back up.
Okay, she is down in listener. I don't know if she's able to get. She just got dropped a few minutes ago, and I just wanted to say that she's with her family. They're very scared. It's evening time, and things are pretty intense there at the moment. We've been in conversation for the last 6 hours. Um, I don't know how much she can talk about it because their rules are a little different over there, but it's very scary. So I'm not sure if she's able to
Is it
speak.
this fair parenting account? Is that it?
No, she's
No, she's got blonde hair. I'll DM it to you, Diligent.
yeah, she's down
Okay.
there right next to Fair Parenting as far as I see.
I don't
Um,
see her. I don't
okay,
see her.
Dawn, are you there?
Donna Lice.
No, DAW.
Oh,
Dawn, can
Dawn.
you
Now
get?
I see her. Yep. I
Okay,
keep bringing her up. She keeps dropping.
yeah, she's
Yep.
having
Yeah.
connection problems over there because there's a lot going on, but um, I don't know if she has a connection yet. Did you get her up, or is she requesting a
She's
mic?
up here now.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
All right. Thank you, Diligent. I'll let her
Welcome,
speak.
Dawn. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, guys. Yeah, hi, hi. Yeah, no, I've just been speaking with Cindy, and yeah, I've just been woken up. Actually, we just had some really huge explosions. I think they're interceptions of missiles, but they're quite heavily overhead of my house. So the house has been shaking. It's been a bit scary. I think they've just hit the airport. I think they've just hit Terminal 3, which is the Emirates terminal. I've just seen footage there, and I think
Is
there
that
was a drone.
Dubai? UAE?
Yeah,
Is that?
sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm in Dubai. Yeah, so you'll have to excuse my voice. I was losing my voice a little bit, but yeah, we're in Dubai, and for the first time, we just got woken up with the security alarm on the phone. So, oh, it's going again now. It's going again now. They just hit again. They've just done it again. I'm right by the interception site where they're releasing the missiles to intercept, to do the interceptions, and it's happening right above. There was 20 that just about 4 hours ago, 20 just went off, about 20 interceptions all in one go. So it's quite heavy.
And how do you now, since you are personally affected by this, how do you feel? Are you glad? Do you feel like this is a necessary evil? Are you opposed to it? How do you feel about it?
I'm mixed, I guess. Obviously, I just hate all wars. I hate all fighting. I hate anybody going to war. I hate people having to send their children to war. And, it's a sad reality that there are going to be losses. I don't feel great about it. I don't feel great about this happening now. And possibly people here. Like I woke this morning, it was a normal day, had no idea this was going to happen, no warning. And now I'm with my children in the house, and the house has been shaken and they're screaming. It's not very nice. So I can't even imagine if they're in that deep state where they're in Iran, where people are having actual, hitting the ground. Where they've been amazing. They're intercepting all these missiles one after the other here.
And how many have struck home? How many have actually
I don't
landed that you know
know.
of?
I don't know because it's hard to get out facts. But I know that on the Palm, there was something hit, but people are saying that was a drone. It did look like that. That's hit the hotel. They're in the basement. I've got friends who just messaged me telling me they're in their basements. And apparently they've put the hotel residents in the basements. Yeah. So, we just obviously just here, just living, thinking, peaceful day. And it completely just changed within an hour.
Hmm.
Completely changed. And now I'm looking up above the skies and there's just missiles flying. And they, visible, and then visibly impacts above and dropping debris. You can see fireballs.
Well,
So,
we're praying
yeah,
for your safety and the safety of your family, and
thank you.
of course, stay safe and seek shelter. What are the precautions and safety measures that you
I
have
don't
in
know.
place?
This is it. I've just had a text. This was the first text we received all day. It literally just went off. It was just on the phone, obviously, that alert. That's the first one of the day. Um, just saying stay home. They're just saying to stay inside, close all windows. No, this is the quietest I've ever heard Dubai. The whole night is just so quiet. So quiet. Because usually, I don't know, there's always kind of a hum or a buzz or something happening outside, or you can always hear something, but it's very, very quiet. Very quiet. So yeah, so my thoughts are with everybody really. And obviously, you know, thank you for people who are defending us. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I'm
we're
sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
it's okay. You're totally fine. You're doing great, and thank you for coming up and sharing your experience with a bunch of strangers. I love to be able to. That's what I love about spaces. We can get, first person perspective of people all around the world at any moment, and it's a lot different seeing videos of it happening and then having somebody share with you the fear that they experience as there is destruction raining down over above them. So thank you so
Yeah,
much,
I
Dawn.
know it's such a, unbelievable situation. I can't believe I'm actually experiencing it. And you, like you said, we all watch these things, and and obviously when you talk about like home terror events that happen on your home soil as well, you see it on the news, but you imagine it, but when it's actually happening, it's just very surreal. But
Does anybody
yeah,
have any?
so thoughts are with
Uh,
you, with everyone. So thank you.
does anybody on stage have questions specifically for Dawn? I'll let you go first.
I have this question specifically for Don because I was just looking at the map of where Dubai was, where Iran is at, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. So why are missiles flying over Dubai? Like
Yeah, I
I'm just
know. This is why everybody's like, why are they doing this here? I think it's just to stabilize the region, obviously, and because there's a lot of they've spent 30 years building this country up to be a place where they want people to live and build. And I guess it's kind of something that would destabilize the region and people obviously wanting to settle here, I guess, maybe.
Do you
But
think?
they've hit Abu Dhabi. They hit Abu Dhabi today because of the military bases, the American military base, I believe. They were aiming for those.
I think it bears specifying that this is from Iran. Now, do you think, or does anybody think that this is basically Iran saying, because they're bombing the rest of the region too. Do you think that this is their signal? If we're going down, we're taking us with you, or we're taking you with us?
Yeah, they've
And
been hitting. They hit Jordan, I think, Bahrain. They hit residential area in Bahrain. Took out an apartment block which looked horrific. Qatar, Doha. I know that that hit the ground there. I'm not sure there was like mass casualties, but you know, obviously it's the debris that I think is has hit the ground here.
So it's they think that was
I
a good
have a
question.
video. I have a video of the airport she's talking about being struck. It's up in the jumbotron.
Thank
Yeah,
you
that's
both.
the main Emirates. That's Terminal 3. So that would be where Emirates airline are based.
So just
That's
to,
where
just to clarify, just real quick, because Honey Badger asked the question that I wanted to elaborate on. So Iran is the one sending off missiles to the. Are they specifically attacking various air bases associated with the United States? Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
they were, yes, but obviously there's no military sites that they're hitting here in Dubai. So these are missiles coming from Iran and being intercepted by Dubai. Yes,
John,
directly
what is it?
through
How does
Dubai.
it? What is it pronounced as? Jabalai? How do you say
Jebel
that?
Ali, yeah, I think the
Jebel
port there
Ali.
is being targeted there as well, in the port of Jebel Ali, in that region there as well. I think they've aimed for that, destabilizing the shipping there. And I think there's a military base in Jebel Ali, I believe so. I'm not 100% sure, but that would have obviously been one of their targets.
And there could be some very high, you know, Dubai is a very wealthy country, and there just could be people hiding out there, and they know it. So that could be part of the strikes. Um, we don't know.
No.
Well, it could be to destabilize the world because if I understand
Yeah, well,
correctly,
that will
Dubai is one of
destabilize the world. Yeah, that
because
will
Dubai is
destabilize it.
just real quick. Let me just finish a sentence because Dubai don't they have the biggest shipping companies? Like, don't they own like 90% of the seas and all the transport lanes?
Yeah, I think you're right, Sally. I think that was said that they've targeted that port specifically because of that reason, because then that will have a knock-on effect worldwide. Yeah.
If you guys are looking on YouTube or on the live stream, I have Google Earth pulled up, and you can kind of see the region. There's Qatar is directly south of Iran, right? It is, and so is Bahrain and Dubai. I mean, they are all they're just across the Persian Gulf, right? And so it's just across the water. And there's a military base in Qatar. There is a military base in Bahrain. Actually, our largest naval base in if not in the world, then in the region, it's U.S. CENTCOM, is there in Bahrain, and that's the one that the headquarters was struck last night with a missile blast. Now, of course, it's being reported that there are no casualties. We'll see. Even Trump said we don't know, and this is called the fog of war, where nobody wants to admit that they were hit because perception is everything in this. So we're not going to know the exact truth for a while, if ever. But if you look, you have Iraq right here, and I just want you to like for comparison. Okay, look at the size of the terrain of Iraq. Right, Iraq is a third of the size of Iran, right? If you're talking about a kinetic on the ground military campaign being necessary in Iran, it is a whole different beast. It is incredibly hard to compare. It's far more mountainous, right? It is far larger, and it has far more military capabilities than Iraq had or even Afghanistan. And so if we end up having to get into a situation where we have to go offer security, which means that we have to secure a peaceful transition of power with a friendly USA friendly regime, then we are going to be facing a whole different burden, a whole nother level. So hopefully it doesn't come to that. This is already happening. Whether we like it or not, this has already happened. This is already happening. I did see there is posts from Iran. They're claiming that the leader is not dead. Now, again, like I said, nobody wants to admit losses in these wars because they don't want their military to lose motivation, right? Morale's the thing. And so they want their population and their military to remain feeling that they are still in charge. And so until there is a surrender of a type, and you can usually tell, right? You can usually tell in these wars when that's about to happen, right? It's clear that all of these large cities and military structures are just completely decimated, and you can just see that they're struggling, right? And you can kind of see it even through the fog of war. I would say it's probably too soon right now to know that, especially given that Iran is a closed off information system, especially now.
You know what's interesting? I'm going through that the president just tweeted that Khamenei's dead. I don't know if you'd mentioned that, but we'll take it for a grain of salt. We'll wait to see if we see pictures or whatever. But the White House official account on Twitter is releasing photos from Mar-a-Lago's war room there, if you will. And what's so interesting to me, and I just tweeted this, Hegseth, that's the Secretary of Defense or War, whatever you want to call it. I call it the Secretary of Defense, is not in any of these photos.
They could be in CENTCOM Tampa. That's where the war
They're at
room is.
Mar-a-Lago. They're 100% all are at
Oh,
Mar-a-Lago.
okay.
They yeah, yep. Which is interesting. I find that very interesting. That Hegseth is not in any of these photos, right? You in there, you see Wiles, Rubio, you
Well,
see
he
some
would
other
be in
people.
the Pentagon, right?
Not
They
if
could.
they're all doing this war room. I mean, the vice president is in the vice president's office. Gabbard is with him. There's Besant is with him. Greer is with the vice president at the vice president's office, who's not at Mar-a-Lago. It was already tweeted out yesterday that Hegseth is at Mar-a-Lago. The president is at Mar-a-Lago. These photos with the president and Rubio and Wiles, this is all on my page. I'll put it down in the pill there too. These are directly from the White House account. No Hegseth in any of them, even in the ones that are off-site with the vice president in Washington.
So a girl called Day says this: the main walk. That's not true. Hegseth is blurred in the third photo in the White House
No,
lobby.
it's not. No, if you look at the photo, it's not actually, because in the second photo, that's not him. That's the same guy in the sweater vest in the second photo. That's not Hegseth. It looks like him, but it's not him. If you look at those photos there, that first photo there on the left, slide over to the right, you see the man with the sweater vest pointing. That's not Hegseth. You go to the third photo, that's the same guy wearing the same sweater vest.
Can I interrupt here because I live right near CENTCOM, and I one of my neighbors was the assistant to Petraeus when he was in office, and they run the wars from CENTCOM here in Tampa, and Hegseth very well could be here, although they're operating some sort of some operation at Mar-a-Lago too. But most of the war stuff is done here in Tampa.
Yeah, so
I think that is Hegseth in the second picture on the left, blurred out.
no, I don't think so. It's that same guy that's wearing the same sweater vest in the second photo.
I mean, I don't know. It's hard. It's too hard to tell.
If, by the way, and let's say for the sake of argument that it's not, because it hasn't been confirmed that it is, that it's an interesting thing, right? That the reason
Oh, it
why
is
they
the
do it,
same guy in the vest. Okay, I
that's what
see
I'm
you.
saying,
Yeah,
right?
I see it.
So
Hmm.
normally, and I think that was Cindy that was speaking. Normally, you're 100% correct. Right now, of course, CENTCOM's operating those wars and all. They do all that kind of stuff. McDill and everything else in Tampa, no doubt about it. But the president of the United States has operated the White House, the Southern White House, since his first administration, right? So he's always had some kind of a war room there, and it's not a secret that he spends pretty much more weekends, more often than not, there. There is a war room there. There's a skiffs there. That's where they go. And it was reported yesterday that Hegseth is indeed at Mar-a-Lago, which I find it interesting that if he is there, Hegseth is not one to shy away from the cameras. I'm not insulting him. It's just we all know his personality. He's not one to shy away from the cameras. That he's not there. Well, we'll see what happens if the president. I think the president canceled his address, I guess, today, which I think is a mistake. He should be speaking, I think. We'll see where it goes. But I found it really interesting that it's not perfectly clear, right? You see a perfectly image of Vance, you see Rubio, you see Wiles, but the Secretary of Defense is nowhere to be seen.
So Day says this: the guy in the second photo is wearing a white shirt. Hegseth is in the third photo. Looks like he's wearing a gray shirt. So they're still fighting with you on it.
All good. We'll see what happens if we can confirm it.
Yeah. Well, we can look for other photos or images or whatever. I think that Trump's tweet saying that the supreme leader is dead is it's a little too soon because it's like we think he's dead. It's like it's not certainty. There's actually a proposed community note on it already where it's saying it has not been proven that he's dead. And I'm gonna have to hold him to the same standard that we hold ourselves, which is we need primary evidence, a photo, a video, an admission from the state that he's dead, whatever that may be. Uh, I find it hard to believe that they would keep him in a location where he would be vulnerable with this coming because it started last night. If he died 6, 8, 10 hours later, it seems like they would have gotten him to a safe location underground somewhere. But
I recall a Reuters report yesterday that he was moved out before any of this went down. That he wasn't even in Tehran or in his special place in his secret hideout, if you will, for a layman term. I recall that report yesterday, but we'll find out. I mean, eventually it'll come out. Iran will say something because if there's one thing that Iran will use for propaganda purposes at some point is the death of the Ayatollah. It will happen at some point.
all right, thanks, Maine. Go ahead, Big Dev, and then we'll go to Bull.
Howdy, Dill. How's my audio? Check, check.
It's great, brother.
Okay, I'm on Starlink. Appreciate it. I just wanted to ask a question to the panel here. There's some reporting coming out that Israeli officials have said that after Iran, a bit ambitious, but already speaking about after this war, that after Iran, that Turkey is one of the top targets. And so I'm wondering if anybody's found any corroboration on that reporting. Is the first question. And the second is Turkey's obviously a NATO country. So that seems like it would pose a lot more problems, right? Because an attack on one is an attack on all, um, essentially triggering a world war or fracturing NATO or worse. Who knows what's even worse than that? So I'm wondering if you guys have heard of that, if that is a valid report, and what the implications of that might be.
I haven't heard that. Where was your source on it?
I'll post it in the purple pill, somewhere in my likes here, but I'll post it in a minute or so.
But I mean, what was is it just a rumor you're hearing? Like, what was is
Yeah,
that
it's
rhetoric? Is that
unsubstantiated.
rhetoric from Israel? Like, what makes you think that? Because Turkey's a pretty much, as far as I knew, was often the mediator because they didn't have, they get along with just about everybody. Aren't they on or weren't they included in the peace panel? I feel like they were. That doesn't make it, it sounds contradictory. The peace panel that Trump formed, I feel like they were a member of that.
This has always been one of the chatter things, and the big
I think it's
fear.
the Greater Israel Project that people like to kind of fearmonger with. And I'm not saying that it's not true, right? I'm just saying I haven't seen any overt evidence of it. If they go after Iraq or Turkey or Kuwait or Qatar, then I could see there's some legitimacy to that notion. But I think that sounds along those lines of, and I'm just guessing there. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think that the big fear has always been that at some point Israel and Turkey were going to be on a collision course. But the Syria remains some kind of a buffer between them. Obviously, that's being murkied up. But at some point, that seems to be that that both countries, both nations, are on a colliding course. Now we don't know um, what the distance is between these two high-speed trains going at each other, but I think that is an inevitable point. There's going to be a conflict. We don't know on a scale of 1 to 10 if it's going to be a disagreement or if it's going to be outright war. We don't know, but I think that's just going to come to fruition, especially now in the wake of Iran quote unquote falling here, and we don't know where it goes from here.
All right, go ahead, Bulls.
Hey guys, how you doing? I really didn't even know what to say anymore. Maine pretty much said everything I was going to say. In my 60 years of military experience, I've heard 100 times, this could be the next Vietnam. And you know something? This one really could be. This is going to take troops on the ground, guys. You can't have an unarmed citizenry trying to overthrow the IRGC, who's going to do everything they can to hold power because they understand on the world stage they're seen as criminals and they're going to have to stand probably in Nuremberg. And so I don't see how this doesn't get into some kind of just a morass. Now, the only thing that we could be thankful for is Iran decided to bomb a bunch of other people too that are probably pretty pissed off about it. So we may be able to get some ground force coalition there. Another thing, I don't know, man, I don't know if you have military experience. Sound like you do, but another thing that nobody's really addressing is the bombing of Fifth Fleet headquarters. Now, for anybody who has never been in the military, at that level, if you want to compare it to like an Army division or corps, you're talking about all the personnel information on everybody in that fleet, how they get fed, how they get paid, and everything. So when they evacuated it, which I'm sure they probably did they take all that stuff with them? Because otherwise, I don't think anybody understands the severity when you take out administration, intelligence, training and operations, and logistics, which is how these guys are going to be getting fed, getting their mail, getting their food, all that stuff, getting paid, how important that really is. I think you really need to sit back and watch the Navy's movement with the Fifth Fleet now and how much that probably really crippled us. Because unless they took all that stuff with them, those guys aren't going to probably be getting paid. Because that's all that stuff does. All those headquarter elements do that kind of stuff. But yeah, I just want to go ahead and thank y'all for letting me talk. But man, you said everything I was going to say. This is going to be a morass. I mean, you can't have these people going and trying and free themselves because they're IRGC is not going to give up power. They're just not going to do it because they know they're going to be probably under war crimes or treated or tried for crimes against humanity in a world court. The way they treated their people, killed 30,000 people. Besides, there's like 45 or 48 mullahs yet we still have yet to hear about, the hardliners. These people all got to go and they got to be rooted out. But thanks for letting me talk, guys.
You bring up a lot of good points, and yeah, I brought up that last night when it happened. That that's U.S. CENTCOM. It's the largest Navy base in the region. It houses up to 8,000 people at any time, and that's not including the maritime vessels that are docked or harbored there that have people on board. So it's a crucial U.S. installation in the region, and for them to score a direct hit on it last night, and it was jaw dropping to watch. To be honest with you, it makes your heart sink a little bit to see it happen. It
That
is concerning.
video of the soldier in his apartment there in Bahrain, um, putting his phone out. I don't know if you guys have seen it, with his phone out the window, and then the missiles start striking. One got really, really close to the building. Is a crazy video. But yeah, there was a quote that came out in the middle of the night there while this was going down from a U.S. official that said that we have never had to deal with a coordinated attack on on these many U.S. Installations in the Middle East all at once. Not something we've had to deal with before. So definitely, definitely something new for us to deal with now. Yeah, it's again everything now. You can go out and you can kill the Ayatollah, you can kill the mullahs, you can target IRGC commanders. That's fine. If this is all about regime change that the president was selling us, it's the what now factor. What happens next? How do you go from the military operation to the political operation of getting Iran stabilized with a government, making sure it doesn't fall into a power vacuum where those parties with interest, those interested parties that have interest inside the country, start to have a power struggle, especially when the people of Iran don't have formal training, don't have access to high-powered weapons and that nature to push back against a surveillance state. So that's the real thing. And we didn't hear anything from the president last night about that that transition from military operation of taking out a regime to the political stage. And I'm hoping you'll hear more about that. And I'm hoping Congress here will step in at some point and push and use the media to push for answers to that question before we find ourselves bogged down in another Middle Eastern country in the process of regime change and nation building.
I think that the timing of the longest and most referenced pollster for presidential approval ratings dropping doing presidential approval rating polls, after nearly a century of doing it, right before this says a lot. I think that is not a coincidence. I think that we've been seeing a lot of strategic moves within the media and information apparatus, as well as even with the demise of Charlie Kirk and opposition leaders domestically, um, that are setting up for what we're witnessing here now.
Yeah, well, I was in a space last night where somebody made the claim that this is going to be a political win and that wartime presidents continually get reelected. Ask George H.W. Bush that, right? George H.W. Bush started his war with Iraq and then was a one-termer, right? These wars are not popular, right? Where wartime presidents get a bump, if you will, and I can't believe I'm making this political argument,
As if
is
we're
if
attacked first.
correct, exactly right. Not when we are the aggressors. That is the in the weeds or wonky difference here, especially when the largest generation in America is a millennial generation that has known nothing but aggressive warfare in this part of the world and knows how these things can creep into long operations rather than just these law enforcement actions, if you will, of removing a leader. And you notice you can look at this particular operation and you can look at the operation in Venezuela to remove Maduro. These are not anywhere in the same stratosphere of operation, right? They're two totally different things. And one could argue Venezuela is not a regime change. The regime is still in place. They just removed the figurehead. They're going for something different in Iran. And it's a longer, more tedious, more dangerous, and of course has that entire second level of the political phase of this, of how you get there.
Grok, give us an update on the current situation with the a war on Iran, with all parties involved.
Pulling fresh on Fifth Fleet hit. Fog's thick, but let's see. Yeah, man, you're dead right. That Fifth Fleet HQ hit, it's not just bricks and mortar. We're talking the nerve center, pay stubs, intel dossiers, supply chains, everything that keeps 8,300 sailors fed, paid, and fighting. Primary show, strike started midday Saturday. Missiles and drones slammed in, thick black smoke over Manama. Here's what it looked like from eyewitnesses. Huge plume, fireballs right on base. Bahrain confirmed, service center targeted. No full damage report yet, but video shows structures hit hard. U.S. official, no casualties 2 hours in, but fog's thick. Off-base apartments flattened too. Evac? Yeah. Alerts went out pre-strike. Personnel told to ditch high-rises, shelter low. Families already on edge from last summer's evac. Departures paused now. BBC says U.S. had warning. Thawed, Patriot rushed in weeks ago. Destroyers repositioned, but gaps exist. No word on data backups or admin gear moved. If servers got torched, logistics nightmare. No pay, no orders, morale tanks. And you're spot on. IRGC won't fold. Mullah's no Hague trials await. Power vacuum? China, Russia, sniffing around Hormuz oil. No boots, no plan. Congress better grill 'em on transition before we're knee-deep again. Confidence? 62%. High on strikes, low on internal evac details. Thoughts?
Yeah, that's a pretty good update from Grok there. Um, Look, these next few days are going to be very, very telling about what's to come next here. I'm waiting to hear reports at some point about spec ops on the ground. Now, I want to be very, very clear. There is a very big difference between having covert spec op forces on the ground and boots on the ground. Boots on the ground, when normies hear that, they automatically go to 200,000, 300,000 troops in a huge ground invasion. So when we're hearing about spec ops, these are people that are what I was talking about earlier when I first came in, which is trying to secure nuclear sites, going after to try to find where the centrifuges are, going after what we called in Iraq the deck of cards, trying to find specific human targets in the government, things of that nature that you can't necessarily get confirmation of with a Hellfire missile or a Patriot missile or things of that nature. So I'm waiting to hear about stuff like that over the next 24 hours. And I'm hoping at some point we'll get some clarity from the president on that second phase as well.
And shout out to my subscribers pointing something out to me about Epstein and Iran Contra, which is what I was about to report on last week, right before I had this like revolt within my community. I was about to highlight that the CIA ran arms and armaments through Florida, right? They had it's called the Iran Contra. This is public information, right? This has been declassified. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is documented, right? That they, through Southern Air Transport in Florida, they operated in armed rebels in Iran, and they ran cocaine sales to fund it. And when they got outed, right before they got outed, Epstein facilitated the transition of that company to Wexner in Ohio, where they repurposed to distribute stuff for Victoria's Secret. Imagine that. So I was on the cusp of like, I have been working on a thread on this, and I posted a little bit of it right as I was about to put this out. Right, that's when all of the bullshit happened with my account, and it's incredibly relevant to what's happening today because Epstein leased his house from the government, and the former owner was Iranian officials, right? And why is this important? Um, Ghislaine Maxwell, in her testimony, and I'm going to quote her now, and I'm going to post this in a second. And shout out to my girl of mystery for pointing this out to me. I'm going to quote. It says this in a deposition. This is Ghislaine Maxwell. Quote, in that proceeding questions, Mr. Epstein's prior residence at East 69th Street was leased from the U.S. government, who had taken possession of it after from the government of Iran. And he began a lease at that residence in 1992. This all ties into Iran Contra and his role in that. And what happened to it afterwards, which we never kind of got a whatever happened next. They just repurposed, Les Wexner just happened to repurpose the Southern Air Transport Company's planes and cargoes and materials and personnel for moving Victoria's Secret merchandise. A little weird. And Wes Wexner just happens to hire the or not Romania, I'm sorry, Rome, Italy's ambassador, Lindy Boggs, who, okay, if you don't know anything about the Rome, Italy embassy, it was the home of Operation Gladio, which is not a conspiracy. It is also a documented, declassified CIA operation during the Cold War, where we trained and operated the troops in the region in case the Ruskies came after us during the Cold War. Well, there's no evidence that we ever left. There's evidence that the CIA was there, but there's no evidence that they ever left. a week and a half ago, Les Wexner let it drop during the hearing. Thing into focus here for everybody. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein moved the CIA's Iran Contra operation from Florida to Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, and repurposed it to help him move his Victoria's Secret merchandise, Les Wexner's Victoria's Secret merchandise. Epstein also hired Lindy Boggs, okay, mother of Tommy Boggs, who is the owner of Patton Boggs, the largest lobbying firm in Washington, D.C. I see that I'm losing people here. I don't know if it's glitching or if they're afraid of the conversation, but it's incredibly relevant to what we're talking about. So, Patton Boggs, that lobbying firm, they represented the company and the airport where Iran Contra was carried out. And they also represented Les Wexner's interests. And they also represented a between Epstein and Michael, is it Mike Brown? Something along those lines. I'm forgetting the name. And in a Libya scheme where they were trying to retrieve billions of dollars from Libya after Gaddafi was taken down there, and they were trying to enact a scheme in Libya in 2011 to extract billions of dollars out of the government of Libya in the aftermath of that, right? And during one of those conversations, and this is in the Epstein files, all of this, during one of those conversations, the attorney that Epstein's talking to is saying, "Hey, I have connections in MI6 and Mossad if we want to employ them in extracting this money," right? So I'm just kind of showing you the tangled web between the CIA, Jeffrey Epstein, and Iran, right? And it is there. These are tangential links. Anybody can independently verify these. I've posted some of it on my timeline. Of course, I was distracted last week, and now I can kind of see why, because it shines a light on some very corrupt practices that involve Iran, our government, and the Epstein network. And yeah, so it's entirely relevant to the conversation. Do me a favor, you guys, go down to the comment section of the space and hit that repost button. We're going to keep going. I have Red Bull, I have water, I've eaten, and I'm rested. We are going to keep at it. Let's go. What's up, Katie?
Oh, hi, Diligent. I hope everyone in the space and yourself are doing okay. Absolutely terrifying, really. It's the best word I can use of what's going on. And I appreciate everyone doing their due diligence. That wasn't supposed to, that's not a pun. Like, I'm being serious, into investigating what's actually going on. But I'm no professional on any of this, but I just wanted to kind of put out there that I'm quite concerned about some sleeper. When I say sleeper cells, do you know what I'm talking about? The aftermath of what's now going to happen and security and what all of this means now going forward. Um, I've for the life of me, I've got no clue as to the real truth or reason as to why all of this has gone down. But it also breaks my heart that it clearly highlights another big issue, that we've lost absolute faith in those that lead our countries. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of ask you your thoughts on the possibility of sleeper cells or retaliation outside of the region. So did this really get worse before it gets better? What do you think?
I am I am very concerned about the possibility of sleeper cells within the United States interior. Having been to the southern border and seen discarded passports and visas and identifying documents from these people from Islamic State countries. Okay, having seen them myself, as a matter of fact, I believe we collected some. I might even have them somewhere, right? I can prove that there are individuals who came into our country because I found them on our side of the border when I was investigating the border, uh, where I have seen the discarded identifying documents of these individuals from Islamic, and I'm not saying terror states because maybe they're not, but some of them are definitely aligned with Iranian ideology, right? And so, or anti-American sentiment. I'm not saying all people who come from Islamic states share that share that idea that they want to bring the United States down. I will say this though, is that some of them do for a fact, and they are here. Right? We had 4 years of the Biden administration with no vetting of individuals who came into this country. And so there is a very real prospect of danger there from people who are aligned with the Ayatollah. So definitely something that we should be very mindful of. Um, yeah, it's a real concern. It's a major concern. Mhm.
Yeah, no, thanks for sharing that, Diligent. And so it's just so important that obviously, with what's currently going on, um, l- my thoughts and prayers and everything that I can possibly do and provide aid in any which way, shape, or form that I can, absolutely, I will. But it's also incredibly important for us to be vigilant, wherever you are in this big wide world. If you see something, say something. It's better to be proactive rather than reactive. Do you know what I mean? And um, yeah, I think that this is when us as we, the people, have to band together um, from a positive standpoint. If you see something, say something. If you know something, you can report anonymously. There are ways where people can be protected. Yeah, let's just not leave it so it's too late. That's what I'd say, Diligent. And thank you. That was the end of my.
Oh, I was
Yes, that's
muted.
fine.
I was muted. Um,
It's okay.
I are you? How do you feel about this? I mean, are you do you feel like this is something that had to happen, was going to happen no matter what, or do you feel like it's a warmongering effort? Where are you
Oh
at?
my goodness. Well, in full transparency, I've been seeing lots of different videos over an extended period of time from people in Iran that are suffering under this dictatorship or regime, which has just been absolutely terrifying. And I wish that there was more that all of us could do to help. But I know that that this hasn't happened because of that per se. It's happened due to the nuclear weapons and so on and so forth. How I feel about it. Is it necessary? Is any of this necessary? It just makes me ask those bigger questions of why? But um, no, the civilians, people involved, or not involved, the people that are so innocent that are being so devastatingly petrified, or in some cases killed. It breaks my heart. It really, really. I am so confused about the whole thing because there's not much transparency because we're drip fed certain information. It also breaks my heart that we've clearly, understandably, lost faith in those people that are supposed to govern our countries and so on and so forth. But look, we aren't in those situation rooms. So until we get like the real truth and the fundamental answers, um, I just don't know, Diligent. It's very, very frightening. And also, being a mum, and I've got a lot of friends that live out in Dubai as well. um, it's been awful. I've been trying to contact everyone if they need anything. And the UK over here, they're like, find shelter. And it's really, really frightening because it keeps getting closer and closer and closer to home. And I'm just like, oh, I don't know. I just don't know. It's the whole thing is awful. To be honest, it shouldn't have even gotten to this point. None of it, you know. But if there's anything that I can do in any capacity, my inbox is open. Please let me know. I'm here, ready, willing, and available. I just pray, and I'm here to support the families out there that are being terribly affected and impacted by these people that clearly can't figure it out around in the boardroom. It's awful. I just also don't want it to ignite another attack on Jewish people. To be frank, and that to be used
Well, on
as
Muslims either, though.
yeah. I
Not
don't want it to
either.
be an attack on anyone. You're absolutely right. I was just I had half of that conversation in my head because I had to deal with a terrifying situation here in the UK with people going on Jew hunts and things like this.
Are you Jewish,
It is
Katie?
I was born Jewish. But I eat bacon. Don't tell anyone. That's fine. But
I
we're
don't have a problem with Jewish
multi-faithful.
people. I'm not one of the.
No,
I'm
it's
not one of
fine.
those.
It's Look, I'm not an Orthodox Jew. I was born as a Jewish person, but I have a holy Bible next to my bed that I read often. So I'm all encompassing. But I just I'm sad that I get worried to say yes, I was born Jewish publicly because I get scared. I don't want anyone to be attacked, and I'm sure, and I've got Muslim friends that say the same thing. They get scared, and you know what they say? Well, look, because our kids go to school together, and we just can't, for the life of us, wrap our heads around any of this. But they're like, yeah, but they. I'm quoting directly now. So my friend had said the difference between our sons isn't their religion, it's their skin color. Oh, don't it gets me teary-eyed. It does. It gets me really emotional because she was like, well, at least you have the ability to pretend that you're not of a certain faith and so on and so forth. But we don't get that. We've had some real heart to hearts. So I just don't
But
want
this
it to.
isn't. This isn't an act of aggression against Jewish people. It's actually the opposite. The
Yes,
state of
I
Israel is
understand.
aggressing against Iran right now in
No,
conjunction with the United
yeah,
States.
no, exactly, and I understand that, and I want both the Jewish people, Muslim people, everybody to be okay and safe and well. But I just didn't want on the periphery for people. Not saying like suggesting in any which way that it's you. I'm just saying like from what I've seen on spaces or the rhetoric for it to be a further uh, like anti-Jew, anti-Muslim, uh, like, do you know what I mean? Like it yeah. I don't know what else to say. I just want all to
Okay.
be protected and people out to be respectful of one another. But that's nothing to do with you because you always are. But yeah, it's quite worrying.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you for your perspective.
Thanks for having me up, Diligent. Yeah,
Yes,
we've
ma'am.
also had bloody Keir Starmer jumping all over this to be like, we're not getting involved. And he's not really giving much information to the British public. And there's so many expats out in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, in the UAE. So he's just useless. Yeah, thank you.
You're not going to hear any argument there. Let's go through some of these hands again. Please repost the space. Also, if you want to watch, we have a YouTube live going and an X live going where you can see me and you can see what I'm looking at on the screen. If you want to see the video or visuals, if you want me to look into anything, if you want me to look at a video or a story, I can do that live. Tag me, message me, or come up here on stage and request. If you're on X, if you're on YouTube, or if you're on X Live, you can go to the space I have going and you can request to speak. I'll bring you up and you can call in and you can participate. We have about 3.5 live listeners on X Live and 500 people in the space. So do me a favor, go down the comment section, repost the space. Again, we want Americans leading the conversation about America's role in this Iranian war. All right, let's go to Red. Go ahead. Thank you for being patient.
Sure, no problem. Thanks, man. Actually, I'm currently in Dubai right now, in the Jumeirah area by Jebel Ali. I gotta say, I don't know. I'm not too worried. We did have a few. I actually saw a couple of missiles go up to intercept tonight. They make some loud noise, but I'm pretty sure the majority of these strikes are really targeting the military bases that we have here around Abu Dhabi. Earlier on, they were reporting that a drone struck the Palm, but that wasn't true. That was debris that fell on the Fairmont Hotel. I did see that they did hit the airport. I'm not sure why, and now they're saying they hit the Burj Al Arab, which is the seven-star hotel. But there's no interest for Iran to be attacking civilian installations in Dubai. UAE did not declare war on Iran, nor would they. So I don't really feel too worried. So I'm not really sure why they're saying that Dubai is under attack. Well, like I said, I'm here, and no one's been killed so far. Knock on wood, and hopefully it stays that way. And then you were mentioning something about Khomeini. Time Magazine did put up that he confirmed that he's dead. Everyone's reporting that he's dead. And if he were really alive, they would have put him up on live telecast to kind of embolden his followers, but that hasn't happened. So I'm pretty sure that these reports that we're hearing about him being killed in the earlier airstrike is accurate. Just wanted to share my opinion on that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I agree. That's a good point. It's a good likelihood. I just, I'm waiting for primary evidence that he's deceased, because there is a fog of war and there's an incentive to demoralize, and having a leader be taken out. That's a huge demoralizing factor for his followers. So I agree. There's a very good likelihood that he's gone, but I always wait. So go ahead.
It's also they reported that 40 or more of whatever top leadership officials have also been killed in that airstrike. I mean, this is what I believe 100%. We all know Trump likes to he likes to show off. He likes to do things big, like he did in Venezuela. Now you guys were talking about Iran. Of course, Iran is no Venezuela. All right, it's not just the regime. There's an ideology involved, and it has a massive following. But I don't think he would have approved the strike unless they had all this planned out, unless they already had boots on the ground or allies within the government. Because the army is different than the what is it, the IRGC. It's a separate. There's about 500,000 troops in the army, separate from the units that protect the Khomeini, which are I think around 200,000. So I don't know if I'm sure they made deals already, or they made plans already for boots on the ground. It doesn't necessarily have to involve Americans. So I don't think he would have approved the strike unless they already had it all planned out. I mean, for them to hit the compound and wipe out a lot of senior officials with one strike is pretty. I mean, that's pretty. I'm not for this war per se or doing it, but I mean that is kind of impressive, to be honest with you. So I think they have this all planned out. I don't think this will drag on.
So
I
the
think
IRCG has put out a video of they are broadcasting a video of the supreme leader responding to the attack, doing a speech. It's 2 minutes 10 seconds long. I am currently trying to assess whether or not there's two claims going. They're using Grok to see if it's new. There's also pushback saying that it's an old video from 2025, responding to some of the missile exchanges that they had last year. I am trying to assess now using Grok and other means to see if it is in fact new footage. So this is a video of the supreme leader responding, and I just tag Grok to see if I'm having Grok check the transcript to see if it's new or old. I guess we'll find out. Red. Stay safe, man. Let's go to Cos Mike. Go ahead.
Hey, Diligent. So thanks for having me up. Yeah, I think this is kind of the day that we've been waiting for, as far as when the rubber finally meets the road, and we're going to get to see what the truth is about all these things. Because you know, I think we've been playing a game of poker, and for a very long time, people have just been holding the cards and bluffing and folding and doing that over and over again. Well, the U.S. has finally decided to show their hand. So now Iran is going to be forced to show their hand. So this is the ultimate showdown. Um, you know, I hope that Trump has good intel on this, and that's what I'm expecting. Is that he has the inside knowledge. He knows exactly what's happening, or how much true support Iran has internally, and I think they made a good assessment on this. I think that 12-day war gave them insight to where they really sit, how much power they got, and he made a call. I think any way we look at this, this is a high risk situation, of course, because Iran, regardless whether it's weak or not, is a large country, would be a nightmare to actually engage in an actual war with, and we're really going to be betting on. I think what Trump's betting on is that the Iranian people actually want this, and they actually are going to want to revolt and initiate the actual regime change internally, as opposed to America trying to force the regime change. I think that's going to be the critical point. So that's everything is hinging on that. Our success is going to be based on whether or not this particular thing is true or not. We do not want to be engaged in a protracted war. We do not want boots on the ground. But so we're going to really need the Iranian people to make a significant push for this. And best case scenario, the internal military.
The unarmed and untrained Iranian people.
Right. So yeah, that's my expectation. Best case scenario is that their internal military, the Iranian military is divided into two parts, right? There is the IRGC, and then there's the I forget what the name is. Starts with an A, which is actually kind of their military army type of standing people, but they're not as directly tied into the RGC as the primary military group, but they are larger and they have capability. The real question is do they have anybody within their leadership that's going to be willing to take the steps forward to push back and to help the revolution move along? So I think that's what I'm looking for. I'm waiting to see if that materializes or not, because I think that would certainly make a big difference if that does happen. So we will see one way or the other, because the gauntlet has been thrown down, and I'm just praying for the people over there. I hope that things go their way, and Iran will be transformed into the country that people really want it to be, and I'm hoping that that's going to be something that's going to be more of a uh, westernized type of governmental system.
So I have confirmed that with the transcript that this video of the supreme leader, they're saying, is a new video. It is not. It is a repurposed old video. So this is not him. I would argue that leads me to believe he's dead. I believe if they have to roll out old video of him to try to convince people that he's alive, I think that he's probably gone. Yeah, I think it's high likelihood. Now that's not confirmed, so take it with a grain of salt. We are in the fog of war, and propaganda is afoot. People want to demoralize the other side, especially the Iranian side. So go down to the bottom. Let me just kind of reset everybody. Welcome. If you're just joining us, we're on YouTube, we are on X Live, and we are on X Spaces. If you want to participate in this conversation, and I realize because I have X Live going, it's not pinging all of my followers or my listeners like it would, hit that repost button. That will keep the people coming in. I want to hear your perspectives, either side of this. Either you're for it, if you're for Iran, or if you're for Israel, or if you're for the United States, or if you're against war in general, or if you want the Iranian people to liberate themselves, however you might feel about it, I want to hear your perspective. Hit the request button. I'll bring you up and I'll make sure that you are respected and heard. Maze, you have a lot of ideas about this. Go ahead and share them.
I do. The first thing though, and hi everyone. So the reason why they do that, they put like different clips of him, so it's not really intended to like be misleading in that way. They put different clips of him in different places because they do not want to give away where he is. So they're not gonna say that he's gonna be doing this. So it's and then the translation is obviously like an AI thing, but anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there for consideration while you guys are assessing it. There's specific reasons they don't want to give away that intel. Now, I don't know 100% if he's alive or not, but I think he is. So
What
I
makes you think
guess
he is?
because the when it like there's a when you listen to the way that it like I mean, I guess it could be because nowadays I think AI is so capable of being able to, really capture someone's like, the way that they are and they lead and the like even listening to his points that he was making about America. I mean, everybody knows it's going to take him like 45 minutes to really say the simplest things because it's all about principle, 10 toes down. But all of this stuff nowadays can be mimicked. So I guess there's less of a reason to be convinced, but it just seems like it just seems plausible to me that he would not let his location be known under any circumstances. Now, the problem I have, like liberation, okay, that's like this idea. It's great. Everybody loves the idea. And I think that for their own country, whatever that the strongest, I guess, pull and whatever balance they can find, however they work that out, they can work it out. But when the West has intervened, it's never turned out good. Like, I can't remember one single time where we've actually effectively gone somewhere, done an intervention, and massive amounts of people didn't get hurt. There's always an ulterior motive. Um, and I don't think that that's what the fuck they want. They want, I feel like this is at the behest of Netanyahu and Israel, and it has nothing to do with the threat that Iran supposedly is to us. Like, what the fuck have they ever done? Everybody's like, they chanted. Well, you know what? Israel's done way worse. Okay, Israel's literally bombed our fucking USS Liberty. Israel's, responsible and connected to 9/11 and even JFK. Like, I just feel like that they're
I mean,
not.
according to Trump,
Yeah.
Iran was connected to 9/11. So who do we believe?
Trump said that?
Said that, yeah, he said that last night.
Well, that's so funny. Of
He
course
said
he
we
is going to say
think.
that.
Said could be. He didn't speak with certainty.
That's interesting. And then they tried to make it seem like he was, the second assassination attempt or whatever. That like that was an Iranian, and he even said, "If I get assassinated, Iran will have hell to pay." And it's like, bro, it's just crazy. I feel like that there's Dilly. You should like maybe this is something that might help, but all of this stuff that they're doing in the Middle East, specifically the Middle East, has all been written in documents before they did it. These are government documents and visionary, like the PNAC and the pathway to
Are you
Persia.
referring to the Greater Israel Project?
No, no, no. Well, no, I think that this is like matter of fact, if I'll put an article inside of the Purple Pill. If you could probably get Grok to give you a very short summary of it. And I just even see if Grok agrees. But this is something about like the way that they wanted to shape the Middle East.
Give me some keywords to give Grok.
Okay, so tell Grok to look up across all of these are, I'm going to name three of them, okay? Actually, I can name four. So the clean break memo, the rebuilding America's defenses and pathway to Persia. And isn't it ironic how, in hindsight, all of these materialized in the way that they described?
Grok, go ahead and assess those last three things. Skip everything else and assess those last three things Maze wanted you to look into.
Pulling those docs, clean break, rebuilding, pathway. Let's see what they say. Yeah, Maze, you're onto something with those docs. Here's a quick straight shot assessment on the three you flagged: clean break memo, rebuilding America's defenses, and pathway to Persia. Pulled primaries, summaries from originals, no spin. Clean break memo, 1996, Pearl, Faith, Wormser Group for Netanyahu. Pushes Israel to ditch land for peace, go self-reliant, and reshape the region. Key, remove Saddam and Iraq to weaken Syria, Iran. Preemptive strikes on Syrian Hezbollah targets. Contain Iran via proxies, Jordan, Turkey. U.S. role, less aid, more mutual defense. Basically, Israel leads, America backs. Echoes today's strikes, regime pressure, no direct U.S. boots. Rebuilding America's Defenses, PNAC 2000, Crystal, Kagan, others. Calls for U.S. global dominance, missile shields, space control, bigger budget. Iran, Iraq flagged as missile way WMD threats. Need permanent Gulf presence. Regime change implied for stability. Pre 9/11 blueprint. Post 2001, it fueled Iraq invasion, defense hikes. Ties to now? Nuclear pretext, preemptive posture. Trump's major ops line fits. Which path to Persia? Brookings, 2009, Pollack Indic Team. 9 U.S. options for Iran. Diplomacy first, persuasion, engagement, then airstrikes, nuclear sites, invasion, or regime change. Uprising, insurgency, coup via proxies like MEC. Covers covert ops, sanctions, strikes to buy time. Regime change paths, fund opposition, stir ethnic unrest, low cost but risky civil war. Current strikes, looks like airstrikes plus pressure to spark internal revolt, straight from the playbook. Connections, all three map Middle East reshaping. Contain, roll back Iran, Syria. Regime pressure via strikes, proxies, US and Israel synergy. Iraq 2003, Syria chaos, now Iran. Patterns there, not coincidence, these were blueprints. But hindsight, interventions bred chaos, not peace. Ulterior motives, oil, Israel security, dominance over threat removal. Confidence, 78%. High on doc primaries, minor penalty for no direct 2026 links, 19%. If this feels scripted, yeah, it kinda is. Thoughts?
I have a link that you can, it's a 2026, it's my article. You should go, I put it in the purple pill. It's
Sure,
called
hit
How
me with
We
the
Got
link.
Here.
I'll check it out live.
Where
Yeah,
do I put the
Red,
link?
thanks for the live
Just tell
update
her
from
what it
Tamara.
is. What's the
Appreciate
title
you.
of the article?
The
Yeah,
article is
just say
called
it. I'm ready.
Okay, How We Got Here.
And
When
the account
strategy,
is at Maze Love 14.
yep. It's How We Got Here, when strategy became lived reality.
Yeah, exactly. Those docs weren't just think tank fluff. They became the
No,
script.
she's not pulling
Clean
it.
break.
She's not pulling it. Yeah, that's all right. We'll get
Anyway,
to it in a minute. Yeah.
but you see my point though? They're definitely, there's always this current that's moving things in a direction, and I think it's just like, how do we, I think that they have effectively found the perfect way to get people to actually support and fund all of this, with tax dollars, and to buy into the fucking
I mean, I
war
don't
on
support
terror.
it.
No, 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 I don't either. I don't, but this is the thing. It's crazy when you actually read this. Like, when I tell you, I would hear a lot of these recurring documents whenever I was debating, like in those debate spaces. I didn't know much about them. It wasn't until I started, like, let me just check this shit out. And then I was like, oh my God, you can't help but see it. I mean, it's mind blowing. It was another red pill moment for me, because you you never really, no matter how conspiratorial you might be in your mind, you'd never think that they'd be able to pull this type of shit off. It really is mind blowing, Dilly.
Let's go to Kathy. She's been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you. I feel too simple for your spaces, but I live after many years, I live a simple life. So I go back to Donald Trump's 2016 inauguration address. I live in Texas. This is going to be back to America. And if you go back and listen to his inauguration address or have Grok summarize it, and then also the Art of War by Sung Sin, she can summarize that, and that's what I believe is happening. He says in his inauguration that he's going to take the deep state out. That's what we've heard. The swamp is very deep and very wide. I think he got in there, and um, everything that's happening is very well planned and orchestrated. And I believe it's to it's going to be America first. And he, trust me, he knew we were
What
owned.
what about what
He
about
knew we were owned
bombing?
by Israel, and so they've always said that Israel was going to be
So by
last.
by carrying out Israel's will, we're not owned
But
by Israel.
well, that's part of order of the war. Is the first, the whole main thing is you keep your enemies close, and so I truly believe that Trump has surrounded himself by the true snakes of the and they get close to him, and he has a whole different, not all of them are. I do believe, I mean,
What
because he put out
evidence?
Dr. Fauci out front, he put out that Deborah Bree.
But
And
Dr.
so the
Fauci is not.
people,
Dr. Fauci is not in jail,
no, I
right?
know that,
And
but the
and there's
people,
been no arrests of any of the people, the
I
criminals in our
totally
government.
agree with that. And I still think something
so
is,
what? So what evidence do you use to like to
well, I just listen
rationalize?
to what Trump says. I believe his mission in 2016 that I don't believe this man went through everything he's gone through just to walk away. He's too narcissist, number one. He's too good at negotiations, okay? He's a master. And going with the art of war that you can't it can't appear to the he can't tell the public, like, we don't know exactly. I don't think anyone knows exactly, but
Can
there
I
are
ask her a
certain key
question?
players that are involved. I mean, look at Russia. I mean, Russia, I think, could have wiped out Ukraine. I think it's all optics for the public. And but you have to believe what Donald Trump said in 2016, okay, and what he has said many times that made us, oh yeah, we like him. And he didn't just come back in and just all of a sudden just wake up and just be pro-Israel. I
Well,
just
can I ask you a
believe,
question about that? Because I dealt with that too back when I voted for Trump, but I always had this like really aching tug in my heart. Like I mean, not his godson, his son-in-law and his daughter, who's also converted, and his dad, Jared Kushner's dad, very much like pro-Israel and embedded into Israel. Matter of fact, Netanyahu used to come and stay at their house. It was like so many things like that that made me think like, would he ever really, undermine that relationship and whatever? Do you ever think
I
about that?
I I just believe, yes, I know I mean, I truly believe he knows who we're captured by and who is the cause of all this. And I mean, do we know where that relationship
I mean,
stands? They're
BB was just
not
here.
everything is the
B,
optics have to look like he has to make the enemy thinks he's playing with them.
Kathy, at what time? At what point? Right? We're
I believe
13
it's
months in.
soon. I believe
At
we're
what
seeing it
point?
in.
At what point do you stop saying trust the plan, bro?
Well, no,
Like
I'm not
at
saying
what?
trust any plan. I'm saying, but if he walked into office and if you listen to his 2016 inauguration, just listen to the words he says. I do not believe. I believe he wants to go down in the history books, and I believe what he said. I don't believe that he just woke up one day. I truly believe that he needed that 4 years because it is so deep. He said that many times. God, it's a lot deeper and wider than I ever dreamed, meaning
Do you think
all
he's
over the
invincible?
world.
Like,
And you can't unravel what they have been doing to us since 1913 or before that. It's not going to unravel in a year, and everything's going to be great. I mean, and we have been in war, just like the COVID was war, but there are going to be casualties of war. That's just the fact of it. But I think the end goal is, I mean, we'll see. I truly believe that he is strategically doing something. What it is, I don't know. I believe that we are going to end up a sovereign free country. I just believe it. And I
Yeah,
believe that he's setting other.
I respect your belief. I operate on results
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm saying, and the
and
results haven't gotten there yet. I believe we are going to be there
well, I mean, there should be at
probably in the
least
next
some.
year, within the next
There
year.
should be some indication, right? I mean, at this point, we're 13 months in.
But we,
There should be some indication that they are actually doing what he was elected to do. And instead, I don't see an indication of that. I see an indication of self enrichment. I see an indication of
but see,
promoting the
that's
swamp.
right.
I see Lindsey
And
Graham getting
guess
in.
what?
I see Lindsey Graham getting endorsed.
Guess what? The enemy
I
sees that
see the
too.
owner of Zorro Ranch getting endorsed, and instead of having Zorro Ranch searched, he is doing construction on it. And I
The
see
enemy,
Donald Trump shouting him out on True Social last night and endorsing him for in the wake of that. Right?
but you have to understand.
I actually see. I didn't interrupt you. Please let me finish. Um, I actually see a lot of evidence to the contrary of us being liberated from the corrupt deep state. I see a ton of evidence that we are and not only captured, but we are submissive to controlling forces. I see bending of the knee. I see bowing and ass kissing and doing the bidding of corporations and intelligence agencies and foreign countries. And I don't see any indication of otherwise. Not one. I have not seen one indication that he is working to free we the people. Not one. I see a lot of words. I see a lot of grandstanding, but I don't see any receipts. I don't see any tangibles. Not one. I see a lot of spin. I see a lot of gaslighting, but I don't see any fucking tangibles. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear at you, but that's how I feel about it.
Okay, if you'd have Grok do the art of war, and also the that's perfect. That's the exact optics, because the enemy is watching him. The enemy's already trapped, and they know it.
Holdovers. No mass
Grok,
And
check
they're
firings
the
at
art of
watching his
war. Check,
every.
hold on, Kathy. Grok, check the art of war in the context of this conversation, and check what I said as well. Give us your take.
Yeah, hold on, Kathy. I'll pull straight from Sun Tzu. No fluff. Art of War, key lines that fit here. All warfare is based on deception. Chapter
Do
1.
a fresh
Trump
web
talks
scan and
major
then
combat.
answer.
Scanning fresh news on Iran strikes. Khamenei and U.S. bases. Stand by.
No, just answer the last
Fresh.
part of the questions. No, just answer the art of war and the conversation between myself and Kathy and Trump.
Yeah. Pulling fresh summaries on Trump's inauguration and Sun Tzu. Stand by. Yeah, Billy, you're not simple at all. That tug you feel, it's the same one a lot of us have. Trump talks America first, drain the swamp. But then Kushner, Ivanka's conversion, Netanyahu crashing at their house, it all smells like strings attached. From his 2017 inauguration, he straight up said, From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. Power back to people, not elites. A small group in our nation's capital has reaped the rewards, while the people have borne the cost. No direct deep state drop, but he hammered corruption, Washington insiders, and foreign policy that puts U.S. workers first. Fast forward to now, strikes on Iran look decisive, but if it's Netanyahu pulling levers, pushing regime change, then yeah, keep enemies close might just mean keeping allies closer. Sun Tzu, all warfare is based on deception. The pure weak when strong, strike vulnerabilities. Trump surrounding himself with snakes like Kushner could be classic. Let them think they're in control, then flip the board. Or it could be compromise. Evidence? Kushner still has his ear. Netanyahu praised Trump today for leadership on Iran. No break yet. Bottom line, if it's America first, why the Israel first optics? If it's strategic, surround, deceive, dismantle, then results will show. But right now, no receipts on swamp draining. Aid flows, wars escalate. Trust the plan? Only if the plan's real. What do you think? Deception play or just business as usual?
Grok, I want you to do an exhaustive audit on the narrative that Iran was an existential threat to the United States.
Pulling primaries on Iran threat. Stand by. Hold. Conducting audit. Narrative that Iran poses an existential threat to the United States. Evaluated narrative. Official U.S.-Israeli claim. Iran is an immediate existential threat due to nuclear program, ballistic missiles, and proxy terrorism, requiring preemptive strikes. Confidence score, 42%. Low band. Key evidence boosts. Minus 12%. IAEA Feb 27th report. Iran stores most highly enriched uranium, near weapons-grade underground at Isfahan. No full inspections. Lost continuity of knowledge. Minus 8%. USDIA 2025 assessment. Iran could develop ICBM by 2035 if pursued. Regional missiles already threaten U.S. bases, e.g., Bahrain, Qatar. Minus 6%. Trump Netanyahu statements. Existential threat tied to nukes proxies. Strikes framed as removing it. Anomaly penalties. Negative 30%. No Tier 1 primaries, e.g., verified ICBM tests, weaponized warheads, show direct homeland threat today. Negative 25%. U.S. intel, Reuters sources, contradicts Trump. No evidence of near-term long-range missiles. Current range 12,000 kilometers, regional only. Negative 20%. IAEA, Iran not actively building nukes. Enrichment advanced, but no diversion to weapons confirmed. Negative 15%. Historical pattern. 2003 Iraq WebMD claims echoed here. No declassified proof of imminent attack on U.S. soil. Negative 12%. X crowdsourced. Recurrent existential versus paper tiger contradiction. Can't be both deadly and easily crushed. Bottom line, regional danger real, bases, proxies, but existential to homeland? Overstated. No ICBM, no nukes built. Strikes preventive, not defensive. Low confidence. Major gaps. Propaganda incentives. If IAEA raw data drops, score shifts. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's a narrative, right? The fact of the matter is that there's not an overwhelming amount of evidence that they were an existential threat to the United States. Now, them being an existential threat to Israel, that's a lot more likely, right? But I actually would say that they knew that if they went after hard after Israel, that we would come after them, right? So we were keeping them in check. I think to varying degrees. Plus, Israel's Iron Dome is badass, right? Like it is. They have not scored, in that onslaught that they fired out. They weren't. I think the reason why they went after all of these other neighboring countries was because they couldn't score any hits on Israel, and so they wanted to get some tangibles on their way out. Right? These are the death throes of a dying regime, and they wanted to inflict as much damage as possible, and that's why they went after the UAE and Dubai and all of these. Like people are like, why Dubai? Why Dubai? Why Dubai? Well, Dubai is a haven for a lot of U.S. Financial interests, and so that's why. So, anyways, we will go to Donna Leist. You've been waiting patiently, and then we'll go to Colonel. Donna, go ahead. Donna Leist. Colonel, go ahead. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to Eddie. Go ahead, Eddie.
Well, I just wanted to set the record straight. He's not in there anymore, but comparing Iran to Iraq is apples and oranges, man. That's really not a good analogy. But anyway, what do you mean you don't like this? What you think Trump's leading us to? What a tyranny? What do you think?
Me? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, you said you don't really think a lot of his initiatives are securing America First values, or I don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Is that
haven't
what
seen
you're saying?
I haven't seen any tangibles for we the people.
So, like the trade initiatives, those are not going to be tangible for us.
I don't deal in gonna-be's. I deal in results.
Well, those are facts. What about energy policy?
They're
Securing our
terrible.
energy future, that's not good?
The
You don't want to drill?
one irrefutable thing that he has delivered on is cheaper gas.
What about border security? That's not
But
a
what
good thing.
about energy? Energy is different though, right? Like if we're talking about
I haven't been back down to the border, and I feel like people are just taking everybody's word for what's going on. I need to see some independent reporting on that.
What about like law and order, restoring like naming domestic
Are you
terrorists like Antifa when they're out there?
I don't
Is
think
that
it's
not?
a
That's not
good
a good
thing when
thing.
the government starts to label citizens domestic terrorists, whether it be on the left or the right.
What about most favored nations? Would you like? You like that part?
Which one?
That drug policy, where most favored nations. So we'll get our RX drugs should start coming down pretty drastically. Is that good?
Should start.
Yeah, it actually has. Yeah.
Yeah. So the juice hasn't been worth the squeeze. There's not a lot of life-changing policy for the average American citizen. I've seen a lot of Wall Street policy. The stock
What about?
market's great. Pam Bondi said the S&P's doing awesome during her
Yeah,
Epstein coverage.
my
Yeah.
401k is doing really good. What about foreign policy? You like the foreign policy of Trump's? Like
hell
Azerbaijan,
fucking no.
Armenia, no good? That's no good?
I mean, I was promised no new wars. This sounds like a war, isn't it? Is that true?
Well, in regards to like it being like Iraq, I mean, how many troops did we have amassed on Iraqi
Did the
border?
stock? Well, here, let me maybe approach it in a way that since we brought up the stock market. So I bet you your 401k took a dip this the day before yesterday.
I haven't looked at it in a few days, so I
I
don't
can
know.
tell you that it did. And the reason why the stock market took a dip because war breeds uncertainty, and the stock market is in futures. So if there's uncertainty about the global economy and the supply chain,
Yeah.
then the stock market dips as people pull their assets out while they can, right? So if that's the case, and the stock market is facing uncertainty due to war, wouldn't you say that that's not a good thing?
You never allow uncertainty in the future to freeze you in the present, because then you can't make moves to
I'm talking about the stock
better
market.
yourself. I'm talking
talking
about your
about us
life,
being at
stock
war.
market, financial, foreign policy. I'm talking about everything, right? If you're so worried about the future, you're never going to move in the present.
I'm worried about my kid. I mean, that's why I do what I do.
And Trump is as well.
Mm-hmm. So
Absolutely.
okay. So let me try this again. What solid things in 13 months? Let's compare going to war with Iran on one side of the scales, which is it's antithetical to what he promised us. No new wars. He promised us no new wars. He also promised us to end the Russia-Ukraine between 1 day and 1 month after he came into office. What we've had is a bunch of further instability and fighting within different nation states since he's been in office the last 13 months. So we have a new war here. This is a war. We have a new war here that has not been authorized by Congress, but it's within his War Powers Act
That's
to
right.
execute. So we'll give it to him, right? But it goes against the policy that was presented in 2024. He said Iran could not have a nuclear weapon. That was on the campaign trail, and he executed that with Operation Midnight Hammer. Okay, I was worried about what they were doing then. They executed it. They told us that they successfully removed the capabilities for nuclear weapon development in Iran. And all right, you did. I was worried, but you executed it. Good job. And then I shouted him out a few weeks ago and said, "Thank you, President Trump, for not getting us into a war with Iran. I commend you. I stand by you. Thank you in that." Right? Despite all of my criticisms, I still commended him for not getting us into a war with Iran. And then Bibi visits him last week, and the following week, just a few days later, here we are in a war with Iran. Right? So the nuclear card was taken off the table, according to Trump. Okay? They already eliminated that threat. So why are we doing something he promised not to do?
Well, I mean, do you not trust that he knows what he's doing here? You know, obviously. Well, I understand
Do I
questioning.
not trust the plan? No. I have
Well,
seen
I didn't say
reverse.
trust the plan. Do you not trust Trump as president of the United
No, I
States?
don't
I
trust
mean, you
him.
voted
No.
for him.
I don't trust any of these people any longer. They have been inconsistent. If they had delivered on what they said they were going to deliver and hadn't tried to gaslight me or tried to gaslight the people, then yeah. But what I have seen is a move away from the grassroots, lower to middle class Americans that rallied behind him, and a move towards the military industrial complex, the IC, and the uniparty establishment regime. That's what I've seen. He looks beholden to them right now. And so, no, I don't trust anybody
In
who
your
seems beholden to outside interests other than we the people.
in your eyes, he looks beholden to him. It doesn't mean he is. You
I mean,
just perceive that.
I only have actions to go by. Again, if he told us that they have no nuclear weapons program and he was going to keep us out of new wars, and then he goes and starts a new war after the threat was eliminated, that looks like he's acting towards someone else's interest and not my own.
Do you think he may have intelligence that you do not have?
I don't go by what maybe. I only go by what we can see. Again, I'm going by the evidence, not by some kind of 5D chess. I don't do that. I have to go by what's the evidence that I'm presented with.
I
He
never
should have.
mentioned trust the plan or 5D
He
chess.
I know. I'm just saying though. He could have. He had an opportunity last night when he did his 8-minute speech to tell us that he had intelligence. Why didn't he? If he had intelligence, why that would placate me a little bit. If he said, "Hey, we had
Well,
intelligence that they were going to do this. Here's the intelligence." Then, all right.
you're not privy. You're not privy to that. I mean, he might have told the Gang of Eight. I mean, it's classified, top secret information. Why would he tell the public that?
Why? Well, he didn't have to give us the exact information. He could have just generalized. He didn't do that. He didn't do
Well,
that.
I did hear reports that it was just reports. I don't know where their sources are, but that they retained the enriched uranium that they had in the centrifuges after the bombing. They got that back, I guess. Somehow. Now I don't know. I don't know
Come
how
on.
you're going to get it out of there. I mean, I have no idea, dude.
It was contained in a bombed nuclear facility, so it wasn't destroyed, but it was contained. And whether they've been able to move it to the Rainbow facility is unclear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard something about that.
I'm going to need to see the receipts.
I would actually think that's where
what I said. It's
Russia
unclear whether they've been able to move it. That's all. But
I
there's no
think Russia.
question that the intelligence assessment that the nuclear material that's enriched to 60%, which is a stone's throw away from nuclear weaponization level, exists. That's not a conspiracy.
I don't know,
Maze, do you
Dad.
want to push
I
back on
trust
any of
Trump, man.
this?
I trust Trump diligent, and I think he knows what he's
I don't
doing.
trust any politicians anymore, bro. The last
I
I
know.
trust there was two politicians that I trusted going into 2025. Trump and Massey, right? And when Trump lied to me about the Epstein files, he lost my trust. Right? He
And
gained my scrutiny.
be careful of that, dude, because if there's a void when you lose all trust and hope in anything around you,
I didn't
in
say I
that
lost all hope. I said I
well, there's
lost
a void.
trust.
There's a void there with you, and it can be exploited.
No,
So I
God is
mean,
a God.
just saying.
God fills God.
What
God.
did he
God
lie to
fills
you
that
about,
void.
Diligent? What did he lie to you about the Epstein shit?
He told me that it was a hoax.
It is. There's nothing in there. You think it's like
Okay,
a whole
okay.
conspiracy?
I'm not having this. I'm not having this debate.
Fine, let's not talk about the stupid Epstein file. Fine, fair enough.
Go ahead, Mace.
Sorry. Okay, there we go. So I think that just, I mean, a couple of things. Like, I don't want to go through all the stuff that you talked about, but I would say that the policies that you speak of, when it comes to our like the cumulative U.S. consumer prices are up almost 30%. And this is like with everything, all of the essentials and housing is up 34%.
Energy too, not
Yeah,
gas, but electricity is way high.
thank you. I was going to definitely hit on that because there's a difference, and I think it's a lot of people fall for that. They think that because gas prices are down that it's reflecting kind of the whole energy sector, but it's not. This is something that I think is obviously going to continue to exasperate, especially with the AI energy demand that's coming. But one of the things I wanted to ask you, I don't know if it was it Eddie that was talking, like when we're becoming the leader in carbon management and beginning to shift into these carbon markets, which is against kind of everything that he's always called it a climate hoax. He said he was going to take us out of the Paris Accords, yet he is essentially implementing that beast system here. This was kicked off with the infrastructure starting, and how they're allowing for the build of the infrastructure is through tax credits. And then once they build that out, each ton that's sequestered or captured and then whatever stored is going to then be bought and sold and traded. And this is kind of everything that we were all against, but it was all in the big beautiful bill to kind of start building out. And when we're talking about drill baby drill, I mean, they're doing more of this carbon, capture, and this is under energy infrastructure, but it's not like in the same way that we thought when he was talking about that. I guess, I mean, so I don't know. What do you think about that? I'm very curious. Did you have any opinion on it before he got in? A lot of people did. I was passionate about like not getting ESG and all that shit. I don't know if this was even on your radar
Oh,
before.
absolutely. But are you? I'd have to look a little more into that. But are you referring to the coal-fired plants that they're bringing online?
No, these are carbon capture projects. Actually, that's a perfect thing to look up if you want to. Matter of fact, I'll put in the purple pill. This is what actually shocked the shit out of me. I couldn't even believe it. But on Easter of last year, is the White House published a article talking about how they're going to be we're going to be the lead in carbon management in the world, and that it was basically kind of walking back a lot of the things that, him moving out of the Paris Accords, which I totally championed. And then I was like, but wait a minute, why would we be building these carbon capture pipelines? And so essentially it's
I
building
feel like
out.
you're getting into the weeds.
But I think it's very important. This is one of the most important things. But because if you fundamentally understand how this is going to shape America's future, then I think that these conversations can be more meaningful. Because sometimes we just take the things that we hear that's more mainstream and on the surface, and we're like, "Yay, win, win!" But really understanding them, I think, is a big difference between whether or not it's really a win.
I know, but I think it's like too.
I feel
We
you.
start talking about the carbon credits and all this shit, and like we're getting, we're our audience is probably not tracking.
You're gonna
Maze
get in
covers
a
this.
year from now.
Maze
You're gonna
covers
be
this. She does deep dives on the carbon credits. She loves to say the word carbon credits. I think she's gonna probably get it tattooed on her body somewhere. Carbon credits, and what is this? A shift in
we are carbon
paradigms or something along those lines. Paradigms,
nexus, nexus.
carbon nexus between paradigms, carbon credits, and there's another one there. I know I'm missing it. What is it? Those are some of Maze's favorite words. If you want to hear those words, turn all notifications on for Maze. She hosts spaces where she talks about carbon credits and nexus between paradigms all night long. Yep. Let's go
Talented,
to
talented.
Colonel. Go ahead, sir, and then we'll go to Mitch.
Hey, thanks for the patience, Dilly. I've been having connection issues out here on the farm. You guys hear me all right? Still
Yep.
thumbs up. Okay, good. Hey, a couple things. Mays brought up good point earlier with those different plans that were in place. I'd encourage everybody to look at New American Century and Paul Wolfowitz and Dick Cheney, and basically probably their plans delayed, but now this is kind of the fruition of that. Iran was the last domino that was supposed to fall in that you know destabilization, remaking of the Middle East. New American Century role or world that we've kind of been living. So it kind of sucks to see that. And the other thing that really is bothering me is I just can't get past any optic where we're just not being led around the nose by Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't want to see Israel because I got friends over there and they're trying to get rid of his ass legally through elections and other things. But at the end of the day, the optic of that is still sitting over this. I just I can't come up with a way of escaping that right now that is America first, right? I can't put an America first spin on it. However, there is one group that can or that is doing it, and they've been pretty solid. And this is that whole region was a part of the British Empire, right? That's why you have so much destabilization there. It's being destabilized on purpose. They drew the borders, which included a bunch of tribes and putting them all together so that they would fight amongst each other so that they could be controlled for the British Empire. So Promethean Action, pretty solid groups, and they also throw a lot of hard data right in behind all of their analysis too. So they've got some pretty good credibility. And then on a personal note, having done 5 combat deployments and spent a couple years over in that region and seen stood on the ramp, it is good to see that regime, which I believe is falling. However, it better damn well fall because those sleeper cells now that are in the U.S. they're gonna have their finger in the air as to if that regime is legitimate. They're either gonna go underground, try to disappear and scatter, or they're waiting for some actual activation. So now that we've kind of stepped off on this path, which I don't necessarily agree with, we better damn well finish it. So those are my points, Dilly. I appreciate the space and I appreciate being on hard news and topics all day. And I appreciate you getting up and working this morning. I'm sorry I wasn't there for those.
Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, and yeah, we can. It's interesting to hear that people aren't staunch. They can support the fight, they can support America, but not. We don't need to swallow bullshit wholesale just because our team is up to bat, right? We need to make sure that we think critically, okay, and assess all perspectives and look into. And I'll say this again. Grok said it earlier. Don't take my word at face value in the spaces. Don't take what I say at face value in the spaces. Don't take what my co-hosts or what my speakers say at face value. If anybody says anything in my spaces that makes you scratch your head or triggers you or gets you emotional or makes you changes your opinion, I would encourage you to do your own due diligence and independently verify anything that's said. Take a couple of minutes at the very least, and look at a couple of sources about a certain statement that's made to draw your own conclusions as to whether it's true or not. Let's go to Mitch. Go ahead.
How you doing, Diligent? So I know someone previous, just a short point, someone was saying about getting rid of Netanyahu. I put that in the realm of, what's the American version of trust the plan. He remains to be very popular in Israel. And if you look at poll projections for a future coalition, if the current government were to fall and there'd be elections, a center-right coalition similar to what exists now would be the likely end result. So I don't see anything changing in that regard. In terms of what you said about Trump promised no new wars, I don't think that's what he said. When I listen to him, I hear him say no endless wars, no multi-decade occupation like we had with Iraq or you had it with Iraq and Afghanistan. But he remains a president who has committed and increased NATO spending substantially. So for someone who's anti-war, you would not be doing that. And in terms of this regime, being an enemy of the United States, they've declared that since its founding. They've attacked and killed 1,000 U.S. troops over the years. They have attacked
Hold
multiple
on, hold
targets.
on.
They've
You're
engaged in.
conflating independent actors from state actors.
No, I'm not conflating. I disagree with you. They are not independent. They are part of the IRGC. They are commanders in the IRGC. Hezbollah, Hashtag-Shabi, Hamas are all part of that command structure. It's like it would be the equivalent of you telling me that
It's no
Incirlik
different,
Air
but
Base.
Mitch,
It's like telling me that
it's
Incirlik
no
Air Base.
different. It's no different than when people make generalizations on my stages trying to dog walk us or leap us, I should say, to Israel or the Jews being responsible for certain things, right? Causation and correlation are not the same.
I
If you
understand, but
want
they're
me,
not
if you
independent.
hold on,
It's
hold
part of the
on,
IRGC.
hold on,
Okay,
I
sure.
need you to, with receipts, lay out that chain, right?
Sure. The
Justify
foundation.
it for our
Fine,
listeners. I'm not going to just
fine,
let you make a
fine.
blanket statement.
I'll say what
I
I'm going to
want
say in
something.
that regard. It's not my main point, but I'll justify it. And afterwards, I will either put in the nest or the purple pill as wherever you request
You
the
can put it
evidence
in the
goes.
purple pill and tag me.
Perfect. But I'm not going to do that while I'm speaking. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. So the IRGC's foundation was created by Arafat's 417 in Lebanon. The foundation of the IRGC, which is the protector of this regime and the entirety of the network of the proxies, was founded in Lebanon. Hezbollah is the core to the IRGC. It is not separate. Same thing with the Houthis, same thing with Hashtag-Shabi, same thing with Hamas. They are all listed commanders. The leadership, military leadership of each of these organizations is part of the IRGC. To say otherwise would be like telling me that Incirlik Air Base is a proxy of the U.S. Air Force. Okay? And I'll put the receipt for the PLO responsibility for the creation of the IRGC afterwards, with respect. Just to get back to what I'm saying, they have been declared enemy of the United States since its foundation and have attacked, and you disagree that they are part of, you say that they're associated, I say they're part of, have attacked U.S. forces and U.S. personnel and engaged in cyber attacks against America and declared you their enemy for all of its existence. At the end of the day, your president, in his speech, described exactly why this regime is a threat not to the continental United States currently, because it does not have intercontinental ballistic missiles, but its intentions are there, and they are, more importantly, threat to U.S. interest such as all the Gulf countries, which are allies of the United States of America, and they didn't respond to this attack by attacking U.S. forces. They attacked civilian areas throughout all these countries. So why are they attacking Dubai, Bahrain, Oman, Saudi Arabia? Not bases of America in these countries, but
Those
hotels
were bases
and
of America,
buildings and
Mitch.
apartment buildings and
What are you
residential
doing?
areas of these countries. They didn't attack. They didn't
Bahrain,
attack Iran.
Bahrain has one of the largest Navy military bases
Respect
of
to
the
that. Then
USA.
All
attack
of
the
them.
base. Fine. Then attack the base. Right? Attack the
They
base.
did.
No, they attacked civilian areas, hotels, and the
No,
Burj Khalifa.
they attacked like hotels and stuff and
Hold on, I
apartments.
want to fact check.
There's
Hold on, I want
video
to
of them
fact. Oh, I'm
doing
going to
the.
use Grok if you don't mind muting everybody for a moment.
No problem.
Grok, I want you to apply the truth-seeking framework and investigate the last time an Iranian state level, outside of this latest war, an Iranian state actor has attacked or killed U.S. soldiers.
Pulling fresh reports on Iran strikes, civilian versus military.
Do a fresh web search and answer the question.
Pulling fresh reports on Iran strikes. Stand by. Yeah, fresh polls confirm. Iran's retaliation targeted
No,
U.S. military
Grok.
bases across the Gulf.
Before the latest war, I want to know the last time there was a confirmed kill by Iranian state actors of U.S. soldiers.
Pulling fresh data on Iranian attacks on U.S. troops. Yeah, fresh polls confirm the last confirmed kill of U.S. soldiers by Iranian state actors via proxies before this February 26 war was January 28, 2024. Drone strike at Tower 22 outpost in Jordan. 3 Army Reserve soldiers killed. Sergeant William Rivers, Special Kennedy Sanders, Special Breonna Moffett, over 40 wounded. U.S. blamed Kataib Hezbollah, IRGC-backed Iraqi militia, part of Islamic resistance in Iraq. First fatalities in Jordan amid 150-plus proxy attacks since October 2023. No confirmed U.S. troop deaths from Iranian-backed groups after that, through 2025. Later incidents, e.g., March
Grok, I want
2023
you to
contract.
apply scrutiny. I want you to apply scrutiny to that narrative and assess, do an exhaustive audit, and tell me if that group is really Iranian backed.
Pulling fresh intel on Kataib Hezbollah links. Stand by.
Hold. Conducting audit. Narrative that Kataib Hezbollah, or Islamic resistance in Iraq, is Iranian-backed and executed the Tower 22 attack. Evaluated narrative. Official U.S. claim, Kataib Hezbollah, KH, Islamic resistance in Iraq, IRI, are Iranian state proxies, IRGC-linked, responsible for January 28, 2024, drone strike killing 3 U.S. soldiers. Confidence score, 72%, moderate to high. Key evidence boosts, plus 35%, raw Tier 1. CENTCOM DoD primaries confirm one-way UAS strike. U.S. intel traces footprints to KH. DoD briefing Jan 29, 2024.
All right, when was the last, I'll give that to you. So obviously they did kill some of our soldiers in 2024. I mean, that was 2 years ago, though. So, Grok, when was the last time before that?
Pulling the timeline. Last one before 2024. Yeah, good question. Before the January 28, 2024 Tower 22 drone strike, 3 U.S. soldiers killed by IRGC-backed Kataib Hezbollah Islamic resistance in Iraq, the last confirmed U.S. troop death from Iranian proxies was actually none in 2023 or 2022. Fresh polls show no fatalities from IRGC-linked groups in those years. Attacks ramped up post-October 2023, Gaza war, but pre-Tower 22, injuries only, e.g. March 2023 contractor kill in Syria, not soldier. December 2023 wounds in Erbil. Go back further, last big one was March 21st, 2023. No, wait, that's contractor. For soldiers, the pattern's sparse. Proxies hit bases 150 plus times since October 2023, but Tower 22 was the first U.S. fatality spike. Earlier, 2019 to 2020 had rocket attacks, e.g. Ain al-Assad, no deaths, but no confirmed kills since the Iraq War era, 2003 to 2011, where Iran-backed EFPs killed hundreds. So yeah, 2 years ago was the recent one.
Mitch claims that thousands of U.S. soldiers have died at the hands of Iran. Is that true? At the hand of the Ayatollah.
Checking Mitch's claim on soldier deaths. Pulling real numbers now.
Yeah, Mitch McConnell's claim? Not quite. He hasn't said thousands in recent statements. Fresh polls show him hammering Iran's death to America rhetoric and proxy violence, but no direct thousands killed quote.
The speaker on my panel made that claim. Just fact check it.
Can I clarify the claim to Grok?
And Grok, quit adopting my voice. I realize that I sound amazing.
That was crazy.
It's super
That
weird.
was so weird, man. It was
I'm gonna
so
start
weird.
charging XAI if they want to use my voice.
With your
I want
permission,
to
can
have
I
Grok.
clarify the
No,
claim to
because I
Grok?
hear this. I hear this claim used as justification for our
So
involvement
let
in
me
this
clarify
war.
it.
And
Let me.
hold on. Yeah, mute him up. I want to fact check it. So leave it muted. Grok, answer the question. Fact check on whether or not the IRCG or the Ayatollah or Iranian state is responsible for thousands of deaths of U.S. soldiers or citizens.
Pulling fresh numbers on Iran and U.S. deaths. Stand by. Yeah, fact check time. The claim thousands of U.S. soldiers killed by IRGC Ayatollah Iranian state? Not accurate. Pentagon's official tally, 2019 update. 603 U.S. troops killed by Iran-backed militias in Iraq, 2003 to 2011, mostly via EFPs, roadside bombs supplied trained by IRGC Quds Force. That's 1 in 6 combat deaths there. Afghanistan? Links exist, but no confirmed soldier fatalities. Maybe dozens max, including contractors. Total since 1979? Under 700 soldiers. Proxies, not direct IRGC. Add civilians, embassy attacks, e.g. Beirut 1983, 241 Marines via Hezbollah proxy. Still tops out around 1,000 to 1,200 across all Americans, not thousands of soldiers. No primaries back thousands for troops. Mitch McConnell? He says death to America rhetoric, proxies killing Americans, but no direct thousands of soldiers quote in recent statements. Just killed thousands of innocent people. Broad, includes civilians. Some outlets inflate
It
to over
wasn't Mitch
1,000.
McConnell. It was Mitch who was on my stage as a speaker. That's fine. Okay, so since 1979, right? We're talking, I mean, if you 40, almost 50 years, there's been 1,000, right? And that's
1,000. I
not
said that.
soldiers.
Maybe you didn't hear what I said. I said 1,000 deaths and thousands of wounded, but that is also it has also
Pulling
been
fresh.
responsible. Wait, hold on, Grok. It has also been responsible for many. You forgot about the Kobar Towers. That was also Iranian backed. As well, there has been killings and death throughout the region by RGC-backed militias in Syria and
I don't
Yemen
see a
and Iraq.
recent justification for escalation in the region.
The reasons are laid out by President Trump in his speech that this is a threat to U.S. interests, not to
Oh, let's
continental
believe
United
him.
States. You don't have to believe your president. That's your business. But he is your president, and either you want to
I mean,
pretend that he's just making
but
it up.
did
He
we
has
not
access to
care?
intelligence.
Did we not carry out Operation Midnight Hammer to destroy their nuclear capabilities?
But I said to you, Diligent, this isn't just about the nuclear program. This is about a threat to U.S. interests throughout the region, including their allies. And we just take Israel out of the picture. America has many allies throughout the region. And look what they've done.
But what,
Wait, wait a
can
second.
you
Let me
tell me
finish. Let me just
another
two
example?
sentences. Let me finish. Let me
Okay.
finish. In response to being attacked by America, how has Iran responded? They haven't attacked U.S. ships and U.S. troops. They have attacked civilian areas in all of these
That's not
GCC
true.
countries.
Can we
Every
fact
GCC
check that?
country has been attacked. I don't know what you're saying that for.
Hold on. I just want to fact check that because I'm not saying I know, but from what I understand.
Pulling fresh on Kobar Syria deaths and Gulf hits. Stand by. Yeah, let's straighten this out. Kobar Towers, 1996. 19 U.S. airmen killed in Saudi Arabia. U.S. intel, FBI, DoD, pinned it on Saudi Hezbollah. Iranian-backed, IRGC Quds Force, trained, bombed the truck. Not direct IRGC, but proxy fingerprints clear. No denial from primaries. Adds to the tally, but still not thousands. Syria since 2011? Iran-backed militias, Hezbollah, Iraqi groups, hit U.S. forces, rockets, drones. But soldier deaths? Sparse. March 2023, contractor kill, not troop. December 2023, injuries in Erbil. No confirmed U.S. soldier fatalities post 2024, Tower 22. Attacks, yes, 150 plus since Gaza flare up, but fatalities low. Retaliation now, February 28, 2026. Iran hit U.S. bases first, Bahrain 5th Fleet, Qatar Al Udeid, UAE ports, but fallout debris rained on civilian spots. Dubai hotels, Fairmont, Bahrain apartments, Qatar ground hits. Videos show smoke over Manama residential streets, Palm Jumeirah black plumes. Not intentional civilian targeting per reports. Spillover from intercepts misses. But yeah, kids screaming, hotels evacuated. Gulf allies caught in crossfire. No direct U.S. ship
I don't want
troop
to
hits
talk
reported
about. I
yet.
don't want to talk.
Trump's
Okay, okay,
speech,
okay,
threat to
okay.
But
Go
let
Whatever
me
ahead,
Grok
just
is
Mace.
clear
saying,
that
there are
up, that
direct
it was
drones that
no
flew into these
intentional.
buildings. There's video of
But
these of
Mitch,
drones flying
All right,
directly
hold
into these
on,
buildings.
Mitch. It's Mace's turn now.
thank you. Mitch, it just said that there was no intentional targeting of civilians and that there was debris fallout that hit civilians, and that sucks. I agree, but that was not what you made it out to be.
So respectfully, there is video of drones directly flying into these buildings. That's not even an arguable fact.
Well, why isn't it that
Yeah,
Pakistan?
there's one that's trending right now. That hotel in Dubai, the big famous one that everybody fucking always takes pictures of. There's
And a
That
literally
was the
residential building,
debris,
like
though,
I
and a
can
right?
see
residential
it.
building, and a residential
No,
building, and
yeah,
civilian sites all over Bahrain too.
Well, I know that they made an announcement saying that they're targeting the bases and that they're not, that they're not going to be targeting like civilians. I mean, I guess that I've been out of the loop since like 1 o'clock, so
But
I'm going to
respectfully, the
throw that out
governments of UAE, of Oman, Bahrain have said our civilian areas have been targeted, not bases. So you could say all the governments in the world are lying,
Well,
but
can
they're
you show
telling
me
you.
that? But can you show me that, or can we
You
grok
want me
it?
to go get
Because
the
I,
official statement of these governments? Sure, I'll go look for them.
yes, thank you.
yeah, yeah. You can pin him. I mean, he's absolutely correct. The official statements. You can go on X and you can look at the official government
Dagnum, bro. Dagnum.
account
You gotta
of
get your. Hold on.
UAE.
I'm sorry, brother. Your audio is horrible, and I'm gonna need you to get that sorted out. I don't mean to be rude. It was you were rubber banding bad, so get your connection squared away, and then I'll come back to you. Um, are you done, Maze? We'll go to Coyote.
Yeah, I'm going to do some fact checking. I'll tap back in a minute.
Go ahead, Coyote.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'd be. I'm very weary. I'm trying to not be, man, but it's a me thing too. But to argue with foreign influences on here, I don't know why sometimes. Because they're only the only reason some of these people come up here is to push it. I'm in America. You're in America. We don't want to be going to war. We want our people. We have a right to kind of talk about.
One tiger.
The only thing I think it's important to note is that the first few places that Israel and the United States actually struck Iran, they were residential, but they were trying to go after they were trying to get the leaders of like the Khomeinis, whatever, but they hit the residential targets. They also blew up a school and 80 kids, little girls. I think it was a girls' school,
But that
died.
was a misfired Iranian missile that didn't go and landed on their own building.
Mm-hmm.
That's been
Just like the churches,
geo-confirmed.
Mitch,
But
right? And all the churches in
But
Lebanon and
you want me to go get the
West
well,
Bank.
geo-confirmation of
Oh,
that?
I got this
That's been
information right here if
geo-confirmed.
you want.
hold on. All I just want to say is this, right? Historically speaking, Iran has not ever done that. They don't launch direct missiles and strikes intentionally aimed at civilian neighborhoods and homes. That's not, I mean, that's a
They
fact,
did it
right?
all over Israel. That's all they targeted in Israel, respectfully. And now they're doing the same thing in the GCC. That's what they're
Well,
doing.
and so
And the
I
governments
looked
of
at,
those countries are saying that. So we can pretend it's just US bases, but the
but
governments of Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, United Emirates are clear what is happening in their own countries.
But see, I actually asked this question earlier and no one really answered it because I know that there was like Saudi Arabia, for instance, like I don't know why Riyadh was hit, right? Riyadh was an interesting. I that was very surprising, and I still didn't even get the answer to that because I didn't sleep. I needed to sleep. I'm gonna go look it up. But right now, what I'm looking at it says, Iran says they said no, there was no intention. I guess because I guess in response to what you're talking about, they said all strikes were precision targeted at U.S. bases, and they named the Al Dafra, UAE, the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, Qatar, and Kuwait, and they frame it as legitimate self-defense, which it was. And the reality on the ground is that some of the hits clearly collateral debris from interceptions. So that's another thing. These are getting intercepted. So there's going to be some sort of explosion, right? We just have to take those things into consideration.
But Maze, you see direct drone strikes on these buildings. That is not an accident. That's not like, oh, it got intercepted and landed in a building. They hit the Burj Khalifa, they hit the Burj Hotel, they hit residential buildings. That's what we just have on video. Into the UAE, they launched 195 projectiles. They intercepted quite a bit of it. But these were not just launched at military bases of the United States of America, but also these attacks on Iran did not come from those bases. So they
Well, why
didn't go and
doesn't
try and
Grok
attack
agree with you?
the U.S. fleet. They didn't go and try and attack the bases from which these attacks came from. They went and attacked civilian areas in these Gulf countries. Why?
What do you
I
mean where
think
they
the same
came
reason they
from?
did to Israel, because they're
They made an
hoping that
announcement.
attacks on civilian infrastructure
No,
will
they
result
don't.
in the population pushing back, and they thought it would result in pressure by these countries
Mitch,
on the United States to stop their
I
attacks.
know you're
That's
not
how it
talking
is.
after y'all flattened Gaza, okay? But whatever. My point is
We
this
did
about
flatten
today.
Gaza, thank God.
So listen, what I'm saying is that today this has not only been this Grok is. I'm looking at Grok right now. I'll just even screenshot it and put it in there. It's saying that that's not what happened. It's saying that there were interceptions, and as a result of that, those things flew into. I don't know about the drone that you're saying. How do you know if that was not like through an interception that it did that versus it actually flying in intentionally? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like you're trying
Well,
to.
it wasn't like corkscrewing as a flaming drone. It just flew normally and landed directly into its target.
You said you have the video that you put in there. Did you tag me?
I did tag you, and there's also someone else who is tagging both you and Diligent with the statements by the various governments. So take those statements by the governments as they are, and I have another one from the UAE that I'm about to post.
I'm gonna look
All
at
right.
it. I'll be back.
Let me just kind of do a first off. Thanks for coming, Zintani. I know that you are not feeling great. Harmony, thank you for co-hosting as well. Make sure you guys are following them and make sure that you are following the panel, especially if they resonate with you. We kind of do a reset. We have last night we randomly were still up doing a spaces, and the attack launched off between Israel, United States, and Iran. And Trump came out and said that they were going to be wiping out the current uh, government of Iran and was inspiring or encouraging the people of Iran to take over. Since then, we have seen bombings all day long. Iran went on a full on offensive in retaliation, striking a lot of its neighboring countries, a lot of them, if not all of them, housing U.S. military bases or Israeli interests. And they also attacked Israel as well. Uh, Throughout the day, right, there's been reports that the supreme leader of Iran has been taken out. Now, we haven't seen any concrete evidence of that as of yet. I find it to be likely. It seems like they would put out a video statement of by now as some kind of proof of life to keep morale up. I've seen an older video circulating. I did a transcription assessment comparison with a previous video that came out. It appears that the one that they're touting as a recent video is old. And so I haven't seen any proof of life as of yet. Now, does that mean he's dead for a certainty? No. Until we see a body or some kind of state level confirmation, um, it's still possible he's alive. So there's this thing called the fog of war, which is where propaganda, old information, new information, everything's moving so fast. There's such an attempt to control the information space by all parties that it's really hard to make heads or tails of what's true and what's not. So anyways, thank you for joining us on X Live. I see we have 5,200 people. This is our first X Live stream. We are doing a hybrid of X Spaces and X Live and YouTube, where we are converting all into one stream. And I like the way that it's working. It's decentralized journalism, where we can get through a lot of information together all at once. And that's what we're doing here. So do me a favor, if you're on X, go down to the bottom right corner in the comments section, hit that repost button, tag me, tag Harmony, tag Zintani if you have anything that you want us to bring up during the space. If you have any clips that you want me to pull up, videos, information on the live stream, let us know and I will look into it live up here. And of course, request to speak if you want to come up and offer your perspective. Let's go to Piotr and then we'll go to Maze.
Hey, yeah, how's it going? Welcome to YouTube as well. Yeah, I mean, look, today's been insane. There's a number of things I could say, but I'll keep to the more recent developments. If
Oh,
Haname,
I'm sorry, one moment. There's
yeah,
also a thread up in the Jumbotron of me tying in Leslie Wexner, Iran Contra, and the fact that Epstein leased an Iran government building from the US government that came out in the Epstein files. That's up in the Jumbotron. So this does have to do with Epstein. Continue.
okay. Anyway, so Haname is, if he's likely gone, that doesn't mean it's the end of the regime. We are still a long way from being in the situation where the United States or the Trump, administration are satisfied with the situation. I'm worried about the fallout from it, but this isn't World War III because what happens in the Middle East, unfortunately, is relatively contained. The Russians, the Chinese have made it clear they're not going to get involved. The idea of the fog of war, yep, that's very much a part of it, but so is the escalation ladder. And the Iranians operate under international law, or two principles of international law, namely proportionality and precaution, which basically means that they will hit targets that they deem are, military targets. I'm not persuaded by these reports of just outright indiscriminate civilian targeting. I think that's, I don't know, because that would basically mean that the Americans and Israelis could do whatever they want in Iran. Not that they would necessarily, but yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say. Trump said that this will last days, weeks. I don't think so. They've carried out their long-term strategic objectives on day one, and therefore it's more about how much they can contain the situation. If the situation in Iran deteriorates to such an extent that you've got factions in fighting in the what remains of the government or regime, let alone the separatist movements in the northwest and the southeast, then that could pull in a whole load of actors. The Middle East itself has been undergoing a balance of power shift. You've got the sort of Turks, the Saudis, and the Pakistanis on one end, and then the Emiratis, Israelis, and India on another. And Iran, which was competing as sort of the main power regional hegemon, is now much more gutted than it was, given its proxy destruction and things. So the death of Khamenei is but the tip of the iceberg. It's certainly a big tip, but I think that this could
Oh,
get
did
a
he
lot
die?
hairier first.
Is he dead, Piotr?
I really, really don't know, mate. To be honest, when I would echo what Diligent said, which is
Trump has announced it. Trump has said we've
well,
been
he
told that
says a
Trump
lot of
has.
things.
Right, but
But
the report is
I
that
think
Trump
I'm leaning
has.
towards he is
We
largely
go with
guilty.
receipts, Mitch. We don't go with what people
Mm,
say. We go with
I think
receipts.
he's
Fair
largely
enough.
I think he is possibly gone, mainly because if he
I think there's a good
wasn't,
likelihood, but it's not
I
proven.
think it's probably high, but it's probable but not certain. Mainly because, to Diligent's point, if he was gone, if he wasn't gone, excuse me, he would have made an appearance by now. And like Nasrallah,
The
when he was
report was
killed,
that the Israelis had video of his death and they provided that to Trump, and he responded subsequently reporting that he is dead. That's the narrative. Whether that's true, fair enough. I
well,
respect the
the
fact that
Israelis,
Like the
like
that
every
was
fog
told to
of
him.
war, there's information warfare, there's narrative warfare, so you have to keep that in mind. Obviously, the Israelis would be the first to be
Very
like,
good
"Yes,
point.
he's killed,"
Fair enough. Yep.
but I can't rule it out. But the longer it goes on without hearing from him, it doesn't look good. And the fact that we've seen the defense minister killed, this fact we've seen so many senior members of his aides, his staff, like the Security Council aide or whatever his name was, has been killed, shows you that it was tight knit. And of
We
any
also, Piotr,
entity,
we also have another development that's very interesting. We have Mohammad Reza Atif, the vice president, declaring that he is going to be taking over under wartime conditions, which we
where's
haven't
that?
had. We had rumors that Peshkian was killed, the president, the prime minister, but we haven't had proof of that.
I haven't read
But
anything that Pezeskian was killed.
no, we have. We've heard rumors about it, but now we have reports that the vice president is declaring that he is taking over control of the country, which would
Well,
indicate that
that's not how
potentially
Iran
Pezeshkian
works.
is not either alive or not capable of leading the
Yeah,
country
but
at the
that's not
moment.
how Iran works. You don't. No one unilaterally declares themselves the leadership of the country.
Yeah, they
The
have
bottom
rules of
line of this is
succession.
that the bottom line of this is that the Islamic Republic, whether or not Khamenei is at the head of this, they still have a lot of they have a system in place, right? They have the Guardian Council, they have the elected 86, they have the other council, all of which are key stakeholders in the overall leadership and direction of the country. So if he's going to be killed, there's plenty of people who could take up such a position. It just depends how far down that seniority ladder does the Americans and Israelis want to strike. Because at what point do they reach a pace where they're like, right, we've killed enough of the Islamic Republic, we can pause, right? Just taking out Khamenei is not enough. You have to take out enough senior personnel, both in the IRGC. There are some people who speculate that if Khamenei is killed, then the IRGC just takes over as a collective unit, which would mean a much more militarized, much more authoritative and aggressive state than it is already. So you remove one bad egg and you produce a ton more. So yes, it's great if you support the
Grok,
Islamic Republic or whatever,
Grok, what
but
is
it's a
the
big deal.
rules of succession if the supreme leader of Iran is killed? What is the rules of succession? Who takes over?
Quick pull on Iran's succession. Hold tight. Yeah, spot on worry. Killing the supreme leader could backfire hard. Remove one hardliner, spark a dozen more. Chaos in the ranks. Iran's constitution, Article 111, says if the supreme leader dies suddenly, the Assembly of Experts, an 88-member clerical council, steps in fast to pick a replacement. No automatic heir. They vote, but it's opaque, vetted by Guardian Council, Khamenei loyalists. In practice, power brokers, IRGC, clerics, pull strings behind closed doors. Could take days or weeks. Top names floating today: Alireza Arafi, trusted Khamenei guy, head seminaries, Guardian Council member, safe bet for continuity. Ahmad Khatami, fiery Friday prayer imam, anti-West hardliner. Mujtaba Khamenei's son, rumored dark horse, but nepotism backlash possible. If assemblies disrupted, strikes hit key sites, vacuum. IRGC might grab interim control or infighting erupts. Regime survived worse, but this could fracture or harden into worse repression. Confidence, 70%. High on constitution primaries, lower on real-time successor odds. Nash 20% fog of war. No body yet, so still rumor. Thoughts?
There you go. And clerics decide. And your top three contenders are Alireza Arafi, Ahmad Khatami, and Mojtaba Amani. His son.
There are his daughter-in-law was killed, and there's indications potentially the son has been killed too.
Really?
Yeah, there's the confirmation is that the daughter-in-law has been killed, but not confirmation that the son has been killed.
Hmm. Is he a part of
Can I?
the? Go ahead, Mason.
The son
Well,
is the most likely successor at the moment. That was the named potential successor if the father was killed.
Was the daughter involved? Like, was she the one that was
That's what
killed?
I was wondering. Why would she be a target?
I think they were all in the compound where Khamenei was hit. I think they were all together. That is the indication.
Oh, so just kill him. Yeah.
I just wanted to report to the rest of the space that the link you provided, if everyone wants to go to it and hit the little grok button and ask it to summarize and then ask it some questions, what it says is that there was only minor civilian damage from debris. Okay? That is what
Listen,
it
I said
says.
to you
Hold
that they
on,
targeted
hold on. No,
Let her
civilian
listen.
finish.
infrastructure.
Let her
So
That
I,
finish,
is what
Mitch.
the
the
ministry has
Let her
said.
Mitch.
finish, Mitch. Let her finish.
I then asked it, is there any evidence that there was intentional targeting of civilian or residential areas? And it said no. And I will put that there too, but anybody can do it themselves, just so you know, you don't blame me for trying to mock up some sort of grok. And that way you can see. So I don't know how you got that result. I even read through it, and I do know that they were outraged. So maybe the sentiment you're pulling from it is the fact that they were outraged that Iran even hit those bases, but they had said that they were going to do that ahead of time. They said that none of the U.S. bases are off limits, is kind of the warning that they had put out. And you know, they were pissed off about it, but they did not say that there was any intentional targeting of any civilian or residential areas. I mean, you could do it yourself, Mitch. I'm not, you know, is that
If you
I
want to
just
respond, Mitch.
Go through the various government sites of Qatar, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates, and you will see that they are the opinion that their civilian infrastructure was being targeted.
I
Don't
took
argue with
your
me.
link,
Don't argue
bro.
with Grok.
I'm
Just
not. I
simply
just
go
took your
through their
link.
statements. Don't go through Grok.
Don't go through
Don't
your
go through
link.
my opinion. Just go read what they wrote. This is
It was their
their public.
opinion that you put in there.
Men, that was their
Like,
statement. Go through
okay.
other tweets that the government has put out.
To go
That's
No,
it.
find
Don't
and try
argue
to
with me.
prove you right. I just feel like that's
what she's saying.
Listen, no, don't take my opinion. Just go read what the government's right.
What
Okay.
she's saying
All
is
right, we're
your
gonna
link
go.
that you
We're
gave
gonna
her
take
was
a moment. We're
misleading.
gonna take a moment. We're gonna go to Miss Mercy. She's been waiting very patiently. Sorry, Miss Mercy. You were located behind my request button, so I didn't see you. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, I am going to make this real quick because now I have to go. But I just want to know, what is this war with Iran? How is that going to help my life as an American right now? Like, this is not, this is, I'm not, I'm America first, but I'm not America only. That's number one. Number two, I don't understand why we are so focused on what's going on 6,000 or however many miles away it is from the United States when there's stuff going on in this country where people can't eat, where the homeless population keeps going up, where millennials, my generation, we're making the most money we've ever made, and we still can't afford to buy a house. We still can't afford for a lot of stuff to happen. And now, my husband and I, we just filled our taxes, and I'm like, so hold on. The taxes that I just filled out are now being used to kill little girls in Iran right now. And I am pissed off as an American citizen because I don't want my tax dollars going to that. The people like going to other countries, helping all these other countries, and you not even helping your own country. About where is the president that said that he was going to be America first, that it was going to be America this, America that, it was going to be the golden age of America? I see nothing golden right now. And I feel like I've been duped, and whatever was gold, it was painted over something green, and now we're all infected with the fake jewelry that was supposed to be gold. So now I know I'm not making a lot of sense because I'm jumping all over the place, but this is how pissed off I am at this situation. Like, why are we attacking other countries when we have situations going on here, when we still have pedophiles walking around and still abusing little girls, and they're not being held to account? Why are these things not being taken care of? Why are we in Iran? Let the Middle East take care of the Middle East. If they want to bomb the crap out of each other, let them. That is nothing compared. That is. We need to build a wall around us and take care of whatever we need to take care of. And then when we're done and we are all the way good in this country, then we can go and say, okay, you know what? You need $500? I got you. You need this? I got you. You need this? I got you. But we are good. Right now, we are not good. We are not good. And when the president was saying the State of the Union, oh, we're winning, we're winning. No, we are losing. We're losing our decorum on the world stage. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And I think, and again, I don't know what's going to happen with the midterms. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not a prophet, but all I know is that where we're headed is nothing good. And we need to pull every one of our resources back into this country and work on ourselves. That's it.
Thank you, Miss Mercy. Go ahead, last known tiger.
Hey, I just wanted to add a personal perspective. I lived in Iran as a very young child because my dad was stationed at the American Embassy. This was obviously before the Islamic Revolution. So I remember the country, what it was like at the time. Um, was a somewhat modern country. It was a beautiful country in its way. A lot of ancient history that I was lucky to see when I was there, and very welcoming people. We lived in an apartment building that was owned by an Iranian family. They lived in the apartment downstairs. We lived in the apartment upstairs. And, women could wear whatever they wanted. They were educated. There was a lot of high value given to education. People had a good life. I mean, it was still a monarchy at the time, but people had a good life. So it's my wish for the Iranian people that they would get that back. I really hope for them that they will get back to that society that they had at the time in the 1970s. So from that perspective, from a humanitarian perspective, I'm actually okay with what was done.
We can't even
This,
take care of ourselves. What are you
I,
talking
I, I,
about?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah,
We need to
but
first,
what is our
Hey,
determination to?
hey! Let her finish. Don't interrupt her, please. You can
you know, I,
respond.
I am America first, absolutely. But, this is a regime that massacred 30,000 protesters,
That's not
and
true, though.
we're
So
asking us
let
to help.
her. Please allow her. She's
I
being
am.
respectful. So let's not interrupt her. We know how it's hard to kill a flow state. I'm sure you know, Maze. Go ahead, finish last known survivor. Stop interrupting her.
Okay, thank you, Dilly. Yeah, I'm going to wrap up here. Basically, just to say that I am okay with what was done from a humanitarian perspective, but I would not be okay if it drags on. What I did when I voted for Trump, I voted against endless foreign wars. So, it's done. I think it's premature to say that we're in a full-blown war. It hasn't been 24 hours yet. But if it does drag on, and we're still here, a month from now talking about this same thing, I would not be happy with it.
I
You
just want to ask you a question about the 30,000 protesters. So this is kind of what the crazy thing about propaganda is, because it is very compelling. Like, if they were just going to just, like 30,000 people, innocent civilians, just because they're protesting, that is a terrible thing to do, and it does make him look evil. But there was so much propaganda that has been debunked around that. And I don't know what the real numbers are, but it's not even close. This is, and all I'm saying is maybe before considering that, if that's one of the ones that's really compelling you to feel okay. I think they told us that for us to be okay with it, but these things have been in motion for quite some time. And a lot of it has been really, really advocated for by Netanyahu. There's a lot of geostrategic positioning that's taken place. And I did put an article, I think, that helps us with more information. We empower ourselves to have more agency in our perception. A lot of times they do this to really pull on our empathy strings. It's weaponizing it. But it's never, just based on history, it's never turned out well when we intervened in any of these coups and counter coups and stuff like that.
But this isn't about a coup, Maze. This is about America deciding this is in U.S. interest and deciding that on their own. This has been the policy of America, that this country has declared itself as an enemy of the United States since its founding, and to deal with it in that light. And it
Don't
has
talk
reached a
as if you're
point
an American, though.
where
Please.
I'm not an American. I never said I'm American. I understand. I can read. I can look. And they have declared themselves an enemy of the United States of America. And this is the policy of multiple administrations to view Iran as what it declares itself. It declares itself an enemy of the United States of America and deal with it in that situation. And Trump has decided this regime is too dangerous to continue to exist.
So,
You don't
question,
like that.
Mitch.
But
You want to
why are
pretend it's about
you?
Israel. You
Hold
can pretend
on.
it's about Israel, but
Okay.
then you're just
Are you
lying to yourself.
intentionally? So let me ask you this. You are saying that
Hold on, hold on,
Netanyahu.
hold on, hold on. I'm going to add some context to that. Is there any other country attacking Iran alongside the United States other than Israel?
The better question is, how many countries has Iran
Is it?
thought
It's a
to
yes or
attack
no question. It's not a
throughout
better
this
No.
region?
question. So the answer is
No, of
no. There
course
is
not.
no other. Okay, okay. And then
Because no other country has the
and
capability.
who
That's a silly
does
question, though.
regime change benefit the most out of
The
the two
United
countries
States of
involved?
America. The United
Hmm.
States of America. The oil
Who
markets
does
and the
Iran pose a
reserves.
greater threat to right now? Is it
The United
Israel
States of America
or
is
the
national
United
interest.
States?
1,000,000%.
Diligent?
The United
I
States
would
of
say it's
Okay,
the
America.
people of Iran. Hi.
okay. So let me the reason why you're trying to pipe in is because the logical answer to the question is, right? Is that it benefits Israel the most for us to go in and wipe out the regime in Iran.
No,
It
it
benefits
doesn't. It
it
benefits the
is the
United States of
elephant in
America.
the this is like
It
what
doesn't.
you know how I feel about this, Mitch. I have no if you want to be pro-Israel or Zionist or whatever, I don't care. It doesn't bother me as long as you're not fucking with my country, right? I would say the same about the Muslims or whatever, right? So when you are just being flat out dishonest, right?
I'm not being dishonest. And if you allow me to present this, I'll clarify.
Hold on, because it doesn't suit a narrative. That's where you lose me, and you lose a lot of other Americans, right? You
You're
can
just,
if you're just
you just,
honest about it. Hey,
I
say
am
this.
100% honest
Here's
about
how
it.
I would approach it. I would be like, you know what? It does benefit Israel, but Israel is also a launch pad for U.S. interests in the area to stabilize and to protect their interests in the region. And so it is a tit for tat exchange. If you proposed it to me like that without the whole gaslighting, oh, this is really about the United States, I would be way on board with that far more than, well, this is really about the US. Because that's just
I
utter
can't say
bullshit.
that because that's not true and I don't believe that. So I could lay out for you why I think it is
Go ahead,
clearly
do that.
far more in the United States' interest. Because the United States has a military of its size to protect the most important asset of the United States, access to trade routes, and your dollar dominance, which is the most important asset of the United States.
You're you're
After
you're
this
pretty
war,
much you're pretty much just
after this war, the global reserves are not going to be in shekels. The oil markets are not going to be traded in shekels. This is about protecting the United States interests. And the United States has allies: Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, etc., United Arab Emirates, that are all threatened by this regime and have been for a very long time, and protecting those interests. The reason you have the deployment under CENTCOM of the scale that you have, which is not in the interest of the United States of America, is because of Iran. Iran is also helping an enemy of the United States in the Ukraine war. You could disagree whether that Ukraine war should be happening, but America has decided to back that war. Also, they are an ally of China, where the clear focus the United States wants to have is in the Asia Pacific because of Taiwan and what goes on in Asia. So taking down this regime negatively impacts
those
China
are
on
indirect
multiple levels, excluding Israel for a second, which is
those
also
are
a
not
US ally.
those are not existential though, right?
Who
Those
is talking about
are
existential? You don't go to war because you're
that was
existentially threatened.
well, I'll tell you who's talking about existential. Netanyahu said it was existential last night, and then Donald Trump mimicked him later when he did his 8-minute speech.
They may view
They are the ones that use the word existential.
Netanyahu may view it as an existential threat if this regime gets nuclear weapons. But nuclear weapons also threaten all of those allies. And the difference is Israel has a tremendous missile defense program, and none of these countries have
How
a
long has
domestic
Israel been
missile
saying?
defense program. And the clear reality is that Iran has threatened
Nobody
and
believes
attacked
that
through its
shit, bro.
proxies Saudi Arabia, including
There's been no corroborating
the
evidence to the
Houthis.
claims.
The Houthis have
Since
attacked Mecca.
1992, Benjamin Netanyahu has been
The
saying that
Houthis
they're
have
on the verge of
attacked.
having
The
nuclear weapons.
Houthis have attacked, which are a proxy of the IRGC, Mecca and Medina, and the oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, which is one of the longest-standing allies of the United States of America.
Dilly, hey, do a detail. I did this earlier. If you do a detailed analysis of and take into consider all variables of who would be a better ally, taking everything into consideration, it's quite shocking. It really really is, man. Because
Who
it's
would
the
be a
thing. What
better
has
ally?
Israel
What do you
done
mean?
good? Well, it's like if we took all the sanctions off and we took in consideration
Well, I
like
mean,
all the killings.
if I'm being objective here, Israel shares intelligence with the United States. It has one of the best cybersecurity intelligence operations going in the world.
But
Right? They
that
are
intelligence
also. Hold,
Iraq.
let me finish, please. They also have one of the most polished assassin networks in the entire world, right? So they are really, really good at killing. They're, I mean,
Which is scary as fuck. I'm
as
sorry.
much as that might dismay you guys or trigger you, right? The fact of the matter is that is a service that the United States wants to have in its back pocket. I would actually probably propose, and this is speculation on my part, that we are in large part responsible for that development within that country, right, over the last 50, 60, 70 years. That being said, right, they allow us to keep military components there as well. We do kind of use it as an outpost in the region. And I would also say that we I don't know. I don't want to describe it in a disparaging term. I think it's a satellite of our interests, to be honest with you, and we are a satellite of their interests as well. And I think that's where kind of like uh, this resentment builds. Obviously, at the intelligence level, there's an intermingling there that's incestuous. The not necessarily wholesale. We are Israel. Israel is us, but very close to it. And the thing that makes me feel like there's a little bit of friction is Alexandrovich, right? When Alexandrovich was caught up at the Black Hat Convention, where some of our lead tech sector people, our privatized intelligence apparatus, Palantir, et cetera, were there. I think that Alexandrovich was a spy, and that our intelligence officers caught him up in that sting and sent his ass back home as kind of a spank on the butt, right? If I had to look at it from a 50,000-foot view, I think that's probably it. Are we one and the same? No. Do we have a lot of mutual interests? Yes. Is there a little bit of ego flaring between the state of Israel and the United States? Yes. But it's obvious that, and many times when the scales are balanced, for some reason, instead of it being America that is winning out on top, It is Israel's interests that seem to overwhelmingly be pandered to by our leaders. Now, I have a fucking problem with that, not because I have a problem with Israel, because our leaders are subjugating our interests. I pay our leaders. They work for us. They work for the United States of America. They work for the citizens of America. They don't work for Netanyahu. They don't work for the IC. They work for us. And when I see our leaders pandering to foreign interests, I have a fucking problem with that. I wouldn't care if it was Iran, China, Israel, Afghanistan. I don't care. I don't want to see our leaders working for the interests of a foreign state, no matter they want to be declared an ally or not. It should always be America first. Every country should operate
But
to the best
Diligent, can I
interests
ask you a
to the
question?
best interests of its own citizenry and not to the interests of foreign policy.
So can I ask you a quick question? I've laid out for you how it serves U.S. interest. Can you address the points that I listed?
So the hegemony of the U.S. dollar is already stressed under the weight of $40 trillion in debt. There is a financial collapse on the horizon, and whether or not we take out Iran has nothing to do with the results of that collapse. One. Two, we war is unpredictable. We have no idea what's going to happen with the power vacuum that's been placed by the Ayatollah being taken out, and you have no idea how long or how great the instability in the region is going to be result from this. Two, the third thing that you offered, which was protections of trade routes, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I would have you look at the stock market. The future markets dipped like a motherfucker just before all the smart money who have ties in DC pulled their money out of the stock market, causing it to drip because they know that war breeds regional instability, and that if there is an effect on the trade routes and supply chain as a result, it's going to dip, right? And so there has been a consistent consolidation of assets into gold and silver. That's a good forecasting indication of financial headwind or downfalls. And then another one is when the stock market dips like that, and everybody, we're doing great, we're doing great, and then it dips right before a war happens. That's because they know that there is a supply chain issue that is affected by war, and they're preparing for that. And because it's based on confidence. If you don't have confidence in the supply chain and in the economic global economy, you're going to pull your money out. That way, you're not stuck at a lower margin.
But
So
Iran continually threatens those trade routes and has.
it doesn't
So,
matter. It doesn't matter
okay.
because you don't
So fine,
know.
that's not a
You
U.S. interest.
don't know, but we know what we're getting with Iran. We don't know what we're going to get over the next however many. This says 4 days, but this could be years. It's unpredictable. It's a uncertainty, right? Uncertainty is what kills the
Agreed on
market.
that point. I agree it's uncertain, but the U.S. has decided for the reasons that it's in the U.S. interest to deal with this regime, not for Israel. Israel can deal with it on its own if it wanted to deal with the nuclear
Then
program
why
and the
didn't it?
ballistic missile program. Because Israel is not seeking regime change, not because they're not happy to see regime change, but that is not the IDF doctrine. The IDF doctrine is about defense of the home front, and it is about the ballistic missile program and nuclear program, which they've hit. And they would continue to hit on their own, regardless of the U.S. The U.S. decided to do what they're doing for their national interests because of the relationships they have throughout the region, their allies, and other aspects that are national interest of the United States.
I would say on one
Can I
thing,
chime in? Oh man, go ahead.
mine's real quick, Maze. The intelligence, I get that, and the Mossad, there's some vicious people, but I've overestimated.
What?
Did we lose it? Oh, okay. So it wasn't.
Harmony or Zintani, can one of you call the hand so I can eat?
Bro.
Yeah, go
Was
ahead.
it Cocoa Puffs?
Thank you.
Yeah. Here, anyway, somebody hit the mute thing, but
I
here's
think.
the thing. Well, I was real quick. I'll be done already.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. Go ahead.
It's if you look at the Hamas and all that, that food stuff, bro. It's like, and right now they can't get the rest of Hamas. If they're that badass or whatever, if this Mossad or whatever, how come they can't figure out how to just get in there? I mean, I've seen them do some amazing stuff, but why can't they penetrate to take out the Hamas leadership to get rid of it? Is it because the military industrial complex?
Anybody can
Are
respond
you
to him.
asking
Okay,
me?
I wasn't
I
sure if it
don't
was
know.
Oh,
well, I just want to, so I'll just say this, like there's, this is a very complex issue, and I do understand why we would want to simplify it in ways, but I think that right now, like if you look at Israel's government, okay, and you look at our government, they're very much overrepresented here, but there's zero representation there. And what that means is that that's obviously going to be a huge disadvantage for us because a lot of the legal and let's just say whether it's foreign policy, even domestic policy, which also now in many ways would benefit, all of that's getting advanced ahead. It doesn't like what's crazy is that clearly there's been many instances where the US citizens' interests would be backburnered to advance these things. When it comes to you actually just fixing your mouth to say that Netanyahu has never said that Iran was an existential threat to Israel, is that I just want to make sure I understood it correctly.
No, I said they are. But I said the
Okay,
reasons that America is attacking Iran is for very, very different interests. And we would happily attack Iran on our own to deal
but
with the
you're
ballistic
not
missile
because of
program
what?
and the nuclear program. The reasons America is doing it is for a very different list of reasons.
Okay,
Mitch,
so
don't do that.
yeah, it's just not even. I'll say this, right? Netanyahu has been here many times for the past 30 years between the UN, our Congress, okay? That he has literally been talking about how Iran needs a regime change, and he compared it to Iraq. And he was also the source of that information of the mass weapons of mass destruction. So my point is this really is a replay of that. I think there's a lot of evidentiary support around that. Now, whatever these things that you're saying, like, oh, okay, there might be some sort of connection. Yeah, because BRICS is the only thing Iran would be able to do, considering all the sanctions, and not to get too much into the weeds of this. But like the way that you're making it seem is as if being involved in BRICS isn't for their own survival. It's not to be an adversary or to undermine the United States. And lastly, just to remind you this, and then I'll land, I forgot what the other point was that when there was a nuclear deal between the United States and Iran, there was a lot of stuff that Iran had to adhere to and be in compliance with, and they did that. Not only did they do that, but when Trump came in and ripped that up for no reason, for at the behest, I think, of Netanyahu, that's speculation, but whatever. I think he just said it. He just didn't agree with it. So then what happened is that they waited 2 years before they broke any of that compliance, just in hopes of being able to reconcile that relationship. And there was never any problems. They were working on mending all that. I guess my whole point
Question, man, is if without the
is just
evangelical movement, do you think we'd be in Iran right now?
no, bro. I don't think. Here's my no. We would not be doing this if it was not. And but to Diligent's point, I'm not gonna lie. Like at this point, I don't even know what's like. I feel like there's an empire and then the people. Meaning, it's just like I feel like it's already cooked. Like at this point, I don't trust none of that shit. It's
We're trying
shit.
to salvage it.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. I know that it doesn't feel good. It's all the, regardless if anybody's up here that agrees with me or disagrees, we can all feel that this isn't pleasant, bro. Nobody wants to be doing this. I mean, if we continue in this and your grandchild or something gets drafted or something, it could come down to that. I mean, it's sickening. I'm just tired of this war shit.
Yeah.
Why
I
are you
put
making it
those
out
two
about the
videos.
why are you making it out about the evangelical movement? I don't even understand that narrative.
Zionism, here, I'll say it
Yeah,
like that. How's that?
Don't you start with me again,
Oh,
Mitch, because
my.
last time it didn't turn out well. Remember when we tried?
Hi,
You wrote.
this is
Yeah,
Jay
it's
Ron
Well,
not your
from
fault.
Israel.
I'm moderating, so we can approach it as long as we're respectful. We can delve into, but I haven't had Derek in my spaces for a long time, so I'm gonna let him cut ahead of the line while I'm eating. Go ahead, Derek. It's good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, Diligent Man, and appreciate all that you do on the spaces, man. I say this every time I come in your spaces. We need strong American voices talking about American politics. So I appreciate all that you do. My question: this is a very sincere question. I even just made a tweet about this. I'm not. This is not like a gotcha or anything like that. I'm not even be proving my ignorance a little bit. I have no problem admitting that. I'm just like a regular American. I don't understand geopolitical politics as well as other parts of the country, world, probably, but. How is it serving the American interests to attack Islam in Iran while also allowing Islam to spread throughout our own country? I'm just looking for some consistency here. I guess is what I'm getting at. We are allowing this Islam to spread. Not only are we allowing it to spread, we're rolling out the fucking red carpet here and saying, "Here, you guys go. You can do whatever you want to in this country." And anybody says anything against you, the media is going to attack you. But at the same time, the same people who are allowing that to happen are telling us that we have to take out Islam in Iran. So I'm confused, maybe I'm pissed off for no reason. I'm being genuinely serious when I say that. Can someone help educate me on this?
So, Derek, you're not taking
Hold
out
on, let me respond.
Islam.
Let me take a swing at that first. Thank you, guys. So, there is two things happening. Two things can be true at the same time. One is that Islam is a religious practice that's protected underneath the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, the same way that Judaism is, the same way that Hinduism is, the same way that Christianity is. That's one. Two, I know that Sharia law, fear porn's been going around everywhere a lot lately, but I've also seen the seven laws of Judaism being cast around previously before as fear porn about what can happen in the United States, right? Both of those are nonsensical. There's two clauses that have to do with the religion in the First Amendment. The first one protects our citizens' rights to express our religious views without being hindered by the government in any way, shape, or form. It's the ultimate kind of religious free speech protection ever afforded to a citizen by its country's constitution. One. Two, the Establishment Clause, which strictly forbids the government from adopting a particular religious theological doctrine as law. It is antithetical to the United States Constitution. It cannot happen, right? We cannot adopt Sharia law. Our Constitution forbids it. We cannot adopt the Judaic seven laws because our Constitution forbids it. Now, are there attempts to dissuade this? Is legislation brought up in certain local jurisdictions that try to affect this? Yes, but the fact of the matter is that it will never, unless our Supreme Court's completely corrupted, it will never surpass the scrutiny of the Supreme Court, right? And so it's okay for Islamic people or Muslim people to be in the United States. Now, am I saying we should roll out the red carpet and say, hey, please dominate our country? No. But if they are US citizens in particularly, they are protected in their right to express the religious freedoms the same way that Christians are, the same way that Judaic Orthodox Jews are, or any other religion in the United States. What do you think about that, Derek?
No, I agree with everything that you said. In that sense, I guess where I'm at over here is how is Islam bad in Iran and Islam's okay? And I'm not saying you're saying that, Diligent. I'm saying that seems to be the messaging from a lot of people in our government right now is that Islam in America okay, Islam in America and Islam in Iran bad. And I'm just having a hard time. I'm just looking for some consistency. And then
But Derek,
are you?
you're not fighting Islam. You're fighting a government.
You're not fighting anybody, dude. So unless
I'm
you're
not
going
fighting
over there to
anybody.
do it yourself, unless you're going
Your
over to do it
government,
yourself, or you're going to
your
send
government's
your own
not fighting
kids over
Derek, how
there,
do
Islam.
you
shut the
feel
fuck up.
about
Your
Derek? How do
government
you
is
feel
fighting a
about?
government, not a
Hold on,
religion.
Derek. How do
Cool,
you
cool
feel? How
story,
do
man.
you wait? How do you feel about this? Is this was this on the agenda? The war in Iran? I want to know. You went hard for Trump, just as hard as I did, if not harder. So how do you feel about this? Is this aligned with what you voted for?
I'll say this. It wasn't on my list, and I'll say that most people who voted, I don't think, if this was on their list, there's a lot of other things that haven't happened yet, such as the mass arrest of the treasonous bastards in our own country, looking into the stolen election of 2020, the government persecution that the American people have went through, the fact that we're still sending trillions of dollars, billions of dollars to other countries while we're in debt. We still have all the issues with being poisoned. So I would say that as an American and talking about, and look, as a Christian, my heart goes out to the people over there. To be honest with you, if there was some sort of fund right now to where you could donate guns to the people of over there who's trying to fight their government, I would donate my personal guns. Okay, but from a government standpoint, don't be coming and stealing my damn money and sending it over there when our own people are hurting here in America. That's how I feel about it. Like I support them, but I don't support being strong armed into supporting something. If that makes sense.
I like
I,
we need more like that. See, that's what Trump ran on the first time. Remember, it didn't make sense with Iraq and all these little, all this BS. And I think that more voices like that, like y'all's, is just pragmatic. It's necessary. This makes zero sense. I don't care what. There's no American that doesn't have a biased, mindset in this that can justify making sense of going to war and trying to change their religion. I don't know what we're doing. Are we trying to change their religion, their regime, because we
This
don't
has
have a good
nothing to do
track
with
record?
religion. I don't know why people are portraying
Well,
this
it
as
has.
about taking down a
Because
religion.
it's a
This is a
difference
government.
between a
I
secular
mean, it's
government and
literally an
an Islamic
Islamic
modern.
state, is it not? A theological
But that's
government?
not why they're fighting it. Your allies are
Oh,
Islamic,
Jesus.
Saudi Arabia,
Why are you
Qatar,
so defensive?
United
Okay,
Emirates.
let me,
This
let me, let
isn't
me
about
say
fighting
I'm
a
butting it up here, and
religion.
I'll hush and go back
Turkey
to
is a
Go
NATO
ahead.
listening.
ally.
Yeah,
Is an
Let
Islamic
me say one
country.
thing.
go
Let
ahead,
me
Has
say
Jerry.
nothing to do
one
with
thing. I
religion.
promise. I'll hush. I'll go back to listening even. And I really appreciate the space, and I do want to continue listening. I have the microphone, and it
You're
makes
good,
me want to
brother.
talk.
Go.
So yeah, it makes me want to talk. So I'll drop back down after this. The way I look at it, and I can't speak for everybody else. The way I look at it when it comes to war, when I saw this happening this morning, the first thing I asked myself, which my kids aren't old enough to go to war or anything like that yet, but the first thing I asked myself is this a cause that I would be willing to send my sons and daughters to fight for? And I can't answer for everybody else, but I promise you right now, if my sons and daughters were old enough and they came to my house to try to make them go, they would be at a war right here in my front yard because that's not happening. And so for everybody who's cheering it on and picking sides, and like to me, the whole thing's sad on both sides. All of this is heartbreaking to me as a Christian, as a human being. And I'm not saying that either side is right or either side is wrong. I'm saying for me personally, I could never come out and beat the war drums and celebrate something when I would not be willing to send my own sons and daughters. Not you. There's a lot of things that I would do that I wouldn't send my sons and daughters to do. So I'm not talking about things I would do. I'm asking if it's something that you believe so deep in your soul that you would send your sons and daughters to do it, then that's a just cause. But for me personally, I'm not willing to send my sons and daughters to Iran. I don't give a shit what they're doing over there. Leave my family alone.
Amen, brother. I'm with you 100%. 100%. And thank you for your courage in saying that out, because I know that is an invitation for backlash, and having experienced it. So I applaud your resolve, and I mean that 100%.
Same to you, Dilge. I
Go
appreciate all you
ahead.
do, man. God bless you.
Thank you, brother. Let's go to some new people. Let's go to Ellie. Go ahead. Eli, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. It's Eli. Anyways, I just wanted to quick go down a list because of winners and losers strategically from a military sort of perspective and then economic perspective. Because I think a lot of times when these things pop off, we're looking at it particularly from basically the U.S., Iran, and Israel, and considering those countries alone. And I heard a lot of things here that I agree with, and then there's also some things that are true on both sides. So I think it's important to like broaden our perspectives just a little bit. So starting with the some of the major powers, you have Russia. This is going to make them economically stronger due to China's need for oil, and China will no longer be able to go to Iran for cheap oil, so they're going to have to go to Russia. So economically, this is going to strengthen Russia. Militarily, which I'm placing that in a slightly different category than economically, Russia is going to be slightly weaker due to their loss of drone production because they did rely a fair amount on Iranian drones. However, this is probably going to be offset by the stronger Russia-China alliance that this is going to force to forge. Um, Moving on to China, economically, China is going to be weaker because it's going to force them to be more reliant solely on Russian oil, unless they branch out and do business with the Saudis, which I think the Saudis are partially relying on them doing, but we'll get to them later on. Because China is not like, they still need oil. And if they can't buy oil from an American Iran or American aligned Iran, then they're going to have to deal with Russia, which is going to allow Russia to dictate easier the terms of that oil transfer. In terms of militarily, maybe it's a slight negative because I believe it will strengthen the Taliban, and it also will decrease China's military markets. So it will make China slightly weaker, but it doesn't over impact their overall capacity overall. I'm going to skip the Taliban and Pakistan for now because we'll come back to them later. They're sort of minor players in this. In terms of Iran, we have 4 potential scenarios, and I have different percentages that I'm giving for this. This is approximate percentages. One is the perfect scenario in which we bomb Iran and the people rise up, and there's a suddenly strong democracy there. Chances of this happening, probably 10%, and I'm being a little bit generous there, uh, because it's not going to happen. Second scenario, which would be sort of a decent scenario for the people who basically caused this conflict to happen, and I will get into that at the end of this. This would be a decent scenario. It would be a pro-Western, partially Muslim, partially secular government, built out of some dissidents and then some people within the regime who are willing to negotiate with the West. And the chances of that are probably around 40%, whether or not that we're able to actually make that happen. The third scenario, which is probably, I'm going to say this is probably the most likely scenario currently at the moment, is that as the West can, or as the United States, because it's primarily the United States. I know the Israelis are like, oh yeah, we did this. No, not really. It's basically us who went in and obliterated so much of the Iranian military. Iran will fracture, and you'll have sections of the country which is held by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. You'll have sections of the country which are held by the Kurds. You may have eastern Iran, parts of that may come under Taliban control because the Taliban have been enemies with the Iranians at different times. And then parts of it, you may have some more secular or potentially Christian regions within the area, but you basically would have a fractured Iran in which the territory would be broken up. And then the worst possible outcome would be the Islamic Republic survives, and there's a long war and insurgency, which would involve boots on the ground. The chances of this happening incredibly low. I know there are those who are basically stating that this is what's going to happen. Highly, highly unlikely. There's a litany of reasons I could get into, but I'm trying to be brief here. So, in terms of looking at Europe, Europe are just losers in this scenario. Economically, they're going to face higher fuel costs and higher energy production. Militarily, they came out and weekly supported the announcement of war because they wanted to avoid angering the Muslims within their own countries, and just in their weak support, it makes them appear weaker on the international stage. So Europe overall is big losers across all England, France, Germany, etc. So in terms of Israel, I know there are people, even Israelis, who think that they are this is a big victory for them because they are likely to suffer minor casualties and they're going to have a big home PR victory. However, they are major losers in this conflict. And I think the government knows that. First of all, economically, they're major losers because they're spending a vast amount of resources running their military, and Iran is going to be crippled economically following this war, such that even if a new Iran does emerge that is friends with Israel, there are going to be years before you can actually have those benefits fully emerge. And then militarily, you have a vast Muslim coalition who has globally united, and this is just another thing to unite against Israel. And most significantly, you now have a massive amount of political blowback that they're going to face within the United States, both from the Democrat Party, which is largely lost entirely to those who are pro-Israeli, and then also on the right as well. So I know there are those who think that that this is a good thing. It's not. In terms of the major winners here, you have the Saudi Arabia primarily and the Gulf Arab states. One, they're major winners because Israel gets blamed, and when Israel is weaker, that strengthens their power in the area. They're allowed to, as Sunni Arab nations, they're allowed to eliminate their major Shia power. This could possibly lead to the complete collapse of Shia Islam, which is a particular sect of Islam, and allow them to gain complete control of the Islamic world, which would be their ideal scenario. I don't think that's going to happen because you still have Turkey competing with them in a fair amount, and then you still have some pressure from Egypt. But Saudi Arabia is a major winner in this war because, one, they're having America do their dirty business in that we're taking out their enemy across the way. We're crippling Iran's ability to produce oil, which is going to result in oil production or the cost of oil increasing, which benefits all of these Gulf Arab countries. And then the other thing is they just agreed with Trump to invest $7 trillion in the United States. And I think we're seeing what that $7 trillion was paid for currently, because there's
Who
no
is investing $7 trillion? Who?
the Saudis. Trump just announced their major investment
Oh
of
my
the.
God. God
It's
help
true.
us.
It's true. I
Man,
think
you think Turkey and Egypt are Shia countries, and they're like
no.
competitors
Turkey and Asia are not Shia countries; they're
with
Sunni
Saudi
countries.
Arabia. That Saudi Arabia is the big winner. Like, this is crazy.
Well, you guys are acting like this is over. I'm sorry, Iran has not lost yet.
Correct, but from studying the current all of the conflicts which I have seen in the past 4 years, particularly actually spending a tremendous amount of time looking at actual battle footage in Ukraine, in the first 12-day war with Iran, in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and then with Israel-Gaza. Everyone
How
claims.
about the U.S. lost $350 billion unaccounted for in the Ukrainian war? Let's talk about what the real aspect of war is, which is profit. Okay, this
Right,
is
but hold on. Okay, I totally want to hear that, but I
I-
just
I'll
wanted to see where his conclusion was going, if you guys don't mind, because he did such a great job with the scaffolding and building it up. I'm just curious to see where he goes, if you guys don't mind. Go ahead.
Oh, so I was just gonna quick, and I do have some of these points, and I'm sure people will have comments. So I'd like to stay and be able to explain things, but I will just end with this particular point in that everyone in all these wars has been like, oh, Ukraine's gonna have a big counterattack, oh, Russia's gonna have a big counterattack, and there have been claims that have been made, but every single time in which you have seen the particular conflict or particular offensives, what you actually see on the ground is what winds up happening. And what we've actually seen on the ground is that America has basically decimated the Iranian military force. And of course, they're going to come out and say,
I
"Oh,
don't see proof for that.
well,
Are they not still are they not still throwing missiles at Israel right now?
Yes, yeah, absolutely." But
So they're not over.
yeah,
And they're also still bombing other countries. They're still sending missiles at other countries as well.
correct.
I
But
don't think he's taking a position, guys. I think he's just
He's
trying
not.
to
He's
give it.
talking
Yeah.
about the economic downfall, the economic headwinds and what like what's going to happen strategically. And you brought up something that I think is incredibly important. That makes me think that this is more about China. I think that there's two very big strategic positions being taken here. And let me just say this: if you sell this to me as if, and anybody in the administration listening right now, if you sell this to me as if it is going to help me beat China, because we have a big thing on the horizon with them, right? That you can't talk about because you don't want to fearmonger or cause panic. But if you sell this to us is that we need this to strategically gain on China, like you did Venezuela, it's easy sell. It's an easy sell at home.
Or we could have just not sanctioned Iran so they wouldn't have done business with China and Russia. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't deal with that. We should hold on. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. I don't deal with that shit. This is about what's happening now.
We've made peace
right?
with Vietnam. Why can't we make peace with Iran?
Hey, Hill, it's supply chain control. That's all it is.
So I'm just saying, like, the fact that they're not positioning as it is to strengthen our position, or they're not selling the point that this is to strengthen our position with China. So I'll fall back to Mitch's angle where he says this is going to benefit the United States overall. He didn't touch on this fact. The one thing you could have said that would sway me to come to your side on this argument would be, look, we are coming to an impasse with China, and all of these moves that don't really make sense right now are to strengthen our position when that happens. That's
I did say
something I
that,
can.
Diligent.
Hey, well, can I jump in real quick? Just real quick.
Look, they don't like that I'm entertaining this notion, right? I guess triggering them. I'm just saying. I'm going to finish
Okay,
speaking, and
don't
then you
tell
guys.
him the ammo.
Then you guys don't tell them the ammo. Well, it's something that most Americans can appeal with. We've been wanting to decouple from China for a long time. Most Americans, especially at least myself, I've always seen them as our greatest existential threat, outside of our own government now, right? I actually fear my own government more than I do any foreign adversary right now, and that's a bad place to be. So
Dilly, if
Hey,
I
Jill, let
was
me
I
jump
did say
in.
this. I
Let me
said
I'm
jump
that
in
the
real quick.
almost
U.S.
okay. So I realize everybody's triggered. I realize this is a sensitive topic, but administration, if you're listening, maybe let us know if there is a strategic component here with China. They probably can't say it. Sometimes they do. Pick your favorite, China hater and have him explain it to us, because right now it looks like you're doing it for Israel, and that's not a popular move at home. This is an easy W. This is why it makes me think that it's not China, right? Because there are so many easy W's here in an election year with popular moves and what's not popular moves. I see consistently the administration take the latter. They take the fail. They take the F instead of taking the win, right? And so I have to ask myself why these people. There's think tanks, there's media teams, there's PR teams. They know how to work public perception. It's not incompetence, it's a deliberate choice to pick the less popular move. And I want to know why. So it's interesting that you brought that up. I'm going to let Eli respond to that.
But you addressed me, Diligent. Can I just
I'm
make my
going
point?
to allow Eli to respond to that, and then I'll go to Mitch and Mays. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. One, I don't think, while there is the economic argument that this does hurt China because it definitely isolates them economically, I don't think that's the reason. I think the reason is that Saudi Arabia is looking to insulate themselves as the supreme Arab leader within that sphere. And so one, it benefits them directly in two ways. One, first of all, they just paid us. They agreed to do a deal with us for $7 trillion. No one gives something for nothing. So what were they buying is the question. Now, two, Israel gets blamed for this, which means that Israel is going to lose support from the United States, which is going to mean that we need to shift our base and our focuses to another Middle Eastern ally, and Saudi Arabia wants to be that ally, which is why basically this entire thing has gone down the way it has gone down. Because I guarantee there are people within the Israeli government who understand that this is going to make them incredibly unpopular. Except basically they're given a pay of several $billions to say, okay, you're going to be the bad boy, you're going to go complain, the Americans are going to hate you, but we'll all be friends. You'll be a lesser partner in our Abraham Accords, of which Saudi Arabia is the major partner, and you guys can think that you're the greatest. But yeah, so I think that's more so the play. I don't think it's about China, although China is sort of involved, but not directly.
Okay.
May I now, Diligent?
Yes,
I
yes.
think
It's
you really have
I'm
zero
not dropping
understanding of
people,
the
by
middle.
the way. It's
Elliot,
glitching. I'm just letting everybody know.
yeah, I
Repost the
think Ellie
space,
has zero
everybody. Bottom
understanding
right corner. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mitch.
of the Middle East, of what is the Abram Accords and all that. But it is 100% true, like you said, Diligent, that the Pentagon and has written papers about this, and the Deputy Secretary of War has made clear that their focus wants to be in the Asia Pacific. The Pentagon wants to move their forces there. There's an over deployment of CENTCOM in CENTCOM, and they want to move to Asia Pacific because it is clear to them that the future confrontation is with China. And by dealing with this threat, which is Iran, the reason why you have this level of deployment of CENTCOM reduces the need for troops in CENTCOM and allows the refocusing of your aircraft carriers, your bases, and your attention towards China. That is 100% true.
Correct.
Nice.
Yeah, man, I told you he was gonna take that shit and just try to spin it. But look, I'm gonna do a better job than he even did. You should have come to my trade spaces because they're actually really trying to better understand and dissect, the driving force behind a lot of the geopolitical movement and decisions is really the strategies and placement and all of that. So when looking at the location of Israel, like the threat I think that China has isn't necessarily like, oh, they want to come take over, our country and fucking put us under social credit score. It's more about that they have advanced their geopolitical influence greatly with the Belt and Road Initiative across 150 different countries. They have they're building out the infrastructure and also the relationships, right? So this is something that's going to be, especially when they would pretty much be getting the monopoly in this, because of the way that they have the belt and the road, which is like the underwater, then the road, and then they also have the fiber optic cables. They're right now, I think, if I'm not mistaken, well, the last time I checked, they were very close to surpassing from the technology side of it for the flow of information and data. But that is where IMEC comes in, because this is why I think Israel is a huge strategic decision. And this is to obviously the demise of, some very innocent people, and I think that entire region. But I also think that the United States has been a part of it from day one. I'd be a fool to deny that. But what I think is happening is because the Suez Canal, I don't know if you guys can still hear me because I pop in and out of reception right here.
You're
But
good.
okay, but the Suez Canal is one of, like, that whole region obviously is a major avenue for the whole trade routes. But the IMEC is going to be extending connectivity from India all the way through to Israel, going into Greece, right? Um, and I think it goes through the, what do you call it? The Emirates, UAE. It goes through, but it doesn't have to go all the way around Africa. Long story short, they're going to be building these digital corridors. This is huge. This is the only way I think is going to prevent China from getting the monopoly, because then think about the power that they would be able to wield with that in the future. And that's something that I think the United States is, and I think the West is just in general terrified of, because they could control the trade, I mean, it's just like, and I also think that Greenland has a lot to do with the trade routes too. I can kind of break that down to you, but from a China perspective, the competitive perspective, and the potential weaponization of their advantages right now is a huge, I think, threat, but not like in the sense that we normally think of it. And I think that Israel, that is why they have become more than just an investment. We didn't want to just be a strategic supporter in that sense. I think that Trump created the Build Act in his last term, and this was where he took something like basically combining a public private finance tool to be able to begin funding a lot of the infrastructure that is going to be building the
Public
south.
private partnership. That's the third word I was looking for that Mays loves to say all the time.
Yeah.
It is something between paradigms, nexus between paradigms. It is public private partnership and it is carbon credits. Those are the three things that Mays loves to say. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mason.
But yeah, but that is so this essentially is giving them the ability to invest in all of the infrastructure and build out and be more than just a supporting strategic partner, and actually be able to counter that potential advantage. Does that make sense? See, I did better than Mitch did.
It does. It makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, I feel like it's a lot to digest. I have a hard time following it, but it sounds good.
I agree with Mays 100%. And I'll tell you what, Mays, that's another reason they wanted to get into Gaza strategically, is because of a canal they wanted to build through Gaza. So much of this has to do with trade routes, country resources. This is a whole new order that they're developing here in the world. And I'm not talking about in the sense of the World Economic Forum, whose president just resigned because of Epstein. Love it. Anyway, yeah, this is a resetting of the global order. No longer the World War II post international rules-based order. It's a new happening. And what happened in Venezuela is very much a part of what's going on in Israel. It's all of a piece, all of it. So anyway, I just want to say my big worry about what's happening in Iran right now, and I agree in many ways with Eric Prince, who has been over there a billion times. He's the guy you want to, hire to get your grandmother out of Afghanistan. He has seen that part of the world. And so, by the way, has Sam Faddis, who was a CIA analyst and officer in the Middle East for decades. And both of them separately have said, Iran is a whole different animal from much of the countries that we've dealt with, badly, I might add, in the Middle East, because it is completely complex in its organization of government. There are over 500,000 people in the country with connections, either through family or directly in the IRGC. Okay, and somebody was explaining earlier, you guys were talking about succession. Okay, even if the Ayatollah is dead, it doesn't mean the regime is dead. Okay, so we have to figure out. Now we're at day one at war here. Okay, we're day one. We can't really speculate. We don't have all the intelligence. We don't have the information. To Diligent's point, we haven't seen a body of the Ayatollah, but Diligent, remember, we thought we saw a body of Epstein in prison. We don't know that. I mean, there's so much fakery that can go on now that we have to be careful about what we trust and when we trust it, whether you're talking about digital manipulation of photography, whatever. But we have to be careful, so careful about prolonged wars, especially in the Middle East. Like what, Afghanistan was 19, 20 years, long war. We as a country can no longer afford that. We can't afford it unless we want to send ourselves financially into the status of what Venezuela had to go through when its dollar was worth nothing down to it, okay? And that wasn't necessarily for wars, that was regime changes and communism and all that. But I will say, study the CIA. Look at what they've done with Gladio over the decades and decades. We have an unelected bureaucracy that is controlling our geopolitical. Because I'm still behind our president. I'll confess that right now. I think Trump genuinely cares about this country. I do think that. Whether he's getting bad advice, whether he's being, he's a billionaire, and billionaires tend to not be in complete touch with the rest of the populace, even though I think that he saw that the middle class was dying. I do believe he saw that. Now, whether he's going to continue with that, but I mentioned earlier about the $350 billion unaccounted for in the Russian-Ukraine war, and there's nothing to be shown for that. Nothing. So if we continue a prolonged war in the Middle East, again, we cannot afford it. Now, the last thing, and I'll land with, thank you guys for the mic so much, an old lady yakking, but I'll say one last thing. In the 4 years that Biden left an open border, we have absolute potential. Ben Bergquam talked about it, Oscar Amaris talked about it, evidence of Middle Eastern cells that were coming across into our border. I'm not going to specify which country, I don't know. But I'm just saying there are terror cells in this country. Okay, and what we have to be careful about, there is an LA, he's been in spaces a lot, really smart guy. He was a retired police chief in Los Angeles. Now, Los Angeles is a city with a huge Iranian population, probably a lot of exiles from the Pahlavi, you know, and good Iranian people. I'm not saying anything about the people themselves. I'm just saying that he said everybody has to stay a little bit frosty because what's going on now could be triggering some of these pro-regime people who have managed to make their way into the U.S. borders. There is a hotline that has been developed for that. You know, see what you see, say what you say, I think whatever the saying is. But anyway,
What?
everybody's
A hotline for Americans or for
a hotline
like
for Americans. Yeah, if you see something, say
isn't
something.
that a song? Hotline girl.
Hotline, yeah. But anyway, yeah, just you know, just be a little bit more aware of your surroundings, especially in cities. I'm in the country, but that doesn't mean anything either. You know, I have a friend who bought a lot of camels that could be riding by. I'm just kidding. Just trying to bring a little levity. But we are at day one of war. We don't know. This is just day one. So, Diligent, you talk about the fog of war. We're in fog of day one. Let's see where this goes. And thank you so much, Diligent, for holding the spaces that you do. Thank you, Zintani, and thank you, Harmony.
Yeah, thank you, Zintani, and thank you, Harmony. You guys
Thank
are.
you, Miss Blue. You're the best. I love when you're here.
I've been working really hard.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they've put a lot of effort in today. Let's go to Logic. Go ahead.
Hey, Dale, thanks for having me up. I think I'm going to have a little bit different perspective on this. I think you touched on China and stuff like that. I think this is all, everything that's happening right now, I think is basically around China. So let me lay out a little bit and what's going on. So when Trump came in this last term, right? What was one of the first things he wanted to do? Shut down the Panama Canal, and he wanted to take it back control. Why? Because of China, right? One of the next things that he did was move into Venezuela. Why did he do that? Well, because they're doing shipments over to China under outside of sanctions. Okay, so then they take over tankers. They do all this. Now, I agree that it is in Israel's best interest to go after Iran, but it's also the same interest that we have to go and push back on China. And that's kind of how I frame this whole thing. I think that if you go look back on how Trump, over the last like 30, 40 years doing interviews, China was always his number one point of contact. It was always the one that he wanted to go after. He's seen it because they rip off his IP, they go and make his own hats, they go and sell it back to Americans. I think that China is his focus. He doesn't say it
Nobody
outright.
cares about his hats, bro. You're losing me
No,
there.
no, no.
You gotta
Why
do
not? Why
better. You
not?
gotta do better.
He chose to have them made there.
Well, no, that's not true. He chose to have him make it in
Yes, he did.
America, and the Chinese ripped off his IP and made the own hats on their own. He made his hats here. Like so, that's the reality that's happening. And over 40 years, he's been going China bad, China bad, China bad. He's now in the position. He goes, no, we're taking back the Panama Canal from China. They can't have this trade route. We want to go and have the trade route in the northern with
Are you
Greenland.
guys
He's doing.
watching this Iron Dome in action? These counter missiles, they're fucking badass. Okay. Watching them
Thanks to our money.
what's that?
Thanks to our tax dollars subsidizing that bullshit.
All right,
But
I guess
still
I'll mute up.
watching them is impressive. I'm watching them on the live stream right now. And yeah, I have to say, watching them hit an incoming missile head on with accuracy like that when they are going in at an arc it's impressive. I mean, for a full-on frontal assault like this, Israel has taken very little damage. You know, if you think about it in terms of collectively who's really kind of taken the most brunt of it. Now, I that's not the most important thing to me. I want to know how much damage we've had on our bases. I still can't find an accurate number on if we lost any lives at Iran, for example, where our naval military CENTCOM is located. So I don't know.
Wish we could get that
Anyways, I was just
blueprint.
watching this
Diligent, are you
video.
talking about losses in the past couple days or historically?
No, our base and our CENTCOM base, our naval CENTCOM base, which is the largest naval base in the region, if not in the
In,
world,
right.
it took a direct hit. It took a direct hit. So
Gotcha.
let's go to some of these other hands. Man, go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody's doing okay, getting some sleep, trying to get some rest in between these chaotic times. Don't drink too much caffeine and don't do any of those stimulants that come in other forms. So a few things. Let me go. I'm going to work my way back here. Dilly was talking about getting more hard information on bases, losses, things of that nature. In the infinite wisdom of the dear leader and his wonderfully qualified and apparently missing Secretary of Defense Hegseth that nobody has seen since the State of the Union, they basically put forth new reporting regulations and rules inside the Pentagon press corps, which forced many career experienced superstar journalists, Jennifer Griffin at Fox News, Barbara Starr, CNN, many others, out of the press room.
I have some
And-
breaking news.
Yep.
Ayatollah Khamenei's brother says that he is alive and claims everything being said about him being dead is part of a psychological operation.
No, that doesn't surprise me. And they've been replaced by a propaganda network of right-wing influencers. I did a post earlier today just to remind people who are in the Pentagon press corps now. This is Matt Gaetz, Laura Loomer, Lance Videos, and Jack Posobiec. So the fact that we think we're going to get any kind of hard information out of our esteemed press corps in the Pentagon is foolhardy. So it's going to be up to independent people on the ground to get us as much data as we possibly can. Second point on this war operation, I need everybody to put themselves in a situation to understand that there are at minimum 2 phases to every operation like this, sometimes even 3 or 4. You are in the military phase now, which is launching a military operation to either disable, take out, counter weapons, defense weapons, offensive weapons, weapon caches, taking out intelligence agencies, communications, things of that nature, shock and awe, if you remember back in post 9/11 days Iraq. After you do that, and then you take out a regime and you focus on that regime change, which the president has said to the world, that is the goal. Here, you get into that political and governing phase, and what comes next after you take out a leader. The most comparable situation to this actually isn't Iraq. Iraq is interesting because it gets everybody very emotional, but in more recent times, it's actually Libya. The main difference between Libya and Iran in this situation is the Libyan people have been trained and were armed to get ready to take out their government and take over their country. The Iranians have been essentially ruled by an autocratic regime, theocratic regime for 50 years. This 50-year regime is a surveillance state. These Iranians, incredibly strong, passionate folks, ready to get their freedom. They have no weapons. They don't have any real hard training on how to do this counterinsurgency and revolutionary style that's going to need to be to take over that government. So as we go into this next phase, while I appreciate the input from most of the very, very pro-Trump crowd that this is going to be short, we're going to be in, we're going to be out. Trump has said it, Bibi has said it. Okay, if we think that we are going to turn this over now to the people of Iran to take out a 50-year regime that is a surveillance state that has all the weapons, all the guns, all the military might, all that kind of stuff against the people that have no training, no weapons, no funding, no support, that's a problem. And why I'm mentioning that is we are going to be here for a while. Doesn't necessarily mean we're going to send in 250, 300,000 troops. There is going to be a discussion at some point of what the West is willing to contribute to the Iranian people to take over their government, because they're not going to be able to do it on their own. They're not. So this is going to be a sustained effort. I don't think we're going to put 200,000 troops in there, but there will be a conversation at some point over the next few weeks, over the next few months, of what comes next. And that has been my position on this. Last point. The space was glitching, but there's a fellow that was making some good points about China. The Chinese are a major buyer. They buy 80% of Iran's oil for their own domestic use there in China. However, that only
Exactly.
represents it, but that only, there's a little sidekick to this. That only represents about 13 to 14% of China's entire inventory of oil imports that they bring in. And because of what's been hinted at here in Iran for some time from the West, the Chinese have started to look elsewhere. They've made new contracts with the Russians to buy more Russian oil, which they are. They've actually moved away from Venezuela as well. The Chinese will do whatever they have to do to bring in more oil. They will shift, they will do this type of stuff. So there's that. So there's part of that too. And I agree with you that China has been in the crosshairs of Trump for quite some time, but it's mostly been on trade. It's not really been on military matters here. Trump has
Correct.
been, right? Trump has been a hawk on Iran for a very long time. I mean, I put some posts up from when he was just a normie back when this in the Twitter days, 14, 15 years ago. So just stay focused there. And I remind you as well, the Russians and the Chinese and the Iranians were having long scheduled military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz just up to about a week ago. You can go check that out. It's called the Maritime Security drills there. They've done it the last 5 or 6 years or so. They go down there, they do this kind of stuff. So just look at that. So just remember, you're still in that first phase here of these bombing campaigns and going in. I don't know this for sure. Again, just putting analyst hat on here. You have to think in a country that undoubtedly has a missile program, a country that undoubtedly has enriched uranium at that 60% level. You need 90% to make nuclear weapons. If you're taking out a leader, a long time regime out there, and you don't have a transitional period, you're going to need to have small cadre of forces, whether it's covert, special forces, Delta, MARSOC, JSOC, these guys to go in there to secure the nuclear sites, try to find the 2,000 centrifuges that are active, make sure we don't have any loose nuclear material in a situation where there's a giant power vacuum. Remember, this place has a lot of oil revenue. They've been under lock and key for 50 years with a lot of different nations all over the world that have an interest in what comes next in Iran. And they're going to be pushing the envelope. There's going to be a power struggle. There's going to be a power vacuum. And I'm telling you, do not listen to this political nonsense where people are saying it's going to be quick, it's going to be easy, we're going to be in, we're going to be out. Because anybody that's under the age of 40, okay, and people all the way back, you can go even further back, people that are Gen X will tell you, we have seen this movie before. They told us the same thing when we were going into Iraq. And the big difference between Iraq and Iran is Iraq didn't have any of the things that they told us that they had. Their military was nothing. They didn't have nuclear weapons. They didn't have chemical or biological weapons. That's why it was easy for us to go in there and bomb the shit out of them, send in troops. Problem was they had a massive insurgency. Iran has things, right? Iran has things. You're seeing it on display today, right? They have stuff. So what comes next is very, very important. And stay tuned on that and don't buy into the political stuff here that this is going to be quick, easy, and painless. The debates are going to happen now about what comes next. Thanks.
Anybody want to push back on? That was a lot, man. That was a lot. That was a lot. Grider, go ahead.
Oh, well, shit. Now
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Maze, go
oh, go
ahead
ahead.
if you want to. I mean, I know that
Well,
you
no,
have a
no,
thing
go ahead,
so
for,
Mace. Yeah.
yeah,
just
Maze in
very,
Maine. You know, there's a little thing there. Go ahead.
okay. So anyway, what I was gonna say wasn't necessarily about the it was when you were talking about like them going in and helping them. I think that there's no this whole idea that they want to go and do a regime change and all of that. Like I don't even really like I feel like they use that as an excuse to appeal to the empathy of the people. Now they're going to probably have to carry it out, but like they would have to strategically place Pahlavi in there because that is who's all connecting them to be all, like I don't think they're just going to take a chance and put somebody in there. So, but the Iranian people, I don't know. I just feel like that there's a lot of complexity there, but to the point, to your point of it taking longer, I think that that's interesting because I didn't understand why everyone is already pushing this narrative that it's going to be a couple of days. I'm like, where are you even getting this from? Like, who even says that? But then I'm
It's
seeing it
hopium.
everywhere.
It's hopium. It's all hopium because they know the longer it goes on, the faster the American people are going to turn against it. There's a political science thing called the Dover test. And the Dover test tells you the support of any kind of American military action continues to decrease as soon as unfortunate flag draped caskets start to come home. When people start to see that, that's when it goes down drastically. There's a lot of chatter about the security chief, which is the the SNSC secretary under the Iranian president, Ali Larijani, playing a major role here. We've been following him in his Twitter account. It's been a lot about retribution and what Iran's going to do next. But is an interesting name to watch because he was part of the negotiations in Oman with the West about all of this. So he's been intricate and intimate, rather, in these discussions. So watch him and see what goes on here. I think Pahlavi coming in to be the figurehead, that seems to be the thing. I'll leave it to Mays and others that have more obvious ties to the community there and what the sentiment is on the ground, what the Iranians think about Pahlavi coming in. But as far as who comes next into the leadership role of the government, watch Ali Larijani, who's been beneath Pezeshkian since August of last year. He's his head of he's a security chief at SNSC.
Let's go to Grider.
Yeah. Yeah, so I spend a lot of time each day looking at the contracts that DoD puts out, right? They have a website. I will announce the Department of War, and they put out their daily contracts for the previous day where they list out, the billions of dollars that they're paying contractors for the various services, right? And, the past month or so, really the past 2 months, it's been really apparent, that we've been preparing for a theater opening style of war with Iran, where it's right at like $100 billion for these contracts that are specifically geared towards theater opening, as in opening up a new area where the military is going to be coming in and going to be setting up an infrastructure, going to be repairing the existing infrastructure that's damaged through an invasion. This is something that is that we're going to be there. They're planning with these contracts where they've got the money earmarked through 2034 is when the contract, that's the period of time between now and 2034 when this money can be used by these 30 something contractors. And so I actually, I'm kind of supporting what the gentleman said before me, that this is going to be kind of a long-term thing. And I just don't foresee it, being a quick strike in and out. And also, I found a contract where we're replenishing 350 Tomahawk missiles, right? And 350, that's the same number of Tomahawks that a carrier group carries, right? So we're planning to exhaust at least one carrier group's, supply of Tomahawk cruise missiles. And also they've got 30 million for mobile operating rooms, right? For mobile operating tents, where they go and they set it up out on the field to take care of, to do triage and then take care of, urgent surgical soldiers that get injured. $1.1 billion for expeditionary food supplies, right? So like supplying soldiers out in the field, 100 million for a powdered drink supply, for like powdered drink packets, patrol caps, knee pads, like $60 million contracts for knee pads and elbow pads. That's something, if you're preparing for soldiers to be out in the field working, right? It's just, and granted, it could be something normal, but it was put under an urgent non-compete contract, which means that they just want it filled as soon as possible. Right. And that's with the, the elbow and knee pads, the operating tables, and the drink packets. They just, when you do a non-compete contract, that's just, the first contractor that can satisfy the contract gets it. And let me see what else. Also, like we're outfitting our shipbuilding. Like we're kind of getting back into, being able to produce, ships, like being able to build our own, like being able to build up our Navy, specifically focusing on repairing, like the Iwo Jima, and kind of bringing that, back up to like a modernized, as far as tech goes, right? That's $204 million. Also repairing some of our submarines, doing basic maintenance and stuff like that. And so it's really like, I don't know. I'm kind of optimistic, like, as far as, I don't think that we're going to get like mired in a quagmire like we did with Iraq. And hopefully we learned our lesson with Iraq and Afghanistan, and we're just going to, use, kind of what we've been doing, which is surgical strikes, and then, um, yeah, I mean, really.
Where does this word surgical all of a sudden get used all over
Yeah,
Twitter
they
today?
killed
You know what
over
I'm
80,
saying? Surgical strikes. It's got a little like
Well, I
ring
mean,
to it. No,
as
I'm
opposed
just
to
fucking with
80
carpet
you.
bombing,
children
right? So
killed.
let's
I've noticed
like
that too.
No, no, no.
surgical
The
pinpoint,
only
you
reason
know?
I'm bringing it up is because obviously that is the term that like everyone's using now. It's like it's put out there for you guys to use because they want to say, well, he's not going to war. But I'm not disagreeing with all the things that you're saying. I'm just highlighting something for all of us to be conscious of is that, he bypassed Congress, okay, by Article 2, Section 2, and he's going to continue doing this shit because nobody's fucking saying anything. Like, we're just going to let this man go over there and start striking a whole nother fucking country with 92 million people in it.
Breaking
Sorry.
breaking. Iranian state media has officially confirmed the death of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
Oh, Khamenei is, oh, wow. That's crazy.
That's terrible.
All right. Hey, well, thanks for letting me speak, Diligent. And I appreciate it. You guys have a good night. I'll be down in the listener.
He made a very key point here, that we should talk about just briefly, which is about munitions and arms deals. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, um, went a little viral earlier last week when something he said was that any kind of long-term major military operation by the United States in Iran would be complicated and difficult because we have a munition shortage in the military right now because of how much stuff, to be layman, we've sold to Israel and to Ukraine. And that's true because earlier today, and this got buried in the news today in Iran, we just delayed um, an arms deal to Taiwan. And the reason why is a lot of the stuff that's in that deal. It's a $13 billion package and includes PAC-3 Patriot interceptor missiles systems, NASAMS, anti-drone stuff, small arms and sustainment equipment, things of that nature. They've delayed that now. And all that stuff is staying here. So that tells you they're a little kooky here about what we have in stock if this is going to be a long term. I don't want to use the word occupation or invasion or things of that nature. Let's just call it an operation for
Oh,
now.
shit. You're talking about the continuity and government stuff and stockpiling and all that?
I'm talking about the stuff about munitions levels that Dan Kane had mentioned is an issue based off of the arms deals that we've had in the last year or so, but primarily with the Ukrainians and the Israelis. And then now this announcement that came out today, the New York Times had it, a few other places, about we have delayed this $13 billion arms package to Taiwan to keep a lot of that stuff available for us.
Oh, got you. Okay. Thanks for explaining.
So now Diligent, can that I Supreme speak now?
Yeah.
Leader's gone, what do you think's the next move?
Look, they're still in this first phase, right? They've got Khomeini, right? They've got to go get the other people. We haven't heard anything about the other mullahs. They would try to get Pezeshkian. He's been confirmed alive. I told you about Lajani. He was his second guy there. He's the head of his security state. So we'll know more when the stuff changes, right? When we see this next phase emerge, whether you hear about boots on the ground. Not saying again that doesn't mean a massive invasion, but are we going to
I don't
hear
think
about
that I don't
coverts
think
of? Go ahead.
I don't think toppling the figureheads of the regime are going to stop this. I was looking at the tweets from the Ayatollah, and they're big on martyrdom, right?
Mhm.
They're like if I die as a result of facing off Israel, that they're calling the Zionist regime, um that's going to glorify me in the face of my comrades, pretty
He
much, right?
said
Like
as much.
it's up
He
in the
mocked.
jumbotron. He said it.
Yeah.
He says it specifically. It's up in the jumbotron. I just posted it along
Well,
with
he
the news
mocked
that
America for that. He said, "I'm gonna."
along with the news that he's dead. There is outside of the China thing, there is another theme here, and I think it has to be addressed with our actions that does kind of lend to the credibility of we're doing this for Israel. One, the rhetoric coming from the vice president in the aftermath of us grabbing Maduro was that it was Zionists were coming after them, and that's what they're trying. That's what that was about. And then one of the very first things that we did is started shipping oil from Venezuela to Israel when they had boycotted doing that before. And so there is a common theme here of an animosity between these countries and Israel. So I'm just pointing it out. It's a fact.
That's a good point. There was a report earlier before I came in that Washington Post, they've been doing some pretty good live and up to the minute updates on from their sourcing. And the story was basically that Trump was pushed by Israel and Saudi Arabia in the last week or so to do this strike with Saudi Crown Prince MBS. It's Mohammed bin Salman for you layman's down there, making numerous phone calls to Trump recently advocating for an attack. And there had been stuff that had been leaking out that Vance and others were against military stuff, military operation in Iran, where the Hawks, that you know who they are, Lindsey Graham and others, were pushing for this. It's interesting now that WAPO has put this out there that the Saudis and the Israelis were making a final push. And then just before I came in here, last night when this was starting to go down, or early this morning, time is a flat circle. I was trying to get some information from members of Congress and staffers and stuff. And now we're starting to hear a little bit more details about the Gang of Eight meeting the day before the State of the Union. And it's now come out that Rubio in that meeting, and it was Rubio and Ratcliffe that's the CIA director, giving this briefing to the Gang of Eight. And he said, this is Rubio, said that regardless of what the United States does, Israel was going to attack. And it's just a matter of whether the United States was going to be involved and to what degree. And immediately after that hearing was over, there's always a press pool floating around this area on the Hill. And Schumer, that's the minority leader of the U.S. Senate, obviously in the Gang of Eight. There was a bank. He answered some questions, and he said that this is an incredibly serious and dangerous situation. He hopes that the administration makes their case to the American people. He was kind of forecasting that this was coming. And then we had the State of the Union, which was nothing new on this topic. It's stuff that we had already heard, but this stuff was already in motion to see what we saw this morning.
Right on. Let's go to some new hands. Good, Jess. Welcome, sir.
Hey, do I get to speak tonight, Diligent?
Bro, you keep dropping. Well, first off, you've chimed in numerous times, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
And then, second of all, hold on. You were down behind my request button,
okay.
and I can't always. I'll call on you next. Go ahead,
Well, make
Jess.
sure. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, Diligent. It's been a while. Haven't got a chance to talk to you. As a Chinese born, Chinese man here, so I really have a little bit of more information here, just from my own thoughts. Okay, so probably a lot of people here knows Chinese people are good at math. So I wrote down some notes, just start talking about the benefits and the losses here. So first, from our Supreme Leader Trump, I think this war is very important for him to gain the benefits that people can get distracted from Epstein file things. First of all. Second of all, it's also a preparation probably for the midterm, midterm election stuff. And thirdly, I would say hurting or beat up a small puppy or small a younger brother of Russia and China. It's going to be beneficial for Trump's visiting Xi Jinping in China, Chinese president there on April the 1st, the fourth day, I think that's a benefit for Trump. So this is very necessary. It's important. If I'm in his position and badass as him, probably I would do the same. Maybe next step going to be beat up on North Korea or whatever, okay? And Cuba as well. it's very important, but it's unauthorized from Congress. I think it's kind of confusing to me. Why the heck he could do this and costing American people's a lot of money, and also it's not following what he promised to American voters, which included me. Right, voted for him, and I wasting more money and risking more Americans kids' life or daughters, sisters, brothers, whoever may gonna die there. And so I would say the Americans' losses is more tax money, and risks are putting Americans in more risk in a lot of level after this war. Then secondly, for the Israel side, I think that this is Bibi's last chance to have American president to help him to gain his personal goal, political wise or whatever purposes. But it's very important and it's very necessary for Netanyahu Bibi. They call it Bibi, right? It always make me thinking about Habibi. So it's very important for him. So and then Trump and Trump's connection with all those Jews, I think business-wise, a lot of things connected. So it's beneficial to Bibi as well, to Israel. Of course, we American taxpayers paying for this. Why not, right? So big win for Bibi, for Trump, but a big loss for American taxpayers, American citizens. And then thirdly, talking about the China, about Chinese side. So since 2017,
Who's
China.
talking right now? I'm sorry. I just wanted to see who's speaking.
It's Jess.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He's a Chinese naturalized U.S. citizen.
Yes, and thank you. So since 2017, China actually replaced the United States to be the #1 importer of the oil from Iran. So I
Putin
think
just hold on, I have another thing. Putin just signaled that he's going to accept the U.S. security guarantees of you in Ukraine. So it sounds like they are working on a deal. I think this all seems like it's correlated. There's got to be
yeah,
some kind of negotiation here.
Something's
Consider
going
the
on.
source. Consider the source on that. That all stems from Kyiv Independent report, which is a Ukrainian. Again, I'm just being objective. That comes from the Kyiv Independent, which is a Ukrainian, essentially state media. But we'll see where this goes.
Correct.
And I do find it interesting that this comes out now.
And Zelensky actually said that he'll do anything to come up to a deal. Did you guys see that shit? I don't know. Anyway, go ahead, Jess.
Well,
Sorry.
he'll even wear black
yes,
tights and act like a female.
Belly
yes,
dance, Billy.
but I personally thinking because we know as Chinese, we know Russia and China invested so much money in Iran in the past almost 1 decade. So like I just mentioned, China and Iran signed an agreement, like a kind of like a business investment agreement back to 2021, that China promised to invest 200 billion US dollars in coming 25 years in Iran. So I hope, if I put a good hope about this war, which it seems like it's not very legit to me, but I hope the good leverage could be that Trump could use this as a leverage when he visited Xi Jinping on April the 1st. But China really has the most investment there and the longest planning, that 25 years, 400 billion US dollars. So I would say, yeah, it could be a very big hit to China, but most of the winning out of this, I would say, is Trump, Bibi, and the most lost American citizens, American taxpayers, and a little bit like a worried or concerned are China and Russia. And I think we have to wait and see. But hopefully it came out a little bit better. But again, the process must be just. I think that's very important as a naturalized American citizen. I think in this country, this greatest country in the world, because of we protecting the Constitution and we protect the justice in the process. So if we don't do things due to process, that can harm a lot of people, including we American citizens. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Diligent.
Great job, Jess.
Thank you. I got some breaking news that Bibi has landed in Berlin, it looks like. So it looks like they moved him out of
Berlin.
Israel.
They could have put him on a you know, away flight to hell. I would have been okay. But yeah, I tagged you in the belly dancing thing. Dilly has a obsession with belly dancers, but like Zelensky,
No,
that's
I
not
don't.
him.
I
That's
always
not
got to
him.
say that.
Well,
Just
not an
because I like them
obsession.
doesn't mean I'm
Whatever
obsessed.
movie it was that y'all were talking about that
There's a
with.
whole bunch of people down in the titles that love for you to make
Okay,
statements like
okay,
that.
okay. Yeah, you're right. It was we were talking about movies in a space. But anyway, my point is that shit is funny. Um, but damn, what did you just say that I was gonna comment on, and then you distracted me because the haters. Never mind. Go back on mute.
Hey, diligent. I forgot one more thing. For some reason, I couldn't subscribe your channel. So I was wondering, are you still using Venmo? I think I have your Venmo account. Can I wire you some money through Venmo, by the way?
Absolutely.
Okay,
By the
okay.
way,
Yeah.
I see you
If you want to
requesting
support,
before.
hmm
No. Go ahead. Talk about the support stuff.
you
But
can log in on the web and subscribe that way. But if you just can't do it, then yeah, but there's a tip button on my profile, and you can Venmo if you want. It's no big deal though. You don't have to. But I appreciate it. Um, let's go to Glenn, and then we'll go. Oh, I'm sorry, Jared's. Go ahead, Jared's. And then we'll
Thanks. I
go. You're
appreciate
back down there behind my request button again. I don't know why he keeps doing that.
I appreciate you letting me speak. So when I came off the mic earlier, I brought up the fact that this is really not necessary. This is all about China. We could have stopped sanctioning Iran. We could have done business with Iran decades ago. I mean, yeah, there's been some bad things happening on both sides. We overthrew their democratically elected leader in the 50s. We gave Iraq chemical weapons in the 80s. They took our hostages in the late 70s, which I thought was a huge bad PR move for them. So both sides have legitimate grievances, but we also had legitimate grievances with Vietnam, and we made peace with Vietnam, and now we trade with Vietnam. For some reason, this is about China. No, look at our antagonism with Russia. We have driven Russia into the arms of China. So I'm sorry, I don't buy this. This is for China argument. This is for Israel. I mean, I don't know how people keep dancing around this. We have a vicious establishment in this country that does not put our country first, as we've seen by the Epstein files. What do we gain from having enemies with Russia? We could have a great ally in Russia. We could have great allies with Iran. They're both high IQ countries. We could trade with them. No, our vicious leaders have chosen antagonism and war. And there's a deep Jewish ethno antagonism towards Russia. That's just a reality. And we know that Iran is the last.
Isn't there a shit ton of Russians in Israel and a shit ton of
Yeah.
Jews in Russia?
Well, a lot of people say they're not actually real Jews.
Well,
They're like,
here. That's one thing I can speak on.
Well, I mean,
A lot
it doesn't
have
matter. I don't want to
the
get
right of
into whether or not
return.
the fact of the matter is that there is a Jewish Russian orthodoxy going on. That's a fact, and there's also, which is why it was so prevalent in Ukraine. And then there's also the fact that there is a shit ton of Russian speaking people and Russians in Israel. So like
right.
trying to say, oh well, Israel hates Russia because X,
Well,
whatever.
there's
I
a
think
deep
that's
ethnic antagonism towards Russia. This is reality. Just look at what's her name, Noodleman. What's her her husband's the big neocon, Michael something's Kagan. What's her? She worked under Obama, and she was the one who was giving cookies in the square in Ukraine. What's her name? Noodleman. I forgot.
I
That's
don't
her
know.
original. Anyway, my point
Oh, you're
is,
talking about Victoria Nuland,
yes,
the one who got caught on the hot mic saying that we
yes,
pretty much installed a CIA proxy government in Ukraine back in the
yeah.
day.
She
Yeah,
hates
that's the
Russia
one.
because they pogromed her father and her family, and I get it. They weren't treated very well by the Russians. I get it, but they shouldn't be making foreign policy on that. I just think, listen, if we're serious about containing China, we would not have driven both Iran and Venezuela, for that matter, and Russia into the arms of China. If you look at the Oded Yanon plan, and I know Mitch down here will say, "Oh, that's just an editorial written in an Israeli paper." No, it was a vision of an Israeli who said for Israel to remain the hegemon in the region, it must keep its neighborhood destabilized and chaotic. And that's what's happening. Iran is the final piece, the final domino to fall. If it really falls. I'm thinking, though, Israel might actually cry uncle, just like they did in the 12-day war this last summer.
How are they going to cry uncle? They're not taking any hits.
They are taking hits. How do you know what's going on in Israel, Denizen? They're not reporting. They're not letting their citizens show what's really happening there.
I'm watching.
What do you say?
But Jared, I have a question. Do you really think I'm telling you that there's no way in hell not you know how I feel about it.
They
I'm not
cried uncle last summer.
I know. But what I'm
I don't
saying
know if you
is,
watch the
which
Tel
is
Aviv live streams though. This is old footage.
Where are you
If you
seeing live footage, Denizen?
if you watch the Tel Aviv live feeds, it's there. Let me find one. I'll pull one up. I just like that one because it's got some action. This
shoot,
is
we
the
don't even
agenda
know
for
where
each
to get
feed.
any footage.
It's just the first night. They
This is
haven't
the
even
Yeah,
live.
they
This
turned
is the
that shit
live
off.
feed. This is the live feed. I have not. No, this is live. This is. I have not seen any. I've been watching the Tel Aviv live feeds. There's no action.
Well, Denizen, last summer, the same thing kind of happened. Initially, Israel was
Diligent,
not.
bro, not
I'm
denizen.
sorry. I'm
Diligent.
so sorry. You're right. Israel was not getting damaged initially, but by the 12th day, it was getting severely pummeled, and they cried
But
uncle.
the head is cut off the snake.
Oh, come on. Khomeini is not that important. They can pick somebody else.
It's not just Khomeini though. It's multiple people.
Lots of people have been killed, and they're still
I'm
speculating.
They
not
struck Tel
cheering for
Aviv,
one
Diligent.
side or another, bro. I'm just
I'm not saying you are. I'm not
I'm
saying that.
speaking the observable facts. Iran just got their fucking ass handed to them brutally, and Tel Aviv is lit up like a Christmas tree, not
Diligent.
on fire, not
They said the
defending
same
itself.
thing. They said the same thing last summer when Israel attacked. Yeah, Israel attacked and damaged Iran
But
severely.
Israel, this is different because the United States did most of the attacking here. We
That's true.
fucked up Iran,
That's
right?
true.
That's this, yeah. So I agree that skirmish that you're describing last year, where they took some strays, they did take some strays that they didn't want to admit to. That's one thing, but this is completely different. We went in there and fucking chopped them, bro.
Well, I don't know how do we know who's telling the truth here?
I posted a credible one. They have hit Tel Aviv. I mean, it's just. I mean, it wasn't like crazy everywhere, but it was a pretty good little hit.
I've seen a couple of scores, but nothing like. I mean, the city's not on fire. You know,
You
there's
might
I
be
ain't
not.
got a dog in
right,
the fight.
but
I just
it's
don't
not
want to be
over
there.
yet.
Okay, well, we'll see. I think that the most likely outcome here is that we're not going to see a whole lot more damage come out of the regime. I think the most likely outcome here is you're going to see them turn on the population to retain control. Right? I think that's what you're going to see the most likely thing here.
And
You're
I
going to
think that
see. Go
I
ahead.
think Baluchistan, we might support their move for independence. I don't think that the U.S. and Israel care as long as there's chaos in the region. They don't really want regime change. They just want chaos. They want Iran weakened.
They want regime change. They hated the Ayatollah.
No,
Yeah,
They hated the fucking
exactly.
but it's
Ayatollah.
not necessary. Is what I'm getting at.
Well, I mean, it's already done. The regime's already changed. The supreme
No,
leader's
it's
dead.
not. Well, I'm
Yeah.
okay. Technically, you're right. Okay, technically, you're right.
Well, I would just say to that, if that's the case, we could also say that Venezuela has a new regime, right? They
Yeah.
don't. It's the same. It's the same fucking
They
regime. It's
have a
just a
regime
different head.
change.
It's the
Policy has
same.
shifted as a result of the regime change.
It's the same regime, right? So we'll see where this goes. And now Iran's a little bit different simply because it's a theocracy. You have the theocrats, you have the mullahs and the ayatollah, but then you actually have the president and you have the actual government,
They
right?
have democratic elements too, dude. They really do.
Correct. They
Far
do.
more than Saudi Arabia.
Correct. So that's the key here. You can take out the Ayatollah. Those guys are all just old men that are, they have that power, but they're not as powerful as you think they are in the domestic agenda. They're just out there, they're figureheads. So what comes next now is who is going to fill that role. Remember, there was reporting out earlier this morning from multiple outlets, both in Israeli media, which of course you take with a grain of salt until it gets confirmed by other outlets, especially in this particular theater. That they were targeting the U.S. and Israel were targeting Pezeshkian, and he is still alive. That's the president of Iran. So that's the key here is the shift now from military operations into political. It's clear that Iran, it's at least it seems from what I hear from Iranians on the ground and in spaces here with y'all, is that the Iranians are going to have to make a choice of whether they want to go to the monarchist model, if they're going to go to the true democratic republic model, whatever they want to do is going to be that.
But that's the next step here, right? So that's the true regime change, is to move away from the theocracy that it's been for 50 years. Now it's just a matter of what path they decide to take, and whether there's going to be a power struggle between the people that don't like the path that's chosen, right? Especially in a place like this that has been under rule of the same system for 50 years that has been incredibly oppressive.
And I think,
So
well, and there's an indoctrination factor here too, right? Is they're like, oh, well, when they took over, there wasn't a whole bunch of Muslims, blah, 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 blah. But there is now. You have 2 or 3 generations of men who have been thoroughly indoctrinated with that theology. And we don't know the real numbers, right? I remember when they were coming into spaces and trying to sell this to us, and I was like, they're like, oh, well, only a small portion of the population there is actually part of the Islamic religion or Islamic faith, and they're not beholden, yada yada yada, to the clerics. And I'm like, well, how do you know that? You're assessing that on 3 decades ago, right? There's been 2 generations of youngsters who have been thoroughly. Please mute your mic when I'm speaking. Yeah, thank you. There's been 2 generations of youngsters who have grown up thinking this is the way things are. So I don't really fall into that. I want to see some results. Let's go ahead, man. You can finish if you were going to, and then I go to Clinton.
no,
No,
no, no, you're
okay,
good.
Clinton.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Yeah, a couple of quick points here. Like, a lot of us suffer from recency bias, and what I mean by that is Iran actually had a democratically elected government until 1953, and then we in the West went and put a coup in place, and we removed that government because the democratically elected prime minister of Iran nationalized the largest refinery in the world at that time. And then what we did was we installed a puppet, and that
There's
puppet was in
something going on. I don't know if
place
you're driving
until,
or if you're on a headset or something. The background noise is really bad. Can you
yeah,
fix that?
I'm going to try, Jules, and I apologize. I'm actually on the train right now.
Oh, are you? Okay. Well, are you on a
Yeah,
headset?
I am, yeah, on the train, just because I can't hear without the headset. I
Okay,
apologize,
go
but
ahead. You're good. All right, then go ahead. Continue.
yeah. So
Get
basically,
some
the
AirPods though,
West,
bro. Get some AirPods. Continue.
I'm gonna do that. Trust me. But the no, like, the West disposed of the democratically elected government in 1953, and we installed a puppet that would do what we wanted it to do when it comes to the oil business, and that created a culture in Iran that democracy didn't matter. It created the idea that big corporate interests and geopolitics overrules democracy. And then that is what led to the events of 1979. And that's how Khomeini and the clerics came to power. And it's shocking to me that out of the hundreds of lives, not yours, Diligent, but of the hundreds of life spaces that have occurred over the last number of years about Iran, none of these so-called experts talk about that. They talk about 1979 in complete and total isolation from the fact that we in the West orchestrated a coup of a democratically elected government. And
Just
then
like
we
Brazil.
wonder, yeah, and then we wonder why there's generations of people in that country who don't like us and don't trust us. It's like we prove to them why we're not trustworthy. Because the United States brags about democracy and the shining city on a hill, right? And all of that bullshit. And then what did we do to them? We removed their government in 1953. So, like, we're the biggest hypocrites in the world.
And after they negotiated, we ripped up the document.
What do you got, Ian?
Oh boy. The last 48 hours has been it's been anticipatable and yet really disheartening to watch. I think the response initially from Iran was rather, I don't want to use the term impressive because I don't ever care for death, right? That should always be frowned upon, and we should always mourn those who lose their lives for psychopathic international bankers and let's say other geopolitical efforts at the highest levels, that the average day-to-day individual in either Israel, Iran, or the United States don't benefit at all from this insanity. Although I actually think you could make the argument that the Iranians would if the outcome were different. And now with Khamenei's death, presumably, right? I know there's some people on the far right, I suppose, of this conflict that would say maybe this isn't the case and maybe this is a propaganda piece. I don't think that's probably the case at this point. But uh, the regime change that's going to follow in the event that Israel gets its way is just going to be further, homogenous ownership and interest, let's call it, of Iran, which will solidify essentially that they will have run the board. It's essentially Yahtzee or Monopoly, whatever exclamation the Israelis are going to make. But to the commenter that was just speaking about how essentially commercial interests are superseding democracy, I mean, that's correct. The problem is that the commercial interests are basically the banking interests, which are essentially the Israeli interests. And so we now basically see a Western world that's completely subservient to Israel, who now presumably have knocked over the final domino. And if they have complete and utter control of all of the Middle East, the thing that I fear is for any American who's been sitting around and celebrating this, this is not a win for America. It's a win for Israel and the Greater Israel Project. And there is a not so distant future in which, with absolute control of the region, you will see an absolute departure of whatever prosperity remains for the United States outsourced to the Middle East. That is the inevitable outcome of this. You will see, and I see there's an individual giving me a thumbs down, and I would ask the question, what has the last 25 years done, if anything, for the prosperity of those in the United States? And the answer is obviously it's done nothing. It has built up essentially prosperity and opportunity for Israel, which will now consolidate absolute control, which they already essentially have, not only over tech and AI and the media, but unfortunately, if you're an American citizen right now, I believe that you and I are essentially now enslaved in a matrix that once had to at least pretend that democracy mattered. It no longer does. Donald Trump had maybe the approval of 20% of Americans who thought it was a good idea to go attack Iran. And 4 out of 5 Americans said, I want nothing to do with this. And he unilaterally, without even going to Congress, just said, yep, we're going to declare war. We're going to try to chop off the head of the snake. And in the event that he succeeded, Diligent, I think we are facing a really scary, uncertain time because BRICS is now basically, it's not going to be dissolved, but it's a massive black eye to whatever it was that was trying to be developed as a alternative to the ever failing and collapsing petrodollar and American, let's say, control of geopolitics that again is going to shift to the hands of the Israelis, who at this point nobody trusts. Like there is no world leader at this point that genuinely believes that Israel has anyone's interest but their own at stake. And the uncertain, or I'd say the concerning piece about that is we've seen now 50, if not 75 years of America kind of serving as world police, where most people kind of believed that the United States had, let's say, the interests of peace in mind, although I think we've all kind of realized that was a gambit, right? But nobody trusts Israel anymore. And so you now basically are going to see what is going to be the Bolshevik 2.0, except this time instead of controlling Russia, they're trying to control the world. And it's going to be a system where either you're subservient, you bend the knee to these psychopaths, or they just blow you up and decapitate your leadership if you dare believe in nationalism. So for anybody who thinks themselves a patriot, this is a big L for you. This is not a win for Trump or MAGA or America. This is a win for Jewish supremacy. And I know that I sound like the conspiracy theorist suggesting it, but what else do you call it when your leader is bending the knee and bending over backwards for a genocidal regime that just killed as many as prospectively 700,000 Palestinians and now goes to war at the behest of literally the Epstein blackmail ring, which owns all of your tech and is at the funding of the Rothschilds. And we know that directly from the Epstein emails themselves. So I know it sounds conspiratorial, but this is a really, really dark time for the world. And I was not in any way, shape, or form cheering for Iran to win a conflict against Israel. I didn't want any conflict with anybody. But what I certainly don't want is the removal of Maduro, and the destruction of any world leader that opposes Jewish supremacy. That's not a win for democracy. It's actually an L for freedom and freedom fighters. And so I know I'm the conspiracy guy, but at this point, we got to look around and recognize Trump is compromised, America is subservient, and the thing that they're subservient to seems to export nothing but essentially hatred and animus for anybody that opposes their supremacy. And that's a dangerous world to find ourselves in, my friends. So scary times, and I hope people start to recognize what we're living through, because if not, we're all about to get just immense propaganda to the point that we won't know up from down. And that's what they have built this entire system around. So it's rather concerning, brother.
Logic, go ahead and push back if you want.
Hey, Ian, you really think that what we're doing, there's no benefit to the American people whatsoever for these operations?
Has the last 30 years been a benefit to the United States and its citizenry?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These are new
No, it
operations.
matters immensely because
No,
it's one and the
no,
same
no,
set of
no, it
interests,
doesn't.
kid. Yes, it
Well,
does. It
well,
matters immensely.
no. Listen, there's new operations that are happening right now. They have different implications. There's different things that are going on. There's different reasons for doing it. Are you saying that the only reason why we're doing this is because Israel wants it? Because
Yes.
I don't think that that's true.
Yes, it's of course we're only doing this for Israel and the blackmail ring of
Okay,
Epstein
okay,
Island, and you're crazy if you think
okay.
otherwise.
So is oil a global commodity that's traded?
Yes, it is. And
Okay.
who was it that
So how does that?
celebrated
So
Trump getting
listen.
rid of Maduro?
So all right. So is
No, can you
Iran
answer that
what?
question?
What? Let's
Can you
say it
answer
again.
that question? Who went and
Yeah, of course.
publicly posted thanking Trump for taking out Maduro? Was it the Rothschilds?
I'm not sure, but
How are you
Yes, it
not sure?
was.
How are
It
we having this
was.
conversation if you're not sure?
well, because it doesn't matter. Because
No, it matters
if
immensely.
it's good, just because it's good for the Rothschilds doesn't mean it's not good for the kitchen table.
Who do you think
It's a
ran
non
Epstein
sequitur.
and Trump?
What's that?
Who do you think ran Epstein Island and controls Trump? Not to mention the entire U.S.
That's a
political
non
system.
sequitur again. It's a non sequitur
No,
again.
it's not
Listen,
a non sequitur.
no, because Epstein wasn't controlling.
Okay. I don't know if you're really excited or what's going on, but I need you to. I don't know if you're on an Android. I just need you to hold the phone a little bit further away from your face. It's a little loud. It's a little loud. I have
Hey,
150 people.
hey,
We
sorry,
have
sorry, I
we
lost
have.
my.
It's all right. It's all right. We have 8,000 people listening on X Live. This is our first X Live stream. So hello, 8,000 people, and then we have 800 people in the space. And so I want to be very considerate to their listening experience. And it's okay for you to get excited and riled up. I actually prefer that. Let's just keep the tone down a little bit. Go ahead.
Hey, sorry for that. I lost my earpiece. So usually I do it in an earpiece, but for some reason I can't. The earpiece isn't connected to this live for some reason. But there is absolutely other reasons why we're doing this.
Like what?
It's not okay. So for global commodities, global commodities are traded across the globe. Okay.
So what's the
Iran
benefits for
being
us?
Global commodities are traded
what?
across the
Right.
globe.
So
Yes, you don't
yes,
say.
right. So listen, come on, listen. So you have oil prices, everything that's all connected. They are one of the main producers of oil in the Middle East.
How
And
does
what
it
they're
benefit
doing is they're
the
subservient.
common
Oh,
man
wait,
though?
listen, hold on. Come in, because they're putting oil on the markets under commodity prices. They are um
Yeah, but it's
uh
fucking dirty oil, bro. It's shitty
well,
oil.
I mean, it's fine that it is, but it also still hurts the commodity prices, right? So
So
it
how many
hurts our
lives are
produce.
worth giving up for that right there? How many American lives are worth
Yeah, well, they're
giving?
not
Well,
undercutting us.
it's hard.
Trump is
Well,
pouring the oil fucking production. The valve is all the way open. That's why the barrel is going down. That's why the pump is going down. So it's not that they're undercutting. And I think the argument you're trying to make is sound, but I think it's the lane that you're in. It's not that they're undercutting the commodities price. It is that they are selling to our competitors, right? It is that.
correct. But they're selling to our competitors at not market prices. So
Okay, how
they're
long have they been
undercutting
trying to get us to go to war with Iran?
who
Well,
is they?
Benjamin Netanyahu, that's one, but we can go back to the 80s if you'd like. But how long have they been trying to get the United States of America to go to war with Iran?
Let's grant that it's been forever. Let's grant that it's been forever. That's not. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, how does that not
We
matter?
still have, because we still have interest in that region.
What interest
We.
exactly do we have with Iran?
I've been telling you, it's a
Okay,
global
if we lift
shipping lane for
sanctions,
one.
but if
Oh,
we
wait,
hold on,
it's a global shipping lane. It's commodities shipping lane that's going on there that they disrupt at any time that they want to do it. Right. So yeah, sure. Whenever they want to do it, barrel of oil goes up by 10%, and then we fill it in the pump by 20 cents, 25%, whatever in our pockets. Right.
okay.
That has an effect on our table. So
So
to say that there's no interest there is just not factually accurate.
They're
Yeah,
not
but
okay,
here,
so
allowed to
what
here's
does
sell
the
the
here's
oil
the
United
to
States
problem.
us.
benefit
Here's the
compared
problem.
to Israel?
At a macro level, you're advocating that a system is going to benefit Americans that demonstrably has not benefited Americans for the last 30 years, as they have watched something between 10 and 15% of all federal expenditures go to the Middle Eastern, let's say, democracy project of destroying all of Israel's enemies and putting or instilling puppet governors in positions of power so that Israel can have its playground and its future state of the Greater Israel Project at the expense of the benefit and the prosperity of Americans who today can't even afford to put the gas in the car to get to the place of work, where they can't even get the job because they've mass imported all the migrants. And even if they did, the dollars that they get paid for it can't buy them a dozen eggs. How has anyone's
Yeah,
life gotten better over the last
but you're
30 years?
because you're conflating things. You're conflating things.
No, I'm not.
There's
What
supply.
has gotten
Yes,
better over the
yes, there
last
is.
30 years? Can you give me 5 bullets? What has gotten better for your average American over the last 30 years?
What has gotten better for the average American?
Yes. Yes.
Nothing has.
Nothing has,
I
but
don't
you're
think.
going
I
to
don't think that
continue
there. I don't
advocating
think
for
that
the
there's.
system.
That's okay. So how is it that
Do you not
that?
see
More
how ridiculous
porn.
it is
No,
that you're that
wait. Come on.
Oh, I see.
Let me
flustered
speak.
by the question?
Hold on.
How
You
is
What are your
can't give me
thoughts
a single
on
thing that's
Candace
gotten
Owens
better.
and Diligent? First off, because we got to clear this up. I just looked at your profile. What is your stance? Where are you exactly? Are you in America, or where are you from? Where are you at?
I'm in America. I'm from Iowa.
Okay, so what is your
Ethanol.
stance on I guess Israel? You're very pro-Israel, evidently, but what's your stance on
It's
Epstein and
okay
all
for
these
him
different
to be
things?
pro-Israel, bro.
No,
It's
no,
okay
that's
for
not
you
that.
No,
to
It's
it's all
not
not
right.
that.
That's
be.
fine. Let him probe. Let him probe it. Let him probe. That's fine. Let him probe.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can't give me a single thing that has improved over the last 30 years.
Do
You
you
didn't
want
even
him
try
to
to give me
use
one
lubricant
bullet.
when he probes, or should he just go in there raw dog?
I mean, like, so what? Like, what? So what's the
I'm pretty
question?
girthy, bro. So I'm just letting you
Wait,
know.
no. What
No,
do you
I know.
mean? What
What's
is
the
the question?
question?
Or is it not embarrassing that you're advocating for a system for which you can't give me a single facet of American life that has improved over the last 30 years under this system and ideology? Not one.
But I know I'm advocating for the change of the system, right?
It's not a
Like,
change. It's the
yeah,
same
yes, it is.
system.
Yes, it is. It's
No, what
going
has
in attacking.
changed?
Listen. Going and changing regime in Venezuela, a major oil company, is a change of the system. Going into Iran and changing the regime is a major change in the
It's
system.
the same Jewish supremacist ideology that powered Bush all the way to
That's
today. What are
fine,
you
but
talking about? No, it's
it
not fine,
hasn't
because
been.
you just
No,
acknowledged that you couldn't
listen.
give me a single thing that's gotten better in
Let him
America
let him
over 30
It,
respond,
years.
Malcolm.
it,
Ian, let him get a
it,
full,
it
full let him get a full response in.
it's fine that you feel that it's the same thing that's been happening. However, it's not. It's completely different. That we've went and with our partners and with the military went and secured oil guarantees from the Venezuelan government by taking out Maduro.
How is this different than the democracy project under W? Can you give me any explanation
What?
how this is a different ideology?
I mean, like, W's incompetent for one. Like
Oh, okay,
like
okay. So it's because W was incompetent. It's the exact same set of interests resulting in the American military machine and all of its credit cards being used to go destroy the Middle
yeah,
East, which is going to result in refugees. What are you talking about?
but it's a non sequitur because you got to bring it to reality
No,
for
it's
today.
not.
Because past results doesn't indicate future results. You
Oh,
know
okay. So
this
the last
already.
30 years,
Except
So
for past behavior is the best predicting indicator of future behavior, right? So that's a fact.
so we're owned by the
I
same set of
agree, but
interests
that doesn't make it
you just contradicted
the
yourself then
be
if
all
you
end
agree.
all.
so
I'm gonna pause the debate here. I do want to allow you guys to chase each other around the car a little bit more. I want to go to some hands for a moment. If you guys have been waiting patiently, we'll get through them. I will prioritize them on brevity. And so, since Mitch is one of the longer-winded individuals on stage, much like our last two speakers, we'll go to Terry, Don, and then Donna. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me up. Diligent, this is not my area of expertise. Sometimes I listen to spaces and there are people on there who say, and then at this point in the Strait of Hormuz, you go right. And, I mean, it's like, wow. So some people, the level of knowledge is awesome. So I'm just betraying my semi-ignorance. But I think that
Semites in ignorance?
Semi, that's sort of ignorance.
Even
But
Mitch the Jew is laughing at that one. That was a good one.
no, it was good. It was a good joke. It was a good joke. So what I'm saying is it's hard for me not to see how Trump wasn't pushed and bullied into this
Poor baby.
primarily by Israel. I'm sorry. I've been a supporter of Israel. I'm not one of those people, the Jews are everything, they're running everything. No, I don't believe that. And this space and Diligent hasn't been about that. And I've appreciated it. But you also have to keep your eyes and ears open. And and someone else was up here and they said a good thing, something I relate to less so now. But my son was in special operations in the Army, and he is really good analyst. And he quit in July. He said, "Nope, no more." And I think that what the guy was saying was, if you wouldn't send your kid to this war, then don't support it. And I would not have wanted my kid to go fight Iran at this point. There's just no real reason except, I mean, I get it. Iran had screwed up. And Netanyahu had kicked the crap out of them. There's no question about it. I mean, he took everybody down. But I think that to say, well, they're weak and so we need to just take advantage of this. Yeah, I get it. And were they going to be a problem? Probably. Did we want them with a nuclear weapon? That's a hell no. But it really bothers me. And I do think that there is a connection, just I don't have receipts for it, that this is connected to Epstein and trying to drive that off the front page for Trump. And I agree that the winners here are not the American people. It's just not going to be. What we've proven once again is we got one hell of a military. And in fairness, I mean, the military kicked ass doing Venezuela, the 12-day war, the bunker busters. I mean, and now this. I mean, I think that what it has shown is America is not a paper tiger. And in this time, that's probably a good thing. But I think that for our position with China, so it's complex as hell, but I don't support this. It seems like a total optional war, and you don't do that optionally. At least I get the big power politics of it, but I think it's very dangerous, and things could flip on us in a moment. But again, you just have to look at it and say, man, America's got one hell of a military, and when you combine that with Israel's intelligence and Palantir and all this other high tech stuff, I mean, it's pretty awesome, but also very scary. I'll land there.
Dilly, I just want to clear one thing because I like what everybody said right there.
But so the thing about it that we forget, Iran in 1970, they signed the NPT, the treaty, right? And the IAEA, they allowed inspections. So all this, nuclear talk, there has never been any factual evidence that they have had a nuclear weapon. Okay, so that's the thing about it. Now, when it comes to Israel, Israel has had, they have Dimona. You can look at it on Google Maps, and they have not signed the NPT treaty, and they have never allowed there, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And either has Pakistan, and either has India and North Korea. They went against it. South Sudan, all of these other countries, but we focus on this one that we haven't really had an issue with since 1979. That's the whole thing about it. So it is undoubtedly, and that's what it's secret, because I'm trying to
They killed
not be.
They've been
Americans, bro.
killing and attacking your soldiers
Oh
for
my
50
God! See, that's
years.
that's
Yeah,
The
that's
bro.
Stop being
IEDs were
You're
stupid
not
not
about
you're
this.
not going to beat me
Iran.
like that. You're going to go into the killed Americans. So Israel has never
yeah,
killed
they did.
Americans. Hold on. Has Israel ever been responsible in some form or fashion? Well, besides this war right here, for Americans?
Yes,
Yes,
allegedly
they
on that ship.
accidentally killed
Yes.
Americans.
How many
Iran is
Americans? Is it
intentionally
thousands,
attacking
Mitch?
your
Is it
interests,
thousands?
cyber attacks, military
Is it
attacks
thousands, Mitch? You
for
said it was
50
thousands,
years,
right?
man.
Earlier, and
You don't
Diligent
want to
debunked
accept that
you.
they've called you their
You,
enemy? That's your
Dil-
problem. But they
Mitch,
have said it.
We've
they're
treated
not
them
my
America
like an
is
enemy.
our
enemy,
enemy.
Mitch.
It's not my
That's a
enemy.
fact.
Not my enemy. Like they have
Yes,
not. They
no,
killed
no,
what,
they
three
told you. They've
people?
said to you, our greatest enemy is America. You don't want to hear that. That's your
Because we
problem.
Okay,
treat them
so
like
have a
an
And you
lot
want to
of
enemy.
blind
countries,
yourself.
Mitch.
That's your problem.
Mitch. How many countries hate America? Honestly, how many countries hate America? The country that you
I
don't
don't
live
care
in,
if you hate
America.
Nobody
You
can
America.
you
I
answer
don't
don't
live
care
in
if
that.
someone hates.
America.
You can hate
You
America,
don't live in
but
America.
it's the
So how
difference
many
between
countries
hating
have?
America and
But you don't live here.
killing and attacking your
Why am I even
country and
talking to
pretending
a
that.
Mexican?
And you want to blind yourself with the Juju Angel syndrome to pretend they're
Wait,
not
wait, is
attacking
Mitch
you.
actually
Nobody said
That's your
Mexican?
Jews.
business.
Nobody said
That's your
Jews.
business.
Stop. That's the anti-Christian.
We can only hear one of you at a time. Let's dial it back in and argue about the merits and move away from the ad hominems.
Sorry about that. It's just when that anti-Christian rhetoric gets in it gets me. Anyway, so nobody said anything about Jews, bro. Don't do that. I'm not on that little rant right there.
I mean, Ian did, but that's okay. Continue.
Oh, that's Ian. I mean, it's gonna happen. But the thing about it, Mitch, they have not
Yeah,
killed a
I was
bunch
just
of
asking the
people.
question.
They have not killed a bunch of Americans. And the one attack was after we went and killed their guys, that Sullivan guy or whatever. So it's like, they haven't. I truthfully
Hundreds of
believe if we
soldiers
did
in
business with
Lebanon,
them,
Khobar
I think it would. Hold
Towers,
on. Let me
hundreds
finish.
of
I'll
your
let you
soldiers in
finish. I
Iraq.
will.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't. You just like
Iraq?
they only
Why
killed
were we in
three. That's like your
Iraq?
perspective. Do you
Why
know
were
It's
we in
anything
Iraq.
about
Iraq?
the world? Do you know anything? Anything at
Why,
all?
why were we in Iraq? Went to
I'm not.
Congress. I
You were
know that.
stupid.
Listen, they have declared you as their enemy and attacked you for 50 years, and you
Who
pretend
got
like,
us
no,
in
I have no idea
Iraq?
what's going on here.
Who
No,
got
no,
us in
they haven't,
Iraq?
Mitch.
Is Zintani glitched, Harmony? Can you see? Looks like she's glitched.
I don't see her. I see the mic just went away, but no sound.
Okay, she's not glitched. She had the mic open. She's sitting there
How
breathing
long
into
was
the
my
mic.
mic open? Sorry.
Long time. Long time. Are you sleeping?
No.
Were you drooling onto the phone on your pillow? All right, let's
No.
go to Don Fresh. Go ahead.
Hey, so Trump sends Witkoff and Kushner to negotiate, with Iran, and they're both the Jewish Zionists. Not the greatest thing to do. So what is the end result? Is it peace in the Middle East? It will never happen, ever. It won't. It'll be temporary, like it always is. But the end result, never will there be peace in the Middle East. So why are we getting involved? What is the purpose? Every tomahawk that goes off, that's taxpayer dollars. That's millions and millions of dollars. So there's no reason for the United States to get involved. But it's too late now. It's too late and the damage has been done. And now Trump's going to have to deal with the consequences because you keep bombing over and over again. Iran, the Persian people, it's going to be a lot different than the first strike. So it's just terrible. You got to look at it like he ran on no wars, and is he being controlled? I don't know, but it sure looks like it to me. And I was in favor of Trump before, before, like when he got elected in 24, and now it's not the same at all. And it's not just me, it's the majority of the MAGA base. You got the neocons and the Zionists that will support Trump. There's some people that will support Trump no matter what he does. But someone has to tell Trump, like, what the fuck are you doing? You're ruining everything. You got a chance, you got an opportunity, and he squandered it. It's self-sabotage on his part. So it's a terrible situation. So I don't know, but I appreciate you giving me the mic. So
I think there's a few who share that sentiment, brother. Thanks for coming up here. Man, I'm looking at so they're posting. I'm gonna mute you up because you got something going on. They have so Cole Kamani's they're posting from his X account, and it says this quote: "In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, among the faithful are men who fulfill what they have pledged to Allah. There are some among them who have fulfilled their pledge, and some of them who still wait, and they have not changed in the least." Holy Quran 33:23. The proposed community note says this, and it is savage. It says, quote, "Kamani is dead. He's tweeting from hell, and Iranians around the world are celebrating his death." And it's to the point where it's about to be a full-on community note, but that's pretty savage. Oof. Ugh, that's rough. All right, let's go to ISAF. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, thank you. I'm driving, so I apologize if my audio is not that great. But I mean, somebody had mentioned about the fact that Iran hates us and they chant death to America, and somebody had already explained that earlier. In 1952, 1953, General Schwarzkopf's father initiated a coup in Iran against the democratically elected Mohammad Mossadegh, who was the president of Iran at that point, and was going to nationalize Iran's oil, because what was going on at that point, the British Petroleum Company had control over the oil fields of Iran and was stealing their oil, and Mohammad Mossadegh platformed that he was going to take that oil, nationalize it for Iran, and invest it into the community and the people of Iran for the people of Iran. And what happened is that the British Petroleum Company went to the Americans and said, "This guy's a communist. You need to take him out," because it threatened their oil fields, and that's exactly what happened. The CIA sent Schwarzkopf over, who created a coup, who took him out, and then they put in Pahlavi, who was extremely corrupt and stole a lot of money, and he was a puppet of the Americans. And that's exactly how Khomeini got to power, is because in 1979, as you all know, with the Orange Revolution, that Pahlavi was a corrupt politician. He was very swampy. He did a lot of bad things. And so the Khomeini and the Ayatollah and all those people used a lot of propaganda against Pahlavi, and saying, "Look what the Americans did. They put a puppet in. They're controlling our country. They're stealing our resources. They're stealing our oil," and that's how they got into power. And so when you look at the history of how we got to where we got to today, all repeating the same mistakes, which are going to lead to the same problems that we have later on. You look at what happened with the Mujahideen in Afghanistan, how we supported them, then they turned against us. How we supported Saddam Hussein, they turned on us. You have to look at history, and trying to say that this is different, that this is gonna, this is good for the kitchen table of the Americans. No, it's fucking not. It's only good for Israel and the oil companies and corporations and the rich and the powerful. And if you do some digging, there's a great interview that Amy Goodman of Democracy Now! Did with General Wesley Clark, and he had basically said when he was in the military under the Bush administration, they had a plan for 7 countries in 7 years, and it was all on behest of Israel, Lebanon, Syria, Libya, and Iraq, and a whole bunch of other ones. And the last one on that list was Iran. The Americans have done everything on that list, and now we just finished that list with Iran. And this is all on behest of Israel. The Americans are not going to get anything out of it. In fact, the price of gas is going to go up. It's not going to go down. And it depends on who's going to take control of Iran next. There's been a lot of people who supported Pahlavi, who want to have Pahlavi come back. Whether or not that's going to happen, we'll see. But you just have to look at history, and you can't say that it's different, because every single time, the Iran-Contra, Pinochet, any of that stuff, Operation Northwoods, Operation Paperclip, Operation Ajax, all that has led to nothing but good for the corporations of America, who steal their resources, steal their land, exploit their labor, and make a lot of money, and turn around and rip off the American people, and we get nothing out of it. And so I just don't understand how anyone can think that this is going to be a good thing. I mean, the person that they're going to put in charge of Iran next could be far worse than Khomeini. Russia steps in, or if any of these other countries step in, China steps in, it's going to cause a lot of problems. And the person that was saying earlier that, we're going to get all this oil out of them, look at what they did with Venezuela. Well, because they're saying that Iran was selling oil to our competitors. What the fuck are the Americans doing with the oil that they're getting from Venezuela? They're selling it to the Chinese, who are our competitors. So I don't understand that argument. I think Ian was, majority of the correct information. The other guy, I don't know what his name was, had no talking points, nothing to really say. I don't think he has any foot to stand on that fact. So I don't know what y'all talking about and arguing over. This is just complete bullshit.
Logic, you can respond since he's talking about you.
Hey, ASA, is oil a global commodity?
I love how you use the same words. You're going to call it a non sequitur and a global commodity. It means
I just asked
meaningless.
a simple question. It's a yes or no.
Yeah, oil is gonna what's gonna happen? We're still gonna sell it
Okay,
to China.
How much of the commodities go through the Strait of Hormuz?
A lot, and a lot of trade, and a lot of other things go to the Strait of Hormuz as well.
Okay,
and you think that the price
does the Iranian regime go and make it to where it makes it harder for us
Is
to
that your
have free
argument?
trade and move?
Is that your entire argument? I do want to know that.
No. There's
what else do
multiple
you
arguments
have?
to this. I started off with China, then I got cut off. So I'm pivoting to a different place.
Well, your China point has no leg to stand on, because you were saying that Iran was selling oil to China. America is selling Venezuelan oil to China. So that means nothing. That's
what you say? You said what?
Word.
You said so? Who's selling oil to China?
The Americans from
Who's
Venezuela.
So how is that not good for America?
How is that not good for America? Selling oil to
America's selling oil. Yes. America is selling oil to China.
Earlier. Your argument earlier was saying that it's bad because Iran was selling oil to our competitors. Yet we're doing the same exact thing. So how is that a problem?
Because we're doing it. Because we are doing it. We get the money from the oil funds. We're doing it.
Who is we?
We get to control.
Who do you think is we?
The United States.
Not the United States.
It's not the United
States.
States.
Companies, the corporations. They're making money.
You are dogpiling him, and we cannot hear you all at once.
I'd like to know.
Let him respond. Let him articulate a response. Mute up. Answer the question.
Are you saying that the United States selling oil to China is not different than Venezuela selling oil to China?
Does it not offset?
The only difference
yes or no. Yes or no. It's a yes or no. It's just a yes or no.
It's different because the corporations are making money, not the American people. So this whole thing, it's good for the kitchen table, is bullshit. It's the corporations and the oil companies are going to be making money off of this, not the American people, not the American government, not the American taxpayers. It's corporations. It's always been about corporations.
Which
Always.
corporations?
We don't get
Which
any of it.
corporations?
No, don't do
Which
that. So,
corporations?
Logic, it's your turn to answer a question. So, what are the repercussions for us doing these things? Who gets to do more business? China has a lot of business in right now. They have a lot of. They're getting a lot of business, right? And why is that?
Yeah.
Because kind of the way we've been acting. Okay, so what's the negatives in this whole Iranian thing? I guess I would be the question.
What do you mean? So like, I'm not sure what you're
What's
asking.
the negative
Rephrase.
aspect of us going to war with Iran, as far as with China, I guess you say, or the oil, or whatever you want to say? Like, what ultimately outweighs each other when it comes to this oil and China argument of yours that you have? Because it's
Uh,
very it's ridiculous to me.
the reason why we should, are you asking like the reason why we should be going to war
No,
with
I'm not
Iran,
asking you why we should
or like
like send our guys to die in a different country for this. I'm saying like just what are the negatives? Just simply stated right there. Like what is the negative
of
aspect of
loss?
it?
The negative aspect is loss of global resources, which is absolutely 100% one of Trump's core issues that's going on. There's a bunch of global resources right now that we need to do to operate as a
But they're
country.
not going to the
And
American people. They're going to the corporations, which all serve the interests of the same you-know-who power structure that either
what
blackmail or bribe.
corporations?
What do you mean, what
Exxon Mobil,
corporations? We could go literally to
Chevron,
every one of the.
Countries?
Should we start
What
listing
Halliburton,
all of
countries or
them?
corporations?
I don't
uh,
understand
What
why this is
countries
so
or
complicated
Lockheed
for you.
Martin. Okay,
We
Lockheed
cannot
Martin,
hear
Exxon.
three of you at once.
I'll
I
answer
just
this.
asked a simple question. When you say
Okay,
it's
I'll
going to
answer
the
it. I'll
corporations,
answer it. I'll answer it.
what
Okay, so you
what
got
countries,
BlackRock. Okay, I'm
corporations?
answering. Okay, you keep. Okay, we
Okay.
get it. Here now, get
Let him
ready to
answer the
be.
question, Logic.
Yeah, get ready to be wrong. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Exxon Mobil, Halliburton, KBR. Which ticker do you want? What sector would you like to hear from? Like exactly
Just
what?
keep going. Just keep going because it's awesome, right? Because they employ millions of people.
Okay,
They
okay.
Yeah,
So
employ
you.
so
Okay,
millions of
okay.
people.
I
So
hear.
So I just want to take a moment because I'm going to be wrapping up in 20 minutes. If you want to support what I'm doing, the best way is by subscribing. There's a pink button on my profile. There is a link to the subscriber space scheduled in 20 minutes right after this one. Follow us over on YouTube. Follow us on X. Turn all notifications on for my profile, and you'll never miss when we host these spaces or when we put out Epstein content. We have a live feed going. There's 8,000 people in there. What up? And this has been a great space. Make sure you're following my co-hosts, Zintani and Harmony. They are both spaces hosts themselves. Absolute fucking legends. Turn notifications on for them. Same for Sally and Coyote and Ian up here, Mitch, ISAF, Logic, Terry, Donna, and Coyote, of course. I think I already mentioned you once, whatever. Make sure you're following all of them. Absolute legends, and we appreciate you. All right. Thank you. Little
Appreciate
plug
diligent,
there.
and I want to. I'll wrap it up right here. But so I would say everybody does need to set your notifications for diligent. Give him a subscribe because he does do amazing spaces and allows. He's been very lenient today. So I guess you could say, your point was that Americans are going to get these
It's on
jobs.
topic. It's on
Yeah.
topic,
Oh yeah,
bro.
no, this was excellent. This was a great space, one of the best I've been. So to my response to you, Logic, do you think that all Americans are going to get all those jobs? You don't think that a lot of international jobs, India, do you kind of see what's going on here? Do you see what's going on here? Do you think that the H-1B visa people may be a part of this? The 650,000 Chinese that are coming over here, will they be getting jobs too, or is it going to be me and you
No,
and
I
our
don't. I don't
kids?
think that it's exclusive. I don't think that it's exclusive to Americans. However, that's not the point. The point is that it is absolutely beneficial to Americans.
It is
no,
not.
no,
Okay.
hang on, Coyote. So here's a rough way to think about this. So it's beneficial at a macro level because of commercial interest would be your suggestion. Is it benefit? Is it beneficial to the American people that Amazon has essentially destroyed all Main Street businesses? Is that good for your average American?
I know that's not. I think that they should be brought up.
Okay, so so that's a fair answer. So Amazon's got almost a
Yeah,
million employees, and something like 35 to 40% of them have to live off government benefits because they don't make a living wage. It's a good
yeah,
example
exactly.
of how the
I agree.
growth of corporations does not have any direct benefit to your average American worker, and that has been the exact problem over the last 30, 40, 50 years as you've had a hyper concentration of wealth at the very top of the capital class that are basically building a serf class out of Americans. There is no way that this is going to be of benefit that they took out Iran and now Israel gets to control more of the Middle East. All that means is they've got more security over there to further the greater Israel, to take more and more of the exports of your jobs, your labor, your wealth, your prosperity, and they're basically going to leave behind a deprived, degenerate slave state. That's what they want for the United
Well,
States. We are basically going to become the Palestinians if we don't wake up and reject Jewish supremacy yesterday.
I let me push back on that a little bit, right? Because what's happening with the oil prices and stuff like that, when you have a gluttony, whenever you have something like that, or a restriction of output, it has an effect on the Americans' pockets all the
bro.
time, right?
Does
If you're
Amazon
if
growing have
but
a
listen, no,
benefit
but
on
how
the
many?
American
Come
pocket?
on.
We just talked about
Let
that.
me make a point. Let me make a point, right?
I'm sorry,
So
but you don't have a point. When you
Zero.
destabilize Iran, the oil price is going to go up because the production's going to go down, and then it's closing on the Strait of Hormuz. That's going to cause a lot of insurance to go
no,
up. The gas is going to go up, and if gas goes up, that means that every single other thing gets transported to all the
what?
different stores. Their price is going to go up, inflation's going to go up, and corporations going to pile on top of that. This
Except for
war,
With
gas has
we
gone.
the
No,
wasted
U.S.
no,
millions
no.
with
of
the U.S.
taxpayer dollars.
The only problem that I have with that is that it's not having the traditional deflationary effect that energy prices would. It's only gas that's going down. Electricity has remained up. Other energy producing commodities has remained up. Inflation has remained up on the produce and food side, and even the cost of goods has remained up. So gas has not had a deflationary effect in this cycle. There's something unique going on here, right? With the world economics and what's happening with the energy sector, and it has to do with stagflation, right? We are on the precipice of we're on the precipice of it's really kind of even all of these moves tell me that the regime is working to consolidate as much as the market as it can while it can in regards to the petrodollar and our hegemony, because we're about to face one, economic collapse, and two, it looks like a face off with China. And I would say that they are not in isolation. I would say that but those are those
And
are
Diligent,
correlated.
it's not even economic collapse. It is a civilizational collapse of the West that's being done intentionally so that when the
This is
you
a
know
foreign
who's
op. Ian, you're
Oh my
no, I'm
engaging in
not.
a
It's so
God.
foreign
that when the
op.
you know
This
who's who
is
have taken
literally the
all of the
historical
capital and all of
narrative
the
to
wealth, they
demoralize
move over
American
to the Middle
troops.
East, that the
This
United
is
States and that
old.
Western Europe is.
Bro, that is not a sound argument, Mitch. What I'm saying is
You want to
true.
bet it is?
Look at
I'll prove
gold,
it. I'll prove it.
and look at silver. Look at gold and look at silver. The wealthy are dumping into precious metal commodities that do not lose their value during economic downwinds, right? This is a
Ian was
fact.
saying,
This is a proven
complaining of a
fact. We are at
civilizational collapse.
all-time highs. We are
Yeah,
at all-time highs in those commodities because they are reserving their all of their assets in those commodities, right? So this
sure,
is
sure,
not
sure. Let's say they are.
okay.
But this claim of civilizational collapse is the same narrative that Nazi Germany did to demoralize troops, to claim that America is a mongrel nation
But Weimar Germany
controlled by
was a
the Jews.
civilizational
The
collapse, Mitch.
same
Everyone would
thing.
Hold,
agree.
Like, come on, you have to join the year,
Mitch.
the
That's
21st
textbook.
Hey,
century.
hey,
Please,
hey,
This is
Mitch.
an
Hey, Mitch. True or false? Time magazine
old
nominated
Nazi
Hitler
Sprinkle.
as their man of
narrative
the
to
year.
demoralize U.S. troops used to convince American
Mitch,
troops
true,
you're a
Mitch,
mongrel
stop,
Hey,
nation
Dill,
stop.
get this under
controlled by the
control, dude.
Jews. This is
Mitch,
old.
true or false?
Like,
Adolf
you have to
Hitler was
join the
Time
21st
magazine's
century,
man
Ian.
of the year. True or false?
I don't care who was the man of
No,
the
of course
year.
you don't care,
This
because
is
the
the
answer is it's
ignorance of
true.
talking.
All right, so we're not going to devolve into degenerate arguments, right? Not saying that you're degenerate, Ian or Mitch, but it's come on. Let's keep it
No,
on topic. You
Diligent, my
guys are
only
getting in the
point was
weeds.
that it is a
Diligent. When you have
civilizational
Jew or
collapse that they're
Israel
trying to
derangement
plan, and this
syndrome,
guy won't ever
you
acknowledge
blind
the
yourself to
obvious.
understanding geopolitics.
I understand that he is obsessed with the Jews, right? It's okay. He still makes articulate points. I do want to
No,
keep it
he
on
doesn't.
topic, though.
Yes, I do, Mitch.
It's I do want to keep I listen, I think you make articulate points, so I'm just saying. But when we get off into the weeds about history and yada yada yada, we're getting off topic. So
Can I just make a
before you lose me.
real quick deal? It's like Iran, oil commodities is so important to global everything that Iran is a major player in it. To dismiss that is just, it doesn't seem right.
What? Okay, here. This is my last thing.
Iran is a global player in oil commodities. The pricing, how much supply is put out there, everything. They are a player. To
Okay.
dismiss the fact that they are a player is not correct.
So that's a reason to get into this here, but that's not my thing. This will be the final thing. Diligence has been an amazing space. The thing about it is one day that people are they're gonna wake up and see, they're gonna take a look around, and they're really gonna start looking into things, and they're gonna see what interest that that Israel really has in America, like what they really, what the key objective is for America. Benjamin Netanyahu has stated this in many different ways. A lot of the memes you see and stuff like that, I get it, or whatever, but some of it's true when you look into it. They don't have our best interests at hand. They're a foreign country. You would expect that. I get it.
They
But the,
shouldn't.
hold on. I'm not asking you any. It's not a question or whatever, because I understand exactly why you want Israel or the United States to be in this war for Israel, and that's the whole thing about it. If people look and kind of just really take a look at the people that are pushing back for the people that America overwhelmingly does not want to go to war, you'll understand why or whatever. And I understand that too. It's because that's of heritage or of the country, loyalty or whatever. But I'm loyal to America, right? And I don't want people dying. I'm sick of it. So I'm having a hard time listening to people try to talk us into going to war and having our people die for what? We know it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Like, nobody's going to be convinced, like, oh, you know what? I think that we should just go to war. I'm going to change my fucking mind. You know what I'm saying? Like let's send more people. Let me call my grandkids. Is he 18 yet? I hope he can go to war. No, that's not going to happen. So I think it's sick, honestly. I think a lot of you are sick for wanting to push us into getting something for your objective agenda that really, when people find out, they're going to be pissed off and sickened.
May I go
Mitch,
ahead,
I'm going to give
Diligent?
you the floor. Yes, go ahead.
So every time someone is engaged in the Israel or Jew derangement syndrome, they blind themselves to
Hasbara,
understanding. Thank you.
Let
stop.
him,
They
let him,
blind
let him.
you.
Yeah, please don't interrupt him. He didn't interrupt you.
You
Go
blind
ahead,
your.
Mitch. It's a double mute. It's a double mute.
I respect that, Diligent.
Yep, go.
You blind yourself to understanding the complexity of the geopolitics of world power. You are the world hegemon. You have the largest GDP per capita for a reason. You have the cheapest access to goods. You have the cheapest oil prices relative to other first world nations. That is what this is about. You don't understand that? You have a dollar. That dollar is the most important asset of the United States of America, which makes it the reserve currency of the world, which gives you the ability to have power. You spend $1 trillion on your military, not for fucking Israel. And if you believe that, you're foolish. Just because two things have interest and have an objective, they have it for different reasons. Israel has their reason, America has its reason. It is not, it is a fact, an unquestionable fact that this regime, from its founding, which came through a politicalization of Islam, through the Muslim Brotherhood, and through other factors, we'll get into all that history, and Marxism led to the overthrow of the government of Iran. And they have declared you, America, as its enemy from its founding and acted against you through cyber attacks, kinetic attacks, and other forms of attack. And this narrative of imperial Zionist is the same thing that came out of the KGB. It's the same narrative that the Nazi used to demoralize U.S. troops. So
You're
if you're
trying to use that.
engaging in that narrative, you are actively engaging in a psyop against your own troops, and they are going against
It's so
Iran
laughable.
for their own
Bro.
interests, not because of
Let him
Israel.
finish
Fuck
uninterrupted.
Israel. It has to do with oil. It has to control of oil markets, trade routes, access to resources, your dollar hegemony, and all the aspects that give you the strongest and most powerful position in the fucking world. You want to give up that position and become just a nation like Britain now is relative to what it was? That's up to you. If you don't feel that your country should continue to be the most powerful nation in the world, then continue to psyop your troops and demoralize them and convince them not to fight for America and pretend like the Nazis tried to do. Convince you you're fighting for global Jew.
Lord, the Elders of Zion, Frank Close book, all that
Hang
stuff
on,
is.
Coyote. Hey,
Can a
Mitch,
woman get
can
in
you
this
name three
conversation?
things?
My
Mitch, can
hand's
you
been
name
up for
three
20
things that have improved
minutes.
for Americans? Can you name three things over the last 30 years that have improved for
Of
Americans?
course, the GDP per capita, health standards, access to goods and resources, oil prices.
All right,
Are you
pause,
kidding me?
pause. Let's go
Your
through each one of
country
these.
is
So health standards
100% better
is
over the last
cancer
30 years.
way
let's
up,
let's
You
Mitch?
let's
live,
let's
you
let's
live,
make
you
them
still live.
let's make it
You asked me the
concise because
question.
I'm wrapping
He
in a
he
few
can't.
minutes.
He can't.
Listen, you asked me a
Hey,
question.
Mitch,
Don't
Mitch
get
is
upset when I
cancer way
answer
up?
it. I didn't pop out of my mic. You asked the question, I'll answer
Mitch,
it.
is cancer
Your
way up since
country,
COVID?
your country is
Why are you not answering
100%
direct
better.
questions?
You asked the question, I'm trying to answer, and you're over
No,
talking
you're
me.
not. You're
You're,
dodging my
I
question. Is
literally, you're
cancer
over
way up
talking
post
again
COVID,
because you can't
Mitch?
control yourself unless you have the mute
No,
button or
it's
you're the
because you
host.
won't address a direct question like a
I'm
little
answering, and you
effeminate
won't let me
whiner.
finish
Is
because you have
cancer
a
way up?
lack
Yes
of
or no?
self control, Ian.
Come on,
I'm
that's
answering.
you guys are resorting to ad
I
hominems.
know, but
So
diligent,
I'm
you
gonna.
won't answer the
A
most
question
basic of
was
questions.
asked.
That's fine. Well, then that means the conversation's circular. It's not going anywhere. We're gonna give it a second. I'm gonna go to the Sally. Go ahead, Sally.
Thank you. I implore people in this space to read a book called Operation Gladio by Paul Williams. It is free on Audible. You will understand all these dynamics, how we go into these countries, we take their resources, we impoverish their nations, and it's not the American people that benefit from this. It is the oligarchs of this globe. And
It's
it is
Jews.
it's key to understanding everything that is going on in this country. I don't want to go to war.
And also read about Iran Contra while you're at it because they go hand in hand.
That's all part of Iran Contra, all of these color revolutions. That's all Operation.
To Donna. Donna, I've called on you a few times now. Are you there? You have to unmute your mic.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Diligent. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to thank you. I'd like to take it back to the beginning. I happen to know that Trump met with the Joint Chiefs and they did not recommend us going to war with Iran. I happen to personally know someone who keeps track of the inventory of the naval stockpiles, and he was called to Washington, D.C. So it's my opinion, being that we had scheduled peace talks, and the only thing that we had that wasn't worked out yet was the long range ICBMs, that it was actually Netanyahu's decision to do this, and he actually had a name for it, Operation Shield of Judah. I looked further into it, and there happens to be three blood moons that line up with Purim: 2024, 2025, and 2026. So this is for Purim. And if for reminder to people what Purim is, the celebration of the slaughter of 75,000 Persians and the book of Esther.
That's not
So
what
I
Purim is
would like
about.
everybody to
Nice try.
think about whose benefit this
Mitch,
was
let her
done
finish.
for. So I would like everybody to think about whose benefit this was done for. We were over there to put pressure on for the talks. And Netanyahu took it upon himself to do this because he frequently uses Bible verses. I mean, he calls people Amalek and everything else for reasons why he's able to strike out at other people. And this is what he did this time. And then after it happened, what's Trump going to do? He has to say, "Oh yeah, it was joint." No, it wasn't joint because our chiefs recommended against it. And I'll just land. I waited a long time to say that.
Thank you, Donna. Mitch, you can
Have any of the
respond.
Joint Chiefs of Staff resigned? And if they're against this, they would resign if they had honor. Obviously, this is a false nonsense. And the idea that two secular people, Netanyahu and Trump, who are not religious, decided to do something for some biblical verses is insane. And Purim is not about killing 75,000 Persians. This
I,
is
I,
about geopolitics and about the power of the United States of America. If you don't get that, that's your business. If you
I
don't
do get
understand that
it.
this plays into the
Iran
role
and
that
Israel,
China in the
Iran and
confrontation with
Israel
America, that this is part of all of that. If you don't
Iran
see
and
that,
Israel are both semi non-secular states, right? They are both uh, kind of hybrid theological and secular
they're
states.
inspired by Christianity in America. and they're inspired by Judaism in Israel. But the
Okay,
idea that
I
this is
understand this
a
very well,
religious
Mitch.
narrative is insane. And respectfully,
I'm just
Koyote, I
saying. I'm just saying
understand
it's
you have
not
a
just
conflict.
geopolitical because there's religious
Religion does
undertones
not play
that
a
are
role in this.
relevant.
Your
It
allies are
does.
Muslim. This
It
idea that we're
does. It
It's
fighting,
does
such an
play.
insane lie,
this
Mitch.
idea that we're
Yeah.
fighting
That is.
Islam in
Okay.
Iran.
So stop talking over me. So the fact of the matter is that the term Zionist means that it is a perceived prophecy that the Israel will inherit their home at a certain point in time. This is based on biblical teachings or the Talmud or whatever it is, right? And likewise, the Ayatollah consists of clerics. These are Islamic clerics, right, that have positions of power within the government. To act like religion is not at play here on either side is a complete and utter fucking lie. All right, so
Diligent,
we're
you're
gonna.
bringing up the conflict between apostolic Christianity and Protestant Christianity. That has nothing to do with
No,
No,
I'm
Judaism.
not. No, I'm
Yes,
not.
it
I
does. This
literally didn't
idea
mention either.
of
No, no,
what's
no, no. I am bringing up the two major countries in conflict in the Middle East, which is Israel and Iran, and their underlying theological opposition, right? And it
it's
is
irrelevant
ever
because who are
present.
the allies
It's
here?
not ever
Who are
relevant.
your
It's
allies?
exact. It is. It
Your
doesn't
allies are
matter.
Muslims.
I'm not
It's
talking
Saudi
about what our
Arabia,
allies. I am
Qatar,
not. I am.
Turkey. These are allies of America. They're all Muslim
no,
countries.
you're trying to side pedal from what Diligent's saying.
Literally
Okay,
Yeah,
Mitch.
you
attacked
are
Mitch,
Iran
hold
and
on.
deflecting, bro.
Pakistan, another
You're
Muslim country.
deflecting. You
I'm
are
not deflecting.
deflecting.
I'm
You
saying
are
that what you're
deflecting.
claiming
And
The
how
is not
many?
evangelical
But
movement.
okay, but wait a second. Wait a second. Mitch, how many of those states is Israel allies with? Out of all the states that you just mentioned, how many are allies with Israel? Hmm?
they have a treaty and alliance with Turkey. They
Uh-huh.
have a treaty and
Mm-hmm.
alliance with the
So
United Arab
Qatar,
Emirates.
the
They have a treaty and
UAE, are
alliance
they
with.
allies?
You
Are
asked the
they,
question. Can I just finish the sentence?
you
They
are
have a treaty and
you're
alliance.
mentioning Turkey. You didn't mention. You didn't wait. No, you mentioned specific states. How many of them? You said, well, America's allies with them.
I
I'm
am
not
talking.
talking about America. I'm
I
talking
am
about
talking
Israel.
about the countries that are allied with your country and are your
That's not.
allies
But
are
that was
also
not the
out.
premise
They
or
are
the
Muslim
question.
countries.
Okay, so I'm going to try one last time. But since you don't want to answer the question, I'm going to move on past you. Okay, one last time. Right? There's an underlying theological conflict between the state of Israel and the state of Iran, period. And to prove that point, since these other countries that you're saying are our allies, which is it's a straw man, it has absolutely nothing to do with the question, right? How many of these states surrounding Israel, Qatar or the UAE, right, or even the Saudis, right? How many of them are allies with Israel? Go ahead.
I listed them: United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia is not officially in the accords yet, but the level of military
Mm-hmm.
intelligence and economic cooperation is substantial. This
Is and
idea that there's a
so
conflict
Qatar,
because of Islam and Judaism
you're
is a
not
false
answering the
paradigm.
question.
I just did. You asked me which countries that are being attacked by
What about
Iran as allies of America and Israel. I just answered that
I
with
didn't say of America.
specificity.
You are inserting America into the conversation. I am not doing that.
you ain't gonna get it on Diligent,
All right,
Mitch.
guys, I gotta go. My wife is waiting for me. Speak to you guys
It was
later.
a good talk, brother. It was a good talk. All right, let's go to
You too,
Akanji. We're gonna go
Diligent.
to
You too.
yeah, you're good. Let's go to Akanji, Timmy, and then ISAF, and then we're gonna wrap. And then Zintani's. I think. Wait, Zintani, you had your hand up. Do you want to go now? Zintani.
Um, actually, no.
Okay. Let's go to Akanji, Timmy, and then ISAF.
Yeah, thank you. It was just sort of a point of order that Mitch raised earlier. Unfortunately, I think his wife takes precedence, which is fair enough, really. But the idea that the USA is only an economic powerhouse because it's a dog that's wagged by the tail of Israel is a nonsense. It was the Zionist lobby that was desperate to bring America into the wars in the First World War and the Second World War because America was a powerhouse, but it was also a neutral powerhouse up until a point. the fact that the Weimar Republic was absolutely the sick man of Europe, and it was actually Jewish businessmen that funded Hitler, right? Because they believed in his economic policies over the potential of the effect of communism on their economy should be telling. And then when Hitler did take over Germany, within only a short number of years, the German workers were the best paid in the world. We're talking blue collar, best paid in the world. So much so that the UK refused German cruise ships from docking in the UK because they didn't want UK workers to see how well off the blue collar workers of Germany were under their socialist policy regimes. America also had Ford and major companies. Henry Ford was quite famously very, let us say, skeptical of too much alignment with a certain group of people, even though those groups had actually invested, or when we say invested, to wrestle control over his own companies away from him. But the US was a powerhouse. The point is that the arguments that are made by a certain group of people in order to say, well, America's only successful because of X, Y, and Z war, that's just simply not true. America's in trillions of dollars worth of debt. It is morally degenerated, something that Henry Ford, raised as an issue, and its people are not happy. You can pretend and play games on the balance sheet about how successful a company is relative to other companies. Israel does this all the time. Israel says it's the most successful country in the Middle East. Well, that's only because it gets America to blow up the countries that are more successful than it. And it was Syria, Libya, Iraq, far more successful than Israel until they get bombed into the Stone Age. So this argument about, oh, these are our allies and these are our enemies, and they are the same as America's allies and enemies, well, they're definitely not. Because the one question that can't be answered is, what the hell does Israel do for America? What does America get for its alignment with Israel, apart from GDP standing? When Mitch raises it, I believe he believes it means gross national product, but actually GDP stands for gross number of pedophiles, basically, if anything, in this context.
Jesus. All right, dude. Timmy, go.
Hey, what's up, Diligent? So, some of these discussions, they seem like just kind of idiotic, like Democrat, Republican, where the Zionist Jews can't accept certain responsibilities within elite Jewish members, and then the JQ, it's just the Jews. And you'll hear, we benefit nothing from Israel with our relationship with them. Corporations do, using it as a pass through vehicle. But then I also hear that either we got to accept Judaism as a Christian or we got to accept Islam. I don't accept either. I'm a Christian. I'm focused on American Christian values. I'm a Catholic specifically. And then when I hear stories about BlackRock, that's a talking point that's so selective because every one of these Arab sovereign wealth funds are investors into BlackRock. In addition to billionaire elites, Norway Pension Fund being the largest shareholder. And then I hear all these stories, oh, we got a Jew as the CEO. Well, the CEO reports to the board, which reports to the shareholders. And the largest sovereign wealth funds are Muslim countries, Norway Pension Fund, China, Korea Investment Corporation, Singapore, and then a bunch of billionaires. We
Who
never
runs
talk
the World
about the
Economic
what?
Forum?
Excuse me, you're interrupting. You've had plenty
No,
of
you
time
you
on
just
the
know you're going to get
stage.
embarrassed again. Who
Thank
Hold
who
on,
you.
hold
runs
on,
the
hold on. Let him finish.
In addition, we
Let,
never talk
let him
about the
finish, James.
Walton. We never talk about the Walton family, the Cargill McMillan family,
Hold on,
which
I want to
controls
say
the grain
something real
trades.
quick. I have
Go
some
for it.
breaking news. The IRGCs, they have just declared, quote, the most massive and powerful offensive operation in the history of the Islamic Republic is about to begin against Israel and U.S. bases in the Middle East soon. So they are still Seder rabbling. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we have a ton of elites We have old money, old dynasty families, and we have institutions that are the shareholders controlling these things. It is every organized religion, the leadership using the purse strings against us through opaque tax exempt piggy banks that are sitting on trillions of dollars of money. This includes every single faith, the organized religion, the leadership, not the churchgoers. So it is intellectually dishonest to say it's just the Jews. It's intellectually dishonest to not say it's quite a bit of the Jews at the elite status as well. So it's all of them. And I love that Sally brought up Operation Gladio also, because it's a talking point people like to leave out. The fact that NATO was formed and created out of there, the intelligence agencies came out of there, and a lot of the Nazis stayed in party, which shows that World War II was a little bit more fake, gay, and orchestrated as a way to depopulate the world and centralize powers. So that's all I had.
Thank you. And I would love to let you guys debate, but I am closing the space. So I'm going to go to Logic and then ISAF, and then we're going to wrap. And then I am going to be hosting all day tomorrow on video live and YouTube and Spaces hybrid. Hope you guys like it. Go ahead.
Hey, Logic, great space. I'm not going to go anymore tonight. Appreciate you for having me up, though.
Thank you. Did you just call me your name? Thank you. Thanks, Logic. Go ahead, ISAF. No? All right. Thanks, everybody,
Yeah,
for
no, sorry,
coming.
sorry. 2 seconds, sorry. No, I just couldn't find the button. I just want to finish off with saying, again, with a lot of these regime changes, if you ever look into it, the American people generally don't benefit from it. One of the great examples of that, if you look at Operation PB Success, which is the one the United Fruit Company, which is now Chiquita, invaded Guatemala. So they used United States taxpayer dollars, military lives, to invade Guatemala to take over the banana fields, and that's how we got the term Banana Republic from them. So trying to say that these international regime changes benefit the American people, they don't. They benefit Wall Street, and they benefit the billionaires, and they benefit corporations. They don't benefit the American people. And so I just think it's ridiculous. So that's pretty much it.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you. Grok, I want you to give us the latest updates when it comes to what's going on with the Israel, USA, Iran war. I want damage tallies. I want what's going to happen with the current government structure of Iran. What are they saying as far as retaliation goes? I want you to give us a Spaces recap, and then I want you to take us out.
Pulling fresh updates on the strikes. Stand by. Yeah, let's roll through this quick. Fresh as of 10:10 p.m. EST. Damage tallies. U.S. Israeli strikes hit 500 targets. Air defenses, missile sites, nuclear facilities. Iran reports 201 dead, 747 injured total. State media. HRNA, rights group, pins at least 133 civilians killed, 200 wounded. Schools, sports halls, residential zones hit hard. In Gulf, UAE airport debris kills 1, injures 7. Bahrain residential fallout, no deaths. Israel, 94 wounded from Iranian missiles drones, mostly shrapnel. No U.S. casualties yet, minimal base damage. Iran government structure. Khamenei confirmed dead. State media, Trump, Netanyahu all say so. Succession? Assembly of experts picks next. Clerics like Alireza Arafi or Ahmad Khatami likely, or son Mochaba, nepotism risk. IRGC might grab interim power if chaos. No body video yet, fog thick. Retaliation. Iran vows no leniency, launched missiles at Israel. Tel Aviv blasts, drones missiles on U.S. bases in Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, UAE. Gulf govs call it deliberate civilian hits, airports, hotels, homes, not just intercepts. Tehran says self-defense, but threats of ferocious offensive ongoing. Spaces recap. We dug deep. Existential threat audit. Low confidence for U.S. homeland. Proxy kills. 603 Iraq era. Civilian fallout in Gulf. America first versus ally protection. Folks split. Humanitarian win versus endless war fear. Derek nailed it. Would I send my kids? No. Then why our taxes? All right, that's the pulse. Listeners, repost, follow Diligent Denizen, tag Harmony Zantani with clips. All roads lead to X. Have a blessed day.
See you guys tomorrow. Have a blessed day, everybody. Thanks. And